Good morning, everyone. Welcome to, you should be able to hear me now. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of TIGS. And I'm so glad to have you all here. We're going to get started on our first panel in just a couple of minutes, making sure everybody has managed to get into the Zoom call as we get started this morning. In the meantime, I'm quite looking forward to a full day today, which focuses more on our on the game design and game mechanics side and the community side. Yesterday, we spent quite a lot of time thinking about our industry, and now today we're going to talk about the rest. And I see we've got a couple of our folks here set up for, yep, we got everybody moving in. I think we'll just need someone to see. We're just waiting on one last panelist. Rami, I've been talking to him on the back end. As soon as he joins, we'll get you all started. I'm going to turn my video off, and I'm going to pass this to Renee and let you get started. And then as soon as we get Rami in on the Zoom itself, we'll move him over there for you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Eve. I'm really glad to be here today and that we're having this important panel as someone who has developed indie games for basically my entire career in game development. I think that talking about mental health, mental wellness in indie games is a really compelling subject, particularly because indie game developers face challenges that game developers at larger studios may not. I would like my panelists to give a brief introduction of themselves, just so we can understand their backgrounds, get a little bit more context for their responses. And David, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Sure. Is my mic working? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Dave Ettery. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Spryfox. We started it back in February of 2010, so it's been just over 10 years. And before that, I was the worldwide portfolio manager of Xbox Live Arcade, which I guess doesn't exist anymore, but back then was a good place for indies.
Wonderful. Lazzy?
Hi, I'm Lazzy. I'm half of a tiny little studio called Arbitrary Metric with my colleague Jess. We booted up just in 2018, so super recent, and we shipped a game called Paratopic, which did better than we were expecting, which is really cool, and brings with it all of the joys of running a business. So we've kind of been, let's say, coping with that. And yeah, so I gave a talk last year on kind invitation to Game Happens in Genoa about mental health. And I found it was a really powerful experience, just being able to kind of share and be really vulnerable in a space that was built for it, which is all credit to the organizers for making that possible. It was an amazing event. And I cited IGDA and Take This, the white paper on state of the industry. I got in touch with Eve. She liked it, and so here I am. And yeah, that's me.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Rami, want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I am Rami Ismail. I am formerly one half of Dutch independent studio of Lambert. I'm an industry ambassador, fly around the world, trying to help developers everywhere get access to the same resources and benefits we have in the Western world and more established parts of the games industry. And I make tools for independent developers.
Wonderful. Glad to have you. And I guess I didn't introduce myself. I'm Renee Gittens. I'm the executive director of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA. I actually run a small indie studio on the side, Stumbling Cat, which is we're working on a game called Potions: A Curious Tale. So there are a number of topics that I'm hoping that we can dive into in our time here today. The first that I wanted to talk about is the feelings that both success and failure bring as a indie developer. I feel like when you are much more in charge of a project and much more dependent on it, both can have more extreme effects. So success often means that future failures can feel or be seen as more significant. Have you felt your successes have caused additional pressures?
Want to take this one? Shall I go for it?
Yeah. Let's just have an open discussion.
Yeah, sure.
Everything should just be casual
Yeah,
here.
yeah, cool. I think certainly. When I walked into an accountant's office for the first time in mid-December, I kind of said, well, first I had to have the elevator pitch down, which of course is a huge part of this gig as well. And I said, we don't see ourselves as business people. First and foremost, we see ourselves as creatives. And so help us out of this mess. And the mess is still ongoing. But this is all, this is all subsequent to, by any measure, a success. And we initially just planned to kind of make rent with a little game. But it struck a chord, and it's really difficult to complain. Some days you do find yourself cursing it though. It's once we're like, okay, well, we're gonna have to incorporate. That's step one, and there's loads of paperwork. And then once the tax all catches up with you, because that's kind of like a year or two in arrears, depending on how you run it, then it all just the severity of the documents that you've signed kind of really comes home to roost. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I can find myself in that. I've always wanted to be a programmer, right? Since I was 6, I've been programming video games, and I've always had my goal to be somebody who writes code for video games. And then Vlambeer started, and between me and my co-founder, I was better equipped to do the business part of it. So I just ended up doing that and the marketing. And then before you know it, Vlambeer had become a real thing. And I think for me, some of the biggest challenges have not been so much the logistics of running a company. I think my programmer mindset kind of worked me around like structures and, like systems like that. It was actually a lot of the softer skills that really were rough on me, like now suddenly I was a public figure, right? People cared about my opinion, which is terrifying because nobody ever cared at all about what I thought. But now I have to balance what I'm saying with the people I'm reaching. I have to be careful of hurting people that I don't even know or harming their work through systems I'm not aware of. And as Lazi was saying, one of the things that is a weird contradiction in this is that you can't really complain about it because things are good. Like genuinely, things are just pretty good in your life. Like in my situation, we had revenue, we had fans, we had a consistent like venue to release our games to. But obviously, that doesn't remove the sort of like mental strain that you go through making games. And it becomes harder to find people to talk to as well because you don't want to complain. So creating that sort of social network was a half a decade challenge in my case, to just find people where I could be like, hey, listen, we're really successful and I'm sad, like help. So yeah, for that, it's a strange situation to be in. And because things have gone this way for me, it's also really hard for me to, like, I don't know what the other side feels like because Vlambeer went so fast and it has sort of been on the up all the time. And it feels really bad to complain or to feel like I'm complaining. And that has actually been pretty dangerous to my mental health at time, I would guess. Just the feeling that I can't talk about it.
Right.
For us, we've had, I guess we definitely had sort of an extreme start where it was, a very small group, And then right off the bat, we made a couple of games that were very successful by indie standards, Triple Town being sort of the best known. And because it wasn't just one, it was two. It was like Triple Town and Realm of the Mad God within a relatively short period of time. And even the things that we had a couple of super ultra small projects that didn't do great, but still ended up at least breaking even. So we were like, oh, cool, we can do no wrong, right? Like this is going to go on forever, which is a thing that I'd like to think we wouldn't have fooled ourselves into thinking had it just been one game. But the fact that like multiple games came out and all did fine, we were like, oh, great, this is going to be easy going forward. And having talked to other folks who had similar experiences, that's a fairly common failing, where people are like, oh, okay, my last two or three things did fine, so the next things should all do at least fine as well. So then when we had our first project that didn't actually do well, lost more money than it made, we were kind of caught flat-footed. Like we had allowed ourselves to think that everything was going to be at least break even going forward, or maybe it's just a small success. The idea that we could lose most of our money on making a game was not really a thing. Like we sort of intellectually understood that was a possibility, but emotionally had discounted it to the point where it was dangerous. And that's tough, right? And I think one thing that I think that we knew intellectually, but hadn't really taken to heart emotionally, was that this industry changes so much over such short periods of time that even if you feel like you've locked in a formula that works, that there's good reason to believe that within 2 to 3 years that formula will be completely irrelevant. In the 10 years that I've been in this industry, we've seen Facebook games basically come and go. I mean, they still exist, but they're obviously a shadow of their former selves. Web games became huge and then kind of shrank, and then now maybe are growing again. It's unclear. Xbox Live Arcade was a thing and then not a thing. Steam was a paradise for indies and then suddenly overcrowded just like everything else. Mobile came, and then became overcrowded just like everything else. I'm sure I'm forgetting at least 2 or 3 other, like VR, big burst. And then, I mean, think about that. That's 10 years. That's crazy. And I'm not even naming everything. So it's super free to play, obviously, was not really much of a thing in the West 10 years ago, and then suddenly is a huge thing. The sheer amount of change in 10 years, I don't think any industry, like I'm hard pressed to think of a single industry that can come anywhere close to matching us. So I guess the reason I'm harping on that so much is because I think as an independent developer, it's really, really important that you recognize, gosh, just how much things can change, and just, how much turbulence that can bring to your life and how uncertain everything is. And then as a result, like, to be 2 things: to be kind to yourself when things don't go the way you expect, because I mean, how could you possibly know what to expect in an industry as wild as ours? And then the second thing is to not fall into the trap of, and this is super common, people are like, oh, you have a successful game. Take every single penny you made from that successful game and invest it in the next one, which thankfully is something we didn't do, because had we done it, we would not be here today. We would have absolutely gone out of business years ago. And that's a thing that you see a lot of successful indies do. They'll basically invest everything they made from their first successful game into the next one. And it's a tragedy, right? Because 9 times out of 10, that doesn't work out.
Doubling down is super tempting, particularly when you've seen an audience just appear out of nowhere as well. It's like, oh, well, how could we, like, anything we give them, they're going to love. And it's not even necessarily whether people love it or hate it, but the stakes are in some ways a lot higher on the second title. I mean, we shipped a second game in October last year on Humble. And we sort of weren't totally happy with it. And it's just because it turned out the production of the first one and parts of the structure of the first one, it turned out that really aligned with our skills. And on this other thing, it didn't. And and so we're not super happy with the product. And it's like, okay, we managed to mitigate the risk of it. And thankfully, the first one's kind of been able to carry us through. But that's the kind of decision that you take thinking you've got your eyes open, and you kind of don't.
So you both had successful games, or a string of successful games, before having one that didn't end up working out quite as you expected. Did you feel did that affect you? Did that affect you emotionally? Did you have a hard time adjusting to that?
I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead, Dave. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it came at the end of a period of crazy crunch for the two of us as well, because we'd kind of, I don't know if we'd partially overscoped. I think we tried to make it kind of a little too involved, a little too thematic, and so we were doing a lot of revisions and going back and forth on things, and it kept pushing the ship date back. And so we were kind of in this cycle of like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. It was a bizarre time. And so when it shipped, frankly, we were just so glad to see the back of it. But we hope to do something with it in future. But it's certainly I mean, by the end of that, we were completely exhausted, and I think in some ways we're still sort of recovering from that energy outlay. Um, but in terms of the reception, I mean, humble originals are, if you kind of just let them sit and don't ship them elsewhere, it's sort of a little bit of a walled garden. So in some ways, it was quite contained, the reception, and we still have some control over the optics moving forward. But yeah, it was difficult. For sure.
Yeah. It was tough. I mean, the first couple of games that did significantly worse than we expected, we forced us to basically, again, like we had intellectually understood what the probabilities were, but emotionally we kind of discarded that that important understanding. And so after the that first couple that didn't go the way we expected, we had to go through a process of like just basically completely tossing out certain erroneous assumptions we'd made and about what our future could look like and how many risks we could take and what sort of behavior was appropriate for us as a studio, and like rethink all that. And I think that process was sort of hard. It's hard on the ego, and it's emotionally it's draining, and then at the same time I consider us very lucky because again we at least hadn't doubled down and spent every penny we had, and so we could go through that process and we could come out the other side stronger. And that was good. But it was tough. I mean, we literally changed almost everything about the company in some ways. Like up until that point, we had been focused mainly on working with friends in the industry as sort of like co-development partners. And we completely shifted around, gosh, I don't know, I guess it would have been around 2014, to more of a model of like, we're going to have like full-time team members and they're going to be part of Spryfox. And it's not going to be like these collaborations with other companies, because it turns out those are much harder than we realized they are. And there was just a bunch of like, that's just one example, but there were a lot of examples about how we just sort of had to completely rethink the way the company committed itself to certain projects, and that was like a big deal. And I mean, I think it worked out, but because we're still here 10 years later, but it was quite trying. And I don't even know what would have happened had we not had. I mean, we ended up being fortunate. We released Alpha Bear in, I guess that was 2015, and that ended up doing really well. And so it was like, oh, cool, okay, we can do this. We weren't just lucky in the first couple of years, and now we can't do it anymore. But who knows? There was no guarantee that something like that would happen. Maybe there's an alternate timeline where that didn't happen, and I can imagine in that alternate timeline we would have been super duper duper ultra stressed out and depressed. So these things are hard.
Right. Well, do any of you have advice when it comes to letting go of those assumptions and potentially even letting go of projects that aren't going in the right direction? Knowing when to stop poking at them, right?
I mean, I think at Vlambeer, honestly, we've killed more projects than we've completed. Like it's a very common thing. The final thing that Vlambeer released before we shut down the studio on September 1st this year was a prototype that we've been working on since 2010 when we were founded. It was supposed to be our second game, and we genuinely tried making that game 6 or 7 times over the course of our company. And now we just finally released the prototype because studio wrapped up, and it's actually it's a really strange place to be, to just have given up on that project, because we just couldn't. We knew there was something there. It just turns out we're not the right people to bring it out. I think over the years, one of the most two of the most valuable sort of powers that we've gained, that we've trained ourselves, is we got really good at recognizing when me and JW, at the time my co-founder, were excited about something, which is it's a weird thing to lock down, because it's really easy to just have a level of excitement for anything creative you're working on. It turns out that me and him had very different ways of reacting to that. He would go and start prototyping right away. I would lean back in my chair and start like thinking and like figuring out how the meta of that would look and how that would feel and how that would work out. Locking that down, getting a sense of how my brain responds to certain things, was a huge part of becoming a better game developer and becoming a healthier human as well. Because for the start, we just kind of did whatever, right? Like, because kind of similar to what David was saying, like everything just rolled. It was momentum. There was such a sense of momentum, and it's so easy to get swept up in that. And for us, the first thing that went wrong was not a failed game or a game that didn't launch well. It was a cloned game. We were working on a game, and a different studio stole the game idea, released that game before we could, and made millions of dollars. Like, clearly we had been sitting on a good idea, just somebody else got to, make it. And honestly, same thing. We were same thing Lassie was saying. Honestly, I think everybody kind of goes through these motions at some point in their, or at least in certain parts, in certain generations of sort of indie games over the last decade. The same sort of pattern emerges, right? Everybody's trying and failing until it works. And when it works, you get the sense of momentum, you get swept up in it, and then you hit the wall of reality. And depending on how much momentum you got to build, that wall hurts more or less, right? If you have a little bit of momentum, you might still have a part of you that was like, oh yeah, well, the first game was a success. Second game, we didn't know if it was going to work out. But then you do 2 games or 3 games or 4 games, and things are working out, and then the wall hits. For us, we crunched through 3 games, which destroyed us, but we were not aware of it because the momentum felt good. And then our 4th game was a disaster. It eventually launched super well, but when that clone hit, the only reason Vlambeer survived as a studio is because a small Canadian indie team reached out to us. They had been cloned before, and they said, hey, if there's anything we can do to help, let us know. And we said, well, are you good at mobile development? And they're like, yeah. And we're like, can you port Super Crate Box, which was our debut game? And they did that. We split the revenue for that. That was the only money that kept Vlambeer alive. Without that, we would have been out of business in 2013. Like, we owe everything to that tiny indie studio in Canada.
It's kind of crazy coming that close to the edge, isn't it? I mean, presumably, just like in terms of on like killing projects, presumably you don't see Vlambeer as a failed project at this point, but it is completed, and that's, for better or worse, that's one of the things that is cool about this sector, is we kind of get to be agile potentially. I mean, it's not completely trivial to just set up a whole new company. If you just just forget about the last one, like, who me? It doesn't quite work like that. But how do you feel having kind of closed the gestalt on that last period?
It was a decade of my life, and I think it's strange because we knew it was coming. Like, Vlambeer was never meant to be eternal. It was created out of necessity. Me and JW both dropped out of university, and we just needed a way to earn money. And he was good at starting games. I was good at wrapping them up. So together, it really quickly formed into, okay, we'll do 1 or 2 games until we have enough, like, life or experience or money or whatever thing comes out of this to maybe make a career. And then 10 years later, it's turned into your full identity. Like, most people think of me as Rami from Vlambeer rather than Rami Ismail, right? Like that, it's become who I am. And I think from both me and JW, the feeling of getting to be ourselves is really appealing. Like, we're absolutely in sort of a luxury position where we could shut down the thing that we've depended on for a decade. But it's a weird mix of nostalgia for a time that no longer exists, right? Like, the part of me wants to be back in 2010 when iOS was just like a new thing and Flash games were still there, and we were just like working ridiculous hours to make weird creative stuff where we didn't understand the risk or scope of what we were doing. Part of me wants to go back, and part of me is like, thank God I'm not doing that ever again. Right? Like because it was bad. It was genuinely bad for us, but a weird part of your brain always romanticizes those things, and it's hard to fight it. It's surprisingly difficult to find that I don't know what it is, like this urge to just create without any sense of stake or failure, or just
Maybe you can
make
do
stuff.
that now.
Maybe, but if I'm going to do that, I think the 10 years of experience I've had have taught me how not to do that as well. And I think that
You gotta unlearn it. Yeah.
the scary part about that is I think that every journey is just so different. But we kind of end up with the same lessons, which is weird because you can't say like, oh, just do this, this, and this, and you'll be fine, right? Like your mental health will be fine, your financials will be fine, your games will be fine. But we can kind of say like, okay, don't do these things because they will screw you over, right? But I think the other part of me that has been traveling around the year and been doing all this public speaking, I've kind of learned that doesn't necessarily, like I can tell 1,000 developers, please don't do these things, and they're going to do it anyway. We're a bunch of super stubborn, creative, like just we believe we can do it the right way. Because I've been warned. When I started, people definitely warned me, don't crunch, don't work ridiculous hours, go to bed at a good time, shower at your game jams, like, you know, all of these things. And then I can guarantee you that a lot of those advices, I was like, nah, we're good. And now I'm the same person giving those advices, but I don't know, maybe it's a lack of structural history in our industry. Maybe it's just things shift too fast, but
most people have to learn things the hard way. It's really hard.
yeah.
I actually, I want to go back to Renee, to your question in a second. But before I do, since this is a good moment, a quick anecdote. I remember going to a GDC presentation of a really good friend of mine, super knowledgeable person, Emily Greer, and she was talking about multiplayer in free-to-play mobile games. And my partner Daniel and I were in the audience together, and she said something about how asynchronous multiplayer modes were really important to the game and would make it a lot more successful. And so both of us were furiously writing notes about this. And then at the end of the session, I went up to Emily and I was like, wow, thank you so much. This was incredibly helpful. You know, we hadn't really considered that, you know, turn-based multiplayer, you know, could make such a big difference, and you know, been sort of discounting it. We're not going to invest in that. And she said, whoa, what are you talking about with turn-based? When I said asynchronous, I meant like you playing against a bot that's controlling the account of a human player in real time. And I was like, that's not my definition of asynchronous multiplayer. And I mean, literally, like I had completely and utterly misunderstood one of the central points of her lectures. And like, that's just one of maybe a dozen cases I can think of where someone was trying to give me advice and I had no conception of the advice that I was being given. And I mean, those are obviously extreme cases, but yeah, it's really hard to give advice, which is one of the reasons why I actually get nervous every time I participate in a panel like this one or a lecture, because I'm always paranoid about who's going to misunderstand what I'm saying. If anyone in the audience does hear something I'm saying and has a strong reaction to it and wants to message me later to make sure that they understood or not, please feel free. Anyway, so to briefly go back to your original question, Renee, about like what can you how do you know when it's time to stop working on a game? I think it was really good to hear Rami say like we cut a lot of games. I think people who maybe haven't been doing development as long as the rest of us maybe don't always realize how many games we kill before we release one. It's really hard to know when to kill a game. It's actually one of the single biggest challenges, and I'm not going to pretend for a second that we're great at that. Like there are definitely a number of projects that we let go on for far too long and should have been killed earlier. All I can say, and again, this unfortunately I can't give like sort of like standard rules that apply to everyone. The rules are going to depend on what you're making and how big your studio is and a bunch of other stuff. But having a set of rules that make sense for your studio given what you're trying to make and who you are, about when you kill something is really, really, really important. Like we, just to give you an example, in the early days of Spry Fox had a rule that was like, within a month of working on it, a game needed to be fun for at least a few minutes to play. Like if it wasn't fun for at least a few minutes to play after an entire month of development, it probably wasn't worth continuing to work on. And then by 3 months, it needed to be fun for at least like half an hour or whatever, half an hour, depending on the project. And if it wasn't fun for that much time by that mark, you really should probably kill the project and move on.
Do you feel like these rules help separate the emotional attachment to like the idea of the project and made it easier to cut it off if necessary? Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is that if you don't have rules like that, then, and by the way, this is going to be a kind of a funny comparison. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone make this comparison, but it's fresh in my mind right now, given the craziness of the stock market. Like you'll hear from investment advisors over and over and over and over and over again. Like this is advice they give to everyone, rich people, poor people, whatever. If you're putting money in the stock market, have it diversified in a certain way and then never look at it again. Like pretend it doesn't exist. Don't care what the market is doing from day to day. Just pretend it doesn't exist. And the reason, I know this sounds a little, it's like, why is he talking about this? I'll get to it. The reason they give you that advice is because the vast majority of people, I mean, basically everyone who doesn't get really lucky, when they try to react, like when they allow their emotions to get in their way and they try to react to what's happening in the stock market, they inevitably end up making less money than they would have otherwise, or even losing money. Like everyone thinks they can time the market and nobody actually can. Like even the people who get paid billions of dollars to time the market tend to underperform the average indexes, right? So like the best advice an advisor can give you is like put your money in diversified, things like, some of it's in stocks, some of it's in bonds, some of it's in whatever, and then just ignore it, pretend it doesn't exist. So the reason they're telling you that is because they know that if you follow your emotions, you're going to get screwed. It's the same here. Like if you simply allow yourself to be emotional about a project that you're working on, there's a really, really good chance that you're going to end up screwing yourself, right? Because it's so easy to find excuses to keep working on something that isn't working out. You'll have like 5 friends play it, and 3 or 4 of them will be totally bored. But one of them will be like, yeah, this was kind of cool. I enjoyed it. And you're like, aha, there's that spark. And you chase that spark because 1 in 5 of your friends was nice enough to say so, you know what I mean? Like, and you're just grasping at straws. You're like, oh, cool, he liked it. Okay, I just have to chase that. I just have to work on that a little bit more. There's a million things like that can cause you to run after something that isn't working out. And so having these hard and fast rules, like most of the people who play it have to be able to have fun for at least 5 minutes at the 1 month mark or whatever, right? Like, again, the specific rule is going to change depending on the team and the project, but having those rules will protect you from yourself. It'll prevent you from falling into the logical fallacies that all human beings do. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. I like to think at this point, I've been doing this for 10 years, I'm theoretically pretty good at it. I still fall for these problems. Like, and I've been doing this a really, really long time. There's very, very low likelihood that anyone who's listening to this panel online is the kind of person who can just subjectively at all times make wise decisions about what they should cut and what they should not cut. Like, you need to have some rules that you force yourself to follow. Usually, most studios that I know that are functional have those rules.
We had 48 hours to make it fun, and then 2 weeks to see if we were still having fun making it. That was our rules. We kept it up, and we kept it up. Sorry?
48 hours is what we call a rapid prototype.
Yeah, that's what Vlambeer was. That was what our studio was, right? Like, we were a studio that made very small games that focused around the feeling of a core mechanic. So if we couldn't get that ready in 48 hours, we weren't going to get the game done. Like, it was just not who we were. If I was a studio working on real-time strategy games, that rule would be awful because there would never be a game launched, right? You can't make an RTS work in 48 hours, as far as I know. So it's just who you are, how you work, how you talk, how you communicate.
This is like the company culture part of the indie thing, right? Because obviously more corporate, bigger companies tend to have a kind of charter or something, often to do with HR. But we have our internal cultures as well, and that's it's really important.
It's something I think a lot of indies are unaware of until they ever have to start hiring, which is kind of terrifying. That people are just completely and utterly unaware of the fact that they have formed a culture, and that culture has both positive and negative effects on the people, on who they are, but also how they interact with others.
Yeah, and then how do you bring people into that? is a really, I mean, I like you were saying about soft skills, that's not intuitive a lot of the time to kind of sell the day-to-day experience to someone and how you work and how, like, what place humor has and what place stupid ideas have and how you use your tools and all of that stuff. You know, there's so much to it. Yeah.
I
I
think,
think,
I think,
go
sorry.
ahead.
One of the things so I help a lot of indies, like I consult for a lot of indies or just help them out when they have issues. And one of the most common problems I am faced with talking to indies is they have just released a successful first game. And now it turns out that the people that formed that studio during that project or because of that project, now they have to come up with a second project. And suddenly they don't agree anymore. And they've never had that situation before where they have to make this big call, there's suddenly stakes and they're disagreeing about it. And I've seen this in studios, like tiny studios that are like 2 people. I've seen the studios that are releasing major indie games right now. Just like, how do you deal with disagreement? How do you deal with stakes? How do you deal with follow-ups? How do you deal with the emotional load of suddenly being in charge of a real thing? People don't talk about these things until they're necessary, and technically that's too late, right? Technically, that's now you're already at the point where there's friction, and friction makes it harder to talk to people. And I think I got super lucky with that in that we just had very clear distinctions. JW was in charge of design, and I was in charge of business and programming. So he made the calls about designs, and I said, well, that is probably not going to work, or that is going to work. But yeah, the teams of like 4 or 6, a lot of like game jam started teams, they run into those problems at some time. And I think it would actually be a really good exercise for a lot of indies to just write down like, okay, here's how we talk about difficult things, even when there haven't really been difficult things yet. I think that would be super helpful, just from my experience talking to indies.
So a common theme that I've noticed for this discussion so far is introspection, reflecting on, what your internal culture is, or if you are delusional about the potential success for a project. And one part of our mental state that I see, particularly in the game industry and indie developers, when it comes to having a hard time with introspection, is the ever famous imposter syndrome, and being unable to look inwards and see why you have value and why you are successful and why you should be where you are. Have any of you had experiences with imposter syndrome?
Yeah, sure. I mean, anytime we put out a game that doesn't do as well as we'd hoped, which has happened a few times, where you can't help but start to feel like, maybe I don't belong here. Maybe I'm not doing, maybe I'm not doing what I should. Maybe I'm not doing as well as I should. And it's interesting, actually. I'm lucky. It is, like Rami said, it took years, but eventually I sort of had my crowd of fellow folks in the industry who I could go to for advice and stuff like that. And some of the people in that circle are like literally famous and success, very, very successful, certainly more than we are. And almost every single one of them has at some point or another copped to like severe imposter syndrome. It's amazing. Like people who you would never guess will be like, oh yeah, like, we sort of spent the last year lost in the woods on this game. It's not going the direction, and we're all doubting ourselves, and maybe I shouldn't be doing this. And it's like, oh my gosh, if you think that, and so I think it's like super, super common, and people should, again, just be kind to themselves when they're having those emotions, because they're in really good company. I suspect the only people who don't feel imposter syndrome every once in a while in the industry, I mean, assuming they've been in it long enough to have experiences that would cause it, which almost all of us do. I think anyone who doesn't have those feelings is probably some sort of sociopath, you know what I mean? Because virtually everyone I know has had the feelings. I don't know what kind of person you'd have to be to not have them.
Absolutely. And I feel like you don't even need a large success to get imposter syndrome. Just anything can cause that.
I mean, at the core of that is that what we're doing is subjective. There's just no way to go like, oh, this game is a 7 out of 10. You did pretty well. Like that's just not how it works. You can't grade yourself according to the, I don't know, Supergiant scale of indie games. Like it's just not like, oh, game is like a 4 out of 10 on the Supergiant scale and a 6 out of 10 on the capybara skill. Like that's just not, you make a thing and then the response you get is the response you're getting. And you can't be like, well, we did this. You can be proud of things, but in general, I think I mean, I've given what, 1,000 talks in my life across the entire globe. I start every talk with the same sentence because I am terrified every time I get on a stage that I'm going to mess it up. Like, I start every talk I've ever done with, hi, my name is Rami Ismail. I'm one half of Dutch Independent Studio of Lambeer. I now have to change that line. You know how much stress this has been given me? Like over the past like month and a half that I'm just like,
rethink the whole thing. Yeah.
And that, like Lily, that for me, that has been like a mental switch that I taught myself to just stop worrying about it. Just be on the stage, say the things you believe, and then we'll deal with the rest afterwards, right? Like we'll listen to the feedback and adjust the talk accordingly. But the same thing is true for games. Like you have these things that you truly, genuinely believe. You put your heart in it, right? You're a creative at heart, even if you're doing the business. Even if we're talking about stock markets and like, you know, company culture and closing down a studio, like at the heart, we just want to make nice things, like beautiful things that make people happy. And then you sit there and you release a thing, and of course you're terrified. This is your baby. This is a thing that you care about, and you don't know. It's terrifying. And halfway through, of course, there's things that go wrong in a development for every game. So you sit there and you're like, if only I was a better game developer, I would not be in this mess, right? Like clearly everybody else has figured this out, because I listen to GDC talks and they're just super confident about, oh, they did this, this, and this. We are very good as an industry about talking about the things that went right. And we are awful about the things that went wrong, because either you don't hear those people because they didn't have a success, or because we just don't like talking about those things as much. Like we've projected this image of how do you make a AAA game, and it's just this one shot of somebody in a motion capture suit, and then like a second video with the dots on the screen, and the third video is like the fully textured 3D model with proper light and everything. Like, of course we're terrified. Like it looks that easy. How is it that hard for us?
How do you draw a face? First, draw a circle, and then draw the rest of the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only people who get to talk about failure at a place like GDC are the people who like either were very successful before that failure or somehow very successful after that failure. And you never hear from what are literally the majority of game developers who just always failed. And that's that, right? And that's a hard thing for people who are trying to break in, or trying, you know, or have broken in but haven't yet had, you know, their success that's going to carry them forward. Like, you know, they look and they feel like, oh gosh, I'm a failure because I've been doing this for however many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many years without having to hit, not realizing that they're in really good company. Probably 80-90% of developers are in their bucket. So it's kind of important. It's important to understand that. It's also really important to understand that survival bias is probably the #1 thing that drives these kind of lectures. And I mean, in general, the game industry is like, I mean, like any entertainment business, right? Whether it's movies or television, but particularly even more so in games, because even like a single person can make a game and put it out there on Steam, right? So you have literally thousands of you know, basement garage companies trying to do that every year, and most of them silently failing without anyone knowing about it. And oops, I should have turned off my phone before this. And it's really, it's one of those things where they're all, you know, all that failure is happening silently. You're not hearing about it. You're not reading about it. You're only finding it out about the, you know, you're basically hearing from the 1% to 3%, whatever the percentage is, right? It's a tiny single-digit percentage who've been successful, and you don't actually know what percentage of that percentage got successful because they were in the right place at the right time. But I'm here to tell you, it was almost all of them, right? Like almost all of them became successful because they were in the right place at the right time. It's not that they weren't also good and they tried really hard and they put all their all into it. They probably did all that, but that wouldn't have mattered had they not also been at the right place at the right time. I know countless stories of people making fantastic games, but they just happened to release that game 1 year after the market window for that game closed. You know, they were working on it for a little bit too long, and that space is crowded now, and they've released the best possible, Clash of Clans style game, but it's 2 years after 500 other Clash of Clans clones came out, and that window's gone, and they can't succeed anymore, regardless of how good their game is. So,
or even 2 years too early, right? Like the biggest failure we're talking about right now is a failed game of 2 years ago, which is Among Us, right? Like everybody's talking about Among Us. That game was by all measures a failure until recently, when suddenly it was not. It's just the right time, right place, right circumstances. And it is funny that we're now discussing the failure of Among Us and the eventual success, even though I guess by all standards you can call it a success at this point. And those are the failure stories we hear about, right? It's like, oh, well, it worked out eventually. No, it doesn't for 99% of games.
Yeah.
It's the perfect illustration of the point, though. Yeah, absolutely. Just if I could just speak to the imposter syndrome thing a little bit. Given that our first game was the one that went big, it's not only the first game for the studio either. It's the first game that any of the people on the team actually shipped. That ended up leaving, I think, all of us with a different lived experience of imposter syndrome, but a pretty serious case of it. I mean, one of the so we found out in January. So we shipped the game in March 2018. We put it out, and that was on itch, which is amazing, as we all know. I hope we all know. And then we put it on Steam in September with some additions. And then in January 2019, we found out we'd been nominated for a couple categories at the IGFs, which obviously it's like, okay, I'm going to California, baby. Like, here we go. And that in and of itself was bizarre, because then suddenly that's, my first conference, first time on the West Coast, first nomination, like first time exhibiting, first game, first time meeting my colleagues in person. Holy, what is happening to David? That's incredible. Geez, distracted. So that was insane.
Sorry,
And
that's
then
the D filter that I have on, and I don't know why it just went on just now, but
it's totally fine. I loved it. But then having actually won one of those categories as well, I found where it hit the most substantially was when we came home, or when I came home, and we all went our separate ways. Like, I haven't met my colleagues before or since that week in SF. When I was waiting for the award to arrive, I was like, did any of that just happen? Did I just make all of that up in my head? I feel like I kind of like departed one life, got on a long haul flight, had another one for a week, and then came back and I was like, there's no sign of it. There's no sign of it. I just have this exhibition pass. And that was seriously challenging. I talked a lot in therapy about that period, and it's another one of those cases, obviously, where it's like, you're complaining, huh? But it was very difficult. And then moving forward from there, you've kind of got to go, okay, well, I didn't do this gunning for that result. That wasn't my goal. So what is my goal now? Well, like, where do I shoot for now? And the only thing I've been able to conclude is that I'm in it for the art, right? But that was a pretty acute case. And I actually thought it might be remedied a little bit by going back to the conference the following year. That didn't happen. And I think actually that's just on that. I think I feel particularly bad for nominees at the IGFs this year and winners who didn't get to go. I was speaking to one of them, Julian, who's making Promesa, which is an awesome game, who I met at Game Happens. And I had to kind of convince him, you should put that on your store page. And he's like, really? Yeah. I'm like, it's kind of a big deal, dude. Because it just didn't, it kind of didn't click. Because when you're there, when you meet everybody, when you're on the expo floor, you're there on that pavilion, it's kind of hard to miss the significance of what's going on, and particularly when you go to the ceremonies and the party and stuff. but they just had kind of like an online awards ceremony, and they didn't get the opportunity to go out there and meet people and show their game off. So I don't know. I just think they will be struggling with that even more so now, because it's kind of like, even as illusory and weird as that whole process is, it's even more so in 2020, which is just completely bizarre.
Yeah.
I think one of the things we really have to keep in mind is that our industry and our creative field are two things that are continuously at odds with each other. Like, we are creatives that want to make things, and we are business people that want to sell things, and those are two separate parts of our identity that are continuously fighting. And no matter on what side you're succeeding or failing, like, there will always be that tension, and that tension is okay to have, right? Like, that feeling is fine. I've done this for a decade. It never went away. The sense of ego that comes with creating stuff, or the sense of pride that comes with creating stuff, being at odds with the financial results of a game, that's fine. You can be proud of a game that wasn't successful. You could have made something that you genuinely believe was beautiful art, and you're just happy that you made it, but also it made you $0. You can also be really upset at a game being successful. Like, I know people that made a game that were like, I'm just making this tiny thing. I don't really want people to care about it. And then suddenly it was the biggest thing in the world, and now they had to care about maintaining it. There's no right way of doing this. There's no wrong way of doing this. You are a human that feels things in response to these sometimes massive forces on your life and on your work and on your creativity. And you will have to, at some point, deal with it or reckon with it, independent of who you are or what you're trying to do here. Like, games are, if you are committed to making video games, you care about video games. There's just not there's not a good reason to be in video games if you just don't care about video games, as far as I know. So if that is true, then it matters. And if it matters, it can hurt you, which means you have to just keep being aware of what you're putting yourself through, what you're putting your body through, what you're putting your mind through, and be okay with talking about it. Like, be okay with reaching out for help. Be okay with being vulnerable with people you trust. Be okay with just tuning out for a bit. Like, after Nuclear Throne, I was exhausted. I tuned out of game development for a year, together with my co-founder. We were just like, okay, you know what? This game is doing well enough that if we just do nothing for a year, we might be okay. We didn't know if we would be, but we took the gamble, because the alternative was worse. No story will be the same, but everybody will at some point have a hard time in games. And for some people will have a hard time most of their time in games. It's all valid. It's all.
I'm glad you said the thing of what you said about the tension between financial outcomes and creative outcomes, and because I think obviously that's an issue in some ways more now than ever before, right? Now that more and more developers are trying to make free-to-play games where the business concerns are literally ingrained into the design concerns in a way that they've never been before, that's really, really hard. And I know a lot of developers who struggle, who want to go into that space, who struggle with that specifically. But even if you're not making a free-to-play game, it can be really hard where you're like, oh, I really want to do this thing in the game. Like, I want to make, for example, a political statement, or but I'm afraid that if I do that, the sales will be worse. And like, and then, well, okay, well, how do you balance that? How do you balance your desire to make a political statement with your desire to be able to feed your family? Like, these are non-trivial issues. And one thing that honestly makes me a little bit sad about this industry, it's one of the only things with this industry that I don't like, is that precisely because it's comprised, almost entirely of a very large, very passionate group of people, there's a lot of judgment that happens in our industry. A lot of, like, particularly like on Twitter, like, people constantly, passing judgment on other developers, what they're doing, how they're doing it. And I cannot say clearly enough that please just ignore that. Like, you're doing this for you. Nobody makes games. Sorry, that's not true. Very few people make games because they think it's going to make them rich. And those people who are making games because they think it's going to make it rich don't tend to be around for very long. with a few, again, notable exceptions. Most people are doing it because they love it. If you're making games, you're probably doing it because you love it, or at least want to love it. And I strongly encourage you to ignore what other people are saying about whether you're making the right or wrong decisions when it comes to your own creative product, right? Like, I mean, listen to them if they're telling you the game's not fun, because if you don't listen to them, you're in a lot of trouble. But like insofar as making a statement you want to make, or making trade-offs that you feel like you need to make so that the game can actually make money, like, that's your choice, and nobody has a right to tell you whether that choice is right or not. So I hope anyone listening to this remembers that.
So that leads well into one of the questions from our audience, that about the issue of a crowded marketplace and discoverability. As you're working on a game that is the game that you want to make, how do you deal with trying to make your game discoverable and stand out?
This is almost a technical question, right? It's like the marketing side of it is kind of a black art that speaking for myself, we've very much just been feeling our way through. My colleague Jess seems to have some sort of preternatural ability for what will actually gain traction versus what won't. And a lot of it comes down to stuff as simple as like understanding algorithms on Twitter and like what people engage with, and how best to frame a tweet and when to send it, and like how much traction will you gain by adding hashtags versus lose engagement by looking lame in doing so. It's a really, really difficult one. But in terms of positioning in the marketplace, I mean, it all depends on what stage your business is at, because there's, and this cuts across industries, but the marketing formalism really is understanding the different sectors of your audience, right? So you've got your kind of cold, quote unquote, cold contacts, which are people who've literally like never heard of your studio, never heard of your game. And then you've got the people who have heard of you, are maybe interested, were warm, and you've got people who have previously bought your products, are signed up to your mailing list, whatnot. So gauging the relative positions of all of those is crucial. But when it comes to an oversaturated market, I mean, this has been key for a lot of people shouting about indie apocalypse for years, right? That there's just a point where there's kind of like critical mass that we just can't come back from somehow. It seems not to have happened. It's hard to say how much of that is just because everybody's locked in their own homes at the moment, and so we're seeing like a bit of a boom period. I don't know, but yeah, I can't really speak too much on this because I just simply don't have that much experience. We were lucky.
I can say a few things. I have pretty strong opinions about this. I think, by the way, this is one of the curses of being in the game industry. Like, this panel could literally be about like, what color of paint do you choose to color your house? And like the topic of like, how do you get visibility for your game would still come up. Like, this comes up in every single panel I'm ever on, regardless of the topic. And it's really important to acknowledge that, because the reason it comes up, no matter how far away it is from the topic of the panel, is because everyone is struggling with it. It is the defining question of being an indie. Aside from, the core heart question, which is what do you want to make? The next question is, how the heck do you get someone to buy it? That question never goes away. Sometimes it gets easier to answer. Sometimes it gets harder to answer. But it's always at baseline hard to answer. Nobody has the magic answer. I wish that wasn't the case, but it just depends. It depends on the product, depends on the thing, the platform that you're targeting, depends on time and place. And I think that probably from the perspective of a mental health panel, the most important thing you can say is that, like, you're not going to magically solve it. All you can do is do your best, right? Like, put in an appropriate amount of effort, and then consign yourself to the fact that maybe it will make, maybe it won't, but don't lose sleep over it. Well, any more than you can obviously try not to lose. If you're making, obviously there's certain rules that you can follow to try to like maximize your odds of success. If you're completely ignoring marketing, you're probably screwed. You should probably not be doing that. You should probably have at least one person on your team. In Rami's case, obviously it was him, in his duo. Like there should be at least one person on your team who's thinking often about what can I do to get my game, to promote my game and to make sure people are aware of it. If no one in your company is thinking about that, you're probably in trouble. If you're making a mobile game, a mobile free-to-play game, there better be at least one person on your team who understands free-to-play metagame design, such that you can make enough money that you can then go acquire users through paid UA, because that's, as far as I can tell, almost certainly the only way to survive when you're making a mobile free-to-play game. If you don't have someone thinking carefully about what the lifetime value of your user is, and have someone who understands how to then take that money from that user and use it to buy ads, that's a problem. You should probably solve that problem. Find someone who you can hire as a consultant or who can teach you how to do that thing, because if you can't do that thing, you're probably going to fail. There are things like that that, depending on what you're targeting, you should be doing. But once you're doing that thing, it's kind of out of your hands, right? Like I have been, just to give one personal example very briefly, I've been surprised at how little ability anyone in my company has to predict what's going to have traction on Twitter. We're working on a game called Cozy Grove right now. We tweet all kinds of things, static images, animated GIFs, you name it, and none of us has any friggin' idea which one's gonna get 10 likes and which one's gonna get 1,000 likes. And then we see something that got 1,000 likes and we're like, cool, let's do more of that. And we do more of that, and then it doesn't get 1,000 likes. And you're like, what? Like what? So all you can do is try your best. All you can do is just keep putting stuff out there and try not to succumb to imposter syndrome and say, oh, but this one game made by this, cool dude named Oscar, he's every single time he tweets something, he gets 500,000, retweets. Like, how I have to be like that? Like, no, you probably won't be like that. He's probably super lucky.
I think that's kind of the core of of David's story. The two parts that I think resonated with me is you can only try your best, which I think is true. The biggest flip side to that is that it doesn't mean that you are responsible for a failure, right? You can only do your best, but if your best isn't good enough, that doesn't mean you are not good enough. It just means that given this wild swirling vortex of possibilities and opportunities, it did not work out, which can happen to literally everybody in our industry. And that is not a personal failure. It is not something that makes you less worthy of a developer. There honestly is no honor or there's no honor in the title of game developer. Like, you're a game developer if you make video games. That's kind of the end of the story. And a lot of people I know struggle with, am I a real developer if I mess up? Am I good enough if I don't make a hit game? Like, yes, you are. You're making video games. It's a super complicated thing that is, not something you do lightly or easily. And the other thing I think that resonates with me is, and it probably, I don't know if that's exactly what he said, but it probably will not work out. Like, for 90%.
I'm really sorry about these filters, guys. I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry.
we are actually over time here. Rami, do you want to wrap that up?
I'll wrap that up real quick. Yeah. For the majority of choices you make, for the majority of people in the industry, the end result will not be you are now rich and famous and making the hit game that everybody is talking about. I think the biggest goal that you can set yourself that is healthy is to try and make it so that you can make a next thing, hopefully, and also plan your games in such a way that you can make a next thing. Like Dave was saying early on, don't spend all your money from your first game on your second game, because your third game is also a thing that you need to worry about, right? So I found the healthiest way for me to look at things is I'm not making a game, I'm making games in plural, and not all of them are going to be a success, and I'm okay with that. And that took me a long time to get to that part, but it has been the happiest I've been making video games. So
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for joining us for this super important panel. I imagine we could literally talk all day about these subjects, but I think this was super engaging, and thank you so much for having us here to talk about this.
Cool.
Been a pleasure. Thanks for
Thanks,
having
everybody.
us.
Thank you, everyone.
Cheers.
I'm so delighted. We're going to move on to the next panel now, which is Game Design for Empathy. And it's moderated by Aaron Reynolds from Flying Mollusk. And so we're going to bring all of those folks over. move on. And I want to thank you all again for being here today at TIGS 2020 Day 2.
Great. Hi, everyone. All right. So thank you so much for joining us on this for this discussion of empathy and game design. I think empathy is a word that gets thrown around a lot, especially when it comes to game design and gameplay. And its basic definition is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. However, in many contexts and in the context of this discussion, I'd like to broaden the topic to not only empathy, but also compassion. Maybe during the discussion, we'll talk a little bit more about the nuances between the two. But I think largely what we'll be discussing is the powerful capability games have to put players in the shoes of another, and the game design responsibilities, requirements, and implications that come with that power. We could not have a more amazing panel lined up to tackle this really complex and nuanced and important topic. So with that, we have Brenda Romero, Hector Fuster, and Ken Hall here today to talk about this. And I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves in just a moment. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and talk about game design for empathy for about 45 minutes. And then we're going to open up the discussion to Q&A. Okay, so let's kick things off with some intros. I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves and share just a teaser of what their relationship with game design and empathy is. So let's start with Brenda and then go to Hector and then Ken.
Okay, hi everybody, my name is Brenda Romero. Just a teaser, I guess at the highest level, I'm always thinking of what the player will be thinking or feeling, no matter what type of game I'm making. So I guess that's on the very highest level. But for me, it comes down to how do I get the player into the game and how can I get them to feel what I want them to feel? And how can I get them to form some kind of attachment to the theme of the game or the other characters in the game, or even, I guess if it's a multiplayer game, the other people in the game. So that's just on a very high level for me.
Hey, hi everyone, I'm Hector Fuster. So myself as a teaser, I would say my formation is in psychology. I'm a clinical psychologist by default, and then I joined the ranks of game designers. And I think as a thing that I have just embedded in myself just by my formation is thinking always about the position the player finds itself in and how motivation, the expectation that you have for a given situation in gameplay may affect the player. And in the end, how we can use that to even create a different expectation and maybe a change in the player mind. I would leave it at that for the moment.
Hi, I'm Ken Hall. I'm the creative director of Two Dogs Games, and we're working on a game called Destiny's Sword. And really, for me, I've been working, for the majority of my career now, actually, on sort of games as a service product. So for me, it's always about trying to find that way that we can create that emotional attachment between the player and the content, whether that's the characters, either the protagonist or the antagonist, how we create that sense of personal investment and attachment. And really, what I find is that the more opportunity there is for empathy, in that, the greater the sense of connection we can create. And ideally, we want to take that beyond the game and actually, take that into the community as well, give players an opportunity to really form, and develop their empathy, for each other as well as for the content in the game. So that's kind of the objective that we've been working towards for the last while.
It's awesome. Thank you, Brenda, Hector, and Ken. We're gonna have a really great discussion about all of these things. And I know some of you already alluded to this a little bit, but let's start with talking about what do you think empathy's place in game design is? And I know this is a big, broad topic. Yeah, I'll take it and run it with it.
Sure,
Hey,
I can
everyone,
go for it, Hector. You go ahead.
I can imagine. I think it's impossible to design games without taking into account empathy. But at the same time, there is different levels of empathy. So it's not possible to create a good experience without taking into account what is the position of the player at each time. But at the same time, I think more and more designers have a responsibility of making good use of that power. And we have seen that in some games as a service and maybe some business models, we use empathy or cognitive empathy alone as a way to modify player behavior in certain ways. So designers are quite empathetic with the players, but at the same time, we need to strive, or we need to find more ways that we can design so to make the players also empathetic. So it's not only a one-directional route.
Yeah, and I think, empathy is one of those things where it's kind of, sneaky. I think in some ways we've been kind of skirting around the edge of it since the very beginning of games. Even things like, look at Donkey Kong and having to read kind of the visual and the emotional cues of this antagonist and try to decide what his actions are going to be based on that. And so that whole kind of concept of, trying to read the feedback and react to it and try to then modify, the state. I mean, a lot of times it's been presented in a very abstract form that really has no relation to the real world. But that's something we're seeing as we make games that are more realistic and become more, kind of immersive. That line between, the abstract and the real is blurring a lot. And so we're finding a lot of games that are really trying to elicit specific emotions from the players, but also to really convey certain things. And I think that's one of those double-edged swords, right? We're seeing, whether it's a combat game and they're actually trying to make the player feel the fear and things like that, or a horror game, feel the fear of the main character. And that has a whole bunch of ramifications, secondary trauma implications and stuff like that obviously we have to be very careful with. So, as the tools become more powerful, I think, we as developers have to be more, cognizant of what we're doing and the effect that it can have on people. There obviously empathy is something that's, extremely, valuable tool and something we really want players to develop, but used in the wrong way, it can be quite destructive as well.
Yeah, so just in terms of one of the things, and what I'm about to say will be a surprise to nobody, is if we want players to feel something, we have to make players feel like they are first and foremost welcomed in the game. So if I'm going into a game and my only choice is to play people who don't look like me, or like I was in the game industry for 7 years before I could play as a female in a video game. So I can end up losing. I can end up being knocked out of the game, or not necessarily able to form an attachment if nothing in the game mirrors who I am or what I think or what my experience may be. So I think first and foremost, just on the most bare bones level of design, the player first must be able to form that attachment to something in the game and not be repelled from it by, sorry, you can't, this is not a story you can get into, or you can't create a character who looks like you in any way, shape, or form. There's loads of stories that I have there that I remember. There's loads of stories, and I won't turn it into a speaker thing, but I figure it's just important, first of all, that our players can connect. If we are putting up obvious walls for players so that they can't even connect, it's going to be very difficult for them to have any kind of empathetic reaction to anything.
Yeah, those are all, excuse me, I have a frog in my throat this morning. Those are all really, really good points. And so my next question was going to ask if you think all games require empathy. And I think to kind of build on kind of what a lot of you were talking about, can games not have an empathetic component in the game design? Can it, do they require it, or can you even have a game that doesn't have it, if that makes sense?
I think you don't have to have empathy in a game. I mean, there's just a casual game called Drop 7 that I play every night. There's zero empathy there. I'm I'm maybe married to somebody who does a lot of first-person shooters and plays a lot of deathmatch. I don't see any empathy happening there. I don't think it's necessary, but for certain types of games, I do think it absolutely is a core component of the design.
There is another problem that empathy comes with theme, and with theme comes characterization. So you may only want to tackle a certain subject, but without any intention. And you may create empathy and some emotions and some situations without even knowing that you are creating that. And at the same time, there are some games, for example, when we worked with Greece, there was this situation in which we knew that the game was non-verbal, it was only symbolism and image. And we knew that that would have a strong effect on the player, because the player can project himself or herself into that imaginary. And we need to treat it carefully, because projections are managed by the player, not by the designer. And those are interesting things that may happen. And if you don't realize that this has happened, you may have a different result that you were expecting.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess, so this wasn't gonna be my next question, but I kind of want to dive into that a little bit further. It seems like in many cases, empathy is kind of in the eye of the beholder, right? Like what you as a developer, as a designer brings to the experience might be totally different than what the player brings to a gameplay experience. And so how do you go about sort of reconciling that and kind of keeping that in mind as you're designing an experience, using your own experiences as a designer, knowing that not everyone is going to share your brain?
I can start with that. What I do, so I didn't mention at the beginning, I'm working on a game very close to launch, in fact, called Empire Sin. So Empire Sin, one of the things that we do early on is first and foremost try to have a pretty diverse development team, because that is one of the safeguards of sending something out into the world unchecked. One of the ways to safeguard against that. And then we also, we're fortunate that our publisher Paradox is fantastic with giving us all the UR that we want. So we also, we throw the game out there so early. Like I know that 90% of 95%, who knows, of what I'm going to get back is, oh, it's missing all these things, it's barely running. It is, in fact, because we go out for UR really early. But I would rather catch something right in the bud, or if somebody on, say, the players, if one of the players says, I really like this thing and I hope those things can be worth their weight in gold, So, those are just a couple of the things that I take into account when I'm designing. And sometimes I have actually, there's in-game empathy, and then there's like game empathy that's intrinsic to the game, and then sometimes there's I don't know how to describe this, but anti-empathy. So I have one of the board games that I've made. It's a 50,000 piece game, and I've been asked if I would consider having the pieces being able to move them by thousands or by 5,000s, because that would be the kind thing to do. But because the game is about a horrible moment in human history, I've decided that if you want to play, you are going to move every one of those pieces. And that is a deliberate decision on my part, so that people can see just the scale of the atrocity that happened. It's about the Trail of Tears. So I guess that's kind of backwards, but those are deliberate decisions that I'm taking into account, which because I want the player to feel something, and that's what I need to do. And then on the flip side, going out early for UR and having a diverse development team, those type of things are incredibly useful and worth their weight in gold.
I can't agree enough with Brenda there that, a lot of it is about the community. Obviously, as you say, perspective is so individual that you really need to get as much exposure as possible. For instance, for us as an indie, we don't have a publisher who's able to give us access to that that community to do those reviews. So we're lucky enough that nowadays there's so many great shows, whether it's the PAX events or things like that, where we're able to get our game again very, very early into the hands of players and watch their reactions and gauge their feedback, but also actually get to chat with them one-to-one about it and find out what is it making them think or feel, and what are some of the positive and negative aspects that they're encountering in their experience. And I mean, it's you really get an insight there that you just can't. And I'd echo the same sentiment. We went off extremely early, and you get that sort of those split responses. Some people who can see the vision of it and go, wow, this is going to be amazing, and others who go, oh, this is more holes in a piece of Swiss cheese. And it's like, well, of course it is. We're super early, and we're a very small group, but yeah, and I mean, obviously, and diversity of opinion is so important, because especially nowadays where we're with portals like Steam and stuff, we have access to a global marketplace. It's so important to not just be thinking about it from our own experiential viewpoint, but to really sort of get an idea for how people all around the world, from different cultures, different genders, how everybody, the more inclusive we can make that review process, the better information we're going to get. So yeah, that's a huge part of how we go about it. Obviously, we try and build off our own experience first of all, and the broader that is, the better starting point we can have. But then yeah, you have to get feedback from other people on it, and sometimes that's a painful process, but it's essential.
There is also a related problem that maybe you are designing that game with that empathetic experience in your mind, but in the end doesn't work for the people that plays it, and you end up doing something like it's like empathy tourism. So the player is there, but doesn't give any more thought than just passing by. And that may be harmful at a community level, but harmful at a player level, because you are desensitizing them to that experience. So there is quite a responsibility if you're trying to achieve empathy in your game, and that is why it's so important to be sure that the experience is going to be properly understood, or at least at some level for any given player.
Do you find that empathy is, for the most part, something, or the empathy that you're trying to create in your game, something that's one size fits all? I mean, that's very broad, obviously, or do you find yourself in cases where some groups of people really connect and kind of develop this sense of empathy through the game experience, and other people it just doesn't really connect with, a little bit like what you were saying, Hector? And is that okay, or does that mean that you have to dig a little further? Is the goal to try to get the majority of players to feel this, or are you okay with just a few people really feeling it, if that makes sense?
I think so much of it depends. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Hector. You go ahead.
So that's something that it's interesting, because it's something that happened with Greece. Greece doesn't have any verbal message, so everything needs to be interpreted, and a lot of people did not get the narrative that we were striving for. But it doesn't matter, because at some level, people projected themselves and understood whatever they needed at that moment. As long as that is in place, I think that is enough. And some people will get everything, and there's a lot of symbolism in that game. And some people just will get a good experience. They felt something. They maybe cannot even put in words what they felt, but they had a good experience, and it's enough to start the conversation.
And I think that the type of product makes such a difference to that too, because there's lots of games that are very sort of linear experiences, and obviously, you are trying to elicit a very similar response from everybody, and then, in our case, we've got this sort of persistent, world environment, so we're trying to give players more of a room to explore and discover themselves, discover who they are in the game world, in a safe and inclusive sense, and really get a chance to sort of try on different hats as they're going through it. So in that case, there is no real one size fits all. You're just trying to create systems that allow players to express themselves and explore themselves and communicate with each other and try to sort of form those bonds, and they may evolve and shift over time as well. It may not, the experience they have, the first time they play the game may be radically different with a different community set, or just because they want to try something different, try acting or engaging with the game in a different fashion too. So it can be a very evolving, dynamic process.
I think too, there's, and it's so different game to game. Like I have a board game called Train, which is about really difficult subject matter, and this group of students wanted to play the game as just we can't wait to play this, we're going to trash it all, and so I refused to let them play it, which it's a one-of-a-kind board game, so I was there, and I can do that, but I don't know how many other games that would apply to. And then I've had, sometimes the experience is an experience a player has is so dependent upon the player themselves, which we can't possibly account for. I remember playing What Remains of Edith Finch and realizing the character was pregnant. For some reason, I looked down at the very beginning, and I was just so I was thrilled that I was playing a pregnant woman in a game. I was like, my God, this isn't, I just thought that was fantastic. But that experience might be unique to me. And then I also wrote in this quest in Wizardry 8, this is a game in the early 2000s, where if you played Wizardry 6, which is from the 80s, and you took an item from there into Wizardry 7, which is in the 90s, and you somehow brought in that save game into Wizardry 8 in 2001, you still have that item. I wrote a special quest just for you. Now, maybe it was one player who hit that. And that I felt completely okay with that. Now, I'm sure a producer wouldn't have if there had been lots of graphics and other stuff, but it was just pure text. But I guess it's a question of how special does that feel. It's also so dependent on time. For people to form bonds requires that. Requires a depth of time in the game often.
That's really cool about the quest. I love that. So we've been kind of talking about this already, but I feel like there's two ways of looking at empathy in game design, right? There's one from the developer to character perspective in terms of understanding the feelings of the character, like as you're designing it and kind of bringing your experiences to it. And then the other is from game to player in terms of evoking a feeling and empathy via the characters and the moments in the game, which we've been talking a lot about. And so again, you've each alluded to it a little bit, but I'd like to dive a little bit more deeply into what techniques you've used to evoke this sense of empathy and compassion in your work, and what have you found to be successful, and have there been things that you found to be unsuccessful as you've been, exploring this in each of your work throughout the years?
For us, it's really about, trying to go beyond the narrative. It's really about, looking at things like, the body language of the characters, very little visual details, do they have bags under their eyes because they haven't been sleeping, maybe, that sort of thing. And using, we've got lucky to have a fantastic audio designer too, and using the soundscape to sort of craft that. And really we find that, when we actually communicate, so much of that is nonverbal. That picking up on those cues really help to make it much more relatable and much more of a kind of a stronger emotional engagement in that communication process. So for us, that's one of the things that we're finding is really making a big difference in terms of the amount of engagement and empathy we're able to generate.
Sure. Okay, I'll go ahead. I think for me, it's about player investment and how much time they put into something. So the longer they've built something, the more they've had maybe, so like in the case of Empire of Sin, they might have one of the characters with them for a long period of time. They've invested in that character. They've improved that character. That character has changed based on their actions. The character may have even fallen in love with another character that they had. So some kind of investment in a character plus time, I often find works really, really well. Things that I don't find work so well, there was one game that will remain nameless, and I remember it was like this sheep. If you don't, I don't know, pay something, buy something, do something to the sheep is going to die. And I remember that came up in a casual game, and I guess maybe the designer in me, it didn't fall for it. It was just so quickly. It's like, you don't care about the sheep, you care about the money. And I remember just thinking, like, you might as well just put, and even the button, I think, said, let it die or something. It was horrible. And I was just like, you know what? Yeah, let it die. If that's the predicament you're going to put me in. And it was just such an obvious money pull, such an obvious cheap attempt to make me feel some kind of, oh no, you know, it was just a ploy. And I think any intelligent gamer would just see straight through that and maybe not click the let it die button, maybe look away, but just, you know, probably just be turned off the game entirely. But we used to see a fair amount of those in casual games, probably 10 years ago now.
And as Brenda said, you need patience and you need to be respectful with the player. You cannot bludgeon in your message in there because the player is not an idiot and won't understand that you treated him or her like that. So the idea is giving those breadcrumbs, this information that will help the player gain that insight about that character or that theme that you have in your game. And if the player feels that is interesting, he or she will stay until the end. One cool thing that happens with games is they lower our psychological defenses. So I, for example, use a lot of games in my clinical practice because it's a good way to kickstart the conversation about topics that one does not want to talk about. But since it's not me, it's the avatar that it's suffering that, it's easy to talk about that. And in those moments, the player might gain self-compassion, which is the end step of empathy. It's being able to project oneself in the other and then understand that I have lived through something similar, maybe, and maybe I can be compassionate about myself. And that needs patience. There is no other way to achieve that. And alongside patience, you need to show vulnerability. As a designer, because in the end, those are artistic creations and you are putting yourself in the game. That is like that. There is no other way around it. And vulnerability for the characters. And that is something that I think as an industry, we are striving right now. I think we overcome the illusion of empowerment and we are now exploring other themes that are, I think at a community level, more interesting.
That's great. Yeah, and, you know, it makes me wonder, you know, empathy in media is certainly nothing new, you know, in books and movies and TV shows, you know, there's that connection certainly. But it does seem like games have sort of this special power, right? Because there's that sense of agency and that sense of time investment, you know, often people will spend far more hours with a game than they would with a film. You know, I think there's something that's especially compelling about interacting with users in that way. I know, Ken, you alluded to earlier though that there's sort of a, you know, responsibility that comes with that too, because you can have this powerful impact and this connection that you can make with people and you know, powerful emotional experience that games can create. There's also a potential to have this be a negative thing, perhaps. And so I'd be curious to get everyone's thoughts on that. Well, I guess I'll start with Ken since you brought it up initially. You opened up that can of worms.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, you know, I think Brenda's example is a good one, you know, with the sheep and the let it die. But I mean, you know, we think of empathy as being a positive thing because, you know, that's typically what we associate it with. But it's really just a neutral process of you know, understanding and reacting to emotion and then trying to you know, to react to that. And you know, it's, you know, sort of some of the darker sides, you know, like look at advertising where they try to use our emotions against us to manipulate us into certain courses of action, or in the case of, you know, threat generation, like Brenda is saying, you know, I mean, there's some really strong examples. I mean, I had my own example, you know, when I was researching, you know, back when we started our, you know, project, you know, researching a lot of these sort of narrative games and, you know, a lot of the story ones, and they're, you know, be popular at high school kind of stories. And, you know, you go through and then you start getting, you know, sexually harassed by, you know, some bully at school or something. And you actually have to pay to deal with this harasser. If you don't pay to deal with this harasser, then you have to just sit there and accept it. And it's like, whoa, and this is for teens, you know, and you're thinking, so there are some extremely, you know, jarring examples of things where, you know, if we get people feeling that strongly, obviously we can sort of do terrible things with those feelings in terms of either manipulation or causing accidental damage. But you know, the other one I was talking about is a lot of these war games are getting so realistic that they want you to feel what it's like to be a soldier. Well, we know what happens to soldiers, where that's, you know, one of the things we're trying to explore in our game is the long-term consequences of conflict. And, you know, we're talking to lots of veterans, you know, about their experiences. And I've done that throughout my career as well. And, you know, they to a person say, you don't want to experience this. That's the whole point of what we're trying to say is how terrible this is. So why would anybody voluntarily want to expose themselves to that? And, you know, as we start to learn more and more about even that the therapists we're dealing with some of the traumas that first responders and veterans and stuff are seeing, you know, secondhand trauma is a real thing. And so, you know, again, we have to be really careful about, you know, how we subject people to these experiences and then how we kind of guide them through them, you know, so as not to cause lasting damage, for sure.
Yeah, boy, that's a challenging topic, all right. I don't know that I could add anything more to that than what Ken said. Yeah, that's a tricky topic.
There is that author that I like a lot, that's Peter Singer, that has this theory of the expanding circle, and he talks about the cycles of empathy. It goes from the individual to the family, to the group, to the community. And the cool idea about this is, in the end, empathy establishes itself as morals. So there is the emotional experience, but in the end, everything gets rationalized at some point. And we need to keep in mind that every experience that we give to the player is going to be rationalized in a life experience that may be impactful or not, but if it's impactful, it will change the player. And if it impacts enough players, it will change the moral status of society. And we have a lot of examples of that in history, on novels, movies, and things like that. So that is a responsibility. That is a double-edged sword. And the problem is that, as with any digital media, it viralizes super quick, and we don't know the real impact of a product until it reaches the market. And that's something that is food for thought. We need to keep it in mind. And it's an interesting topic.
One of the things. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I?
Please, no. Please go ahead. Please.
One of the things, just this discussion, I for some reason I keep thinking about the outside of the game and just games as cultural objects by themselves. My husband was one of the creators of Doom, and we'll travel a fair number of places, and he'll speak at conferences, and one of the things I've seen are people coming up with tears in their eyes, describing the experience that they had, often with their father, or a parent, their mother, their brother, or something, and just how much that experience and how much games are how they are more than just the game at this point in time, and that we are creating these cultural artifacts that people will be attached to, and that can go on to create things far beyond what we ever thought that they could do. Just some of the things we were talking about there made me think about that.
And just off the back of that, I'd love to just put in a quick plug for one of my good friends, Scott Jones' podcast, Heavily Pixelated, where he actually talks to players about how games change their lives, how they in some cases save their lives from personal experiences. And what's really cool about it is he connects them to the developer of that actual game and lets them thank that developer for the experience. But
what a great idea!
I mean, it's just neat to see how they move different people in different ways in different situations. It really gives us a sense of what we're playing for here.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's clear that as game designers, game developers, we wield a lot of power. And I guess, how would you recommend, if you recommend, game designers to educate themselves so that they are making responsible decisions, you know, because I think in some cases people just don't realize, you know, the impact that their products can make, good or bad, you know. But I think especially maybe the potential unintended negative consequences may not be something that's taken into consideration, and just, you know, how deeply their product can touch people maybe isn't fully realized in some cases, especially for games that aren't maybe necessarily developed with empathy and huge emotional arcs like in mind, but nonetheless will create these moments with people as a cultural artifact and just resonate in some way. And so, yeah, I guess what would be, what are your thoughts on that? And would you have any advice or recommendation for developers and designers in terms of how to educate themselves and think about this?
Man, that's yet another tricky question, because I'm going to give two answers out of nearly a split head. On the one answer is, don't listen to what people say. Do what you deeply believe in. If you believe that what you're doing is the right thing, and you think that you are and you are being true to the game. The first person who knew about Train told me that I shouldn't make it. And then the second person who knew about Train told me that games had to be fun, and that I shouldn't do it. And I, you know, I've still got, you know, hopefully a few games in me. But I think that'll, at the end of the day, you know, be the game that I'm most proud of, because it was the most challenging to make. And certainly nobody in 1993 thought Doom was a good idea. But yet it is, you know, it has lasted, you know, it's lasted for, well, and it's still going, right? But I do think that if you are going to create something, that you as an artist are responsible for what you put out into the world. I do think that things that we are not, things that are put out there, say, to deliberately offend or to deliberately provoke, like, you own that. And I'm not saying that those stories aren't possible. I mean, certainly if you look at books and movies and film, they don't have those same constraints, like has to be fun or whatever, right? I just think, I don't know that there's any training. I think that the best, you know, sometimes you just deeply feel it. And you make what it is you feel, and you just try to do justice to it. I don't know that I would set out to make a game that was deliberately going to offend people. It's so individual to the topic, so individual to the designer. But if I had listened to people, I wouldn't have made the games that I'm most proud of.
Yeah, I think that you know, if you're asking how do you you know, develop your ability to understand the impact of the game on people, you're basically asking how do you train up your own empathy, you know. And you know, I think really it's you know, first of all, it starts with diversity, you know, understanding a diverse group of individuals, you know, and understanding their experiences. For me, you know, my background, it really started to develop in me when I started interviewing veterans for, I did a historical flight simulator called B-17. And, you know, we had to interview veterans, and it really, that took me out of my own personal safe space and into these other people's worlds that existed, you know, half a century ago, but also half a world away. And it really started to, you know, make me explore, okay, why do I think what I think? You know, why do I feel what I feel? And how would those be different in a different place and time, and that sort of thing. And then, of course, you know, my development career had me, you know, halfway around the world for large chunks of my life as well. So, you know, I got a firsthand opportunity to live in a different environment and, you know, explore that. So I think, you know, just range of experience, range of, you know, sort of exposure is a huge part of it. But also, you know, like we said, you know, so some of the podcasts, like Heavily Pixelated, but there's lots of good books out there too about how games do affect people and understanding, you know, both the positive and negative things, you know, that way. But I also think, you know, like Brenda says, I don't think you can set out to try to, you know, I don't think we necessarily should set out to try to make a game that has a particular impact, in certain situations. I think generally it's about, creating first and foremost an experience that is true to what we're designing, and then, being aware of the potential pitfalls and benefits is great. But I think if you try to sort of head for anything like that, it very quickly becomes disingenuous. It becomes obvious that you're going for that either positive or negative, and it doesn't really kind of resonate. So I think, you have to be aware of these things, but you also have to kind of then put that to the back and almost design by, kind of instinct, really. Just you use your gut to sort of lead you down the road. And then obviously during the review process, you get a chance to kind of evaluate that. But I don't think you can, I think it's better if you start out, designing with your heart rather than your mind, I think is probably the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, I think as Ken pointed out, life experience is one of the most important resources that you have as a designer. And if you want to communicate something about an experience, about empathy, life experience is what you will rely on to communicate that. In the end, you are creating a fiction, and that fiction, that illusion, it's to be believable enough so the player embeds himself in it. And that's not easy to do. And you're not going to have a book that tells you how to do that. It depends on the theme, it depends on the characters, and a lot of things. And at the same time, we video game creators are creating cultural artifacts that are the total art. They include everything. And not only that, they include interaction. And if you don't know enough about the theme you're trying to compel to the player, you are not going to create the correct mechanics that generates those emotions. So it comes to mind, for example, in Hellblade, they use that claim that if you die enough times, you simply will lose the game. Save game deleted and everything. And it was a lie. But at that point, that served to compel paranoia. And that paranoia was the empathetic moment. So understanding that and then just work with that to create the right choice, the right mechanic, the right message. It comes not from a study, but from embedding oneself in the research and just trying to live that.
That was a great phrase, Hector. I mean, if you don't feel it as a designer, your players aren't going to feel it. Yeah, absolutely. That's gospel.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of nuggets of wisdom in everyone's answers. So thank you for all of those. So we're just past the 10:45 mark. So I promised that we'd open it up to Q&A. So if anyone has any questions that you'd like to share with our amazing panelists here, please let me know. I'll keep an eye out in the Zoom chat or Q&A or Slack. I don't see any right now. I guess while we're waiting for any questions to come in, I have a few questions I can ask. Also, I wanted to open this up too. If any of the panelists have anything in particular that they want to share or touch upon or discuss more, please, by all means, jump in. Otherwise, I'll just keep throwing my many questions at you, which I'm happy to do too. All right, I will take that as a sign for more questions. So, you know, I've had conversations before where people are very nuanced about the terms empathy versus compassion versus sympathy. I know we've been talking about everything very broadly right now, but I was curious if any of you had any thoughts about sort of the difference between the three and why that might be important, or maybe it isn't important in how you approach game design.
Well, when I'm working on the games about difficult subject matter, which are about tragedies that have happened, empathy is absolutely critical. I mean, I can't even imagine doing it without first spending a lot of time trying to put myself in this space and doing a lot of research. So for Train, the research was somewhere between 9 months and a year, and that's all I was doing before I built the game. And other topics, have had that same amount of time. But if you can't really understand it, I feel like you're just doing a tremendous disservice to it. For me, speaking more specifically with Train, there was a a picture. I was trying to figure out how I could get myself, how I could most closely identify. So there was a picture of two young boys that I spent time with every day. And trying to think, like, if those were my kids, what would I do? Trying to put myself, me as a mother in the shoes of a mother who would have gone through this event. And it allowed me to connect. It allowed me to feel empathy with her. It allowed me to try in some way, shape, or form to feel even just, you know, a molecule of what somebody at that time would have felt. But it was critical. If I hadn't have done that, I couldn't have made the game. Now, granted, it's pretty heavy subject matter.
That's great. So we do have a question. I'm going to jump into that, and then we can go back to this too if we want to continue this discussion. The question is, do you think that games that employ empathy can teach players empathy, or is it more of an element of engagement versus game design?
We hope so. That's one of the things that we're trying to do. And you know, I don't know as much as teach empathy. You know, we can certainly try to you know, demonstrate the skills. I mean, in our game, you know, we're trying to, as I say, use some of these nonverbal cues and get the player to recognize those and identify, you know, when their characters are you know, struggling and need to be sort of helped in a certain direction. You know, whether that's things like, you know, seeing bags under the eyes if they're not sleeping, or seeing a, you know, a bruise on the cheek if there's been a bit of a scuffle in the team. But yeah, I think the other thing is just encouraging the formation of empathy. You know, designing mechanics that reward players for recognizing these things and reward them for, you know, acting empathically with other players and you know, recognizing when, you know, there's you know, situations where they can you know, support each other and make a difference, both in the game experience, but also in the just the you know, community aspect, you know, in the broader sense. So anytime we can you know, create elements that reward and create that positive feedback loop, we're going to, you know, see a development process there. So yeah, I mean, we certainly hope that we can improve the empathy. I mean, I think people are naturally more predisposed based on their personality types. But yeah, hopefully we can actually create that, you know, positive development.
And there is that other thing that, no problem. There is another thing that any game is a simulation, and any simulation it's an exercise in learning that simulation. So any game is a learning experience in that sense. And at the same time, that learning may be good or may be bad. So, for example, games that use moral systems, or games that put you in difficult positions, but there is always an economy system attached to that decision. So, for example, it comes to mind this One of Mine, which is an amazing game, but in the end, there was that economic attrition constantly, and it dificulted all your decisions because you were thinking with your brain in an emotional sense, but at the end, you want to win the game and just rationalize. So, I don't know if those teachings are good or bad. The idea that I have in mind, and I think it's something that it's quite easy to wrap your mind around, is that you may teach empathy in the sense that exposure to empathetic situations will teach empathy, more or less, depending on the user. But you can degrade empathy. You can desensitivize around empathy. So we need to be mindful on how the systems may tackle that experience for that user.
One of the most powerful moments of empathy that I have ever had in a game, I'm positive the designer, well, I shouldn't say that. I would be surprised if the designer intended it to have the outcome that it had. So it was in one of my favorite games of all time, Civilization Revolution, and I was playing Gandhi because I like playing Gandhi. And I had built up quite a war machine. And as Gandhi, I sent an ICBM into, I believe, the Japanese. And I'll tell you how I remember it in my head. I remember that the screen goes gray when I launch the nuke, and then it shakes, and then this rocket, or the ICBM, goes up, and it takes forever. I mean, it felt like a 30-second gameplay sequence, but in that time, I was realizing, I was like, oh my God, like it gave me, like I built this huge empire, And then I decided now there are other win conditions, but I remember just feeling like I just nuked somebody as Gandhi. And that had such a it's still like, when I think about really impactful game moments, that one will always stick with me. And from that time, when I'm playing Gandhi, I will always attempt not to go for that super takeout option. But again, there was just something about the way that it was delivered, the time that it took for that action to occur. So I could really think about if it had happened like that, it would have been it would have been a much different outcome, but it didn't. It was that extra time that Sid Meier, in this case, gave it that really just stuck with me for the longest time. Or, I've seen being a mom, I've seen kids, who've lost their characters, or being really concerned that if they aren't keeping their subscriptions up, that their WoW characters are going to be trashed or something like that because they're so. Or actually, there's even more. Sorry, I'm getting into a TED Talk level thing here. The craziest one, I still think about this. I had a disc, 5¼ inch disc from 1981, that had my original Wizardry Party on it. And I decided I didn't need that disc anymore, and I got rid of it, and I still regret that decision. Yeah, I'm sure the disc isn't even readable, and they're not even real characters, but I still feel sad that I got rid of it, because they meant a lot to me.
It's amazing. Yeah, I think I feel like all of us can relate to that in, some case, because you spend so much time, with the games and the characters, and you build these relationships, and it is like almost like real friendships in a way. Wonderful. All right, so we have just under 5 minutes. So does anyone have any closing thoughts, words of wisdom, anything you want to share before we move on to the next panel?
I think in the end, empathy is a tricky thing. I think what one player can feel very strongly about, other players may entirely miss. And as designers, we have to be aware of that. I think that there are also some things that are cultural touchstones that can provoke responses, either positive or negative. And broadening our experiences or bringing in a pool of, broadening our experiences of those who touch the game in its early stages can benefit that. But it's getting players to attach to your game, getting players to remember your game years later and have feelings about the things that happened in the game or the things that they built in the game. That's the type of stuff that every designer would love. And if every designer could do it well, then it wouldn't be sort of one of the holy grails of game design.
Yeah, and I think that, it's really important to look at the different facets of empathy too, that it's as much about, reading and interpreting as it is about feeling. And I think, it's really important to give the player enough space to form their own opinion and to sort of evaluate that themselves. I mean, just looking at Brenda's example of the nuke in Civilization that really kind of, stuck with her. If the game had said, "Oh my God, you just nuked somebody," it would have been a lot less impactful than giving her the space to sort of come to that realization herself. And so I think that's a really important part of it, as well, is that you can have whatever vision and goal you want, but you have to leave enough room for the players to sort of find their own meaning in things and to, have their own experience within the framework that you're designing.
Yeah, and I would add that sometimes, and most times, less is more. When Brenda put out that example on Civilization, the game Defcon came to mind. It's a super minimalist game, and if you put your mind to it, it's quite fearful what you are doing in that game. And I use that in Classroom, and it's been powerful, the emotions that it can elicit with such little in terms of imagery and narrative. And at the same time, as Brenda pointed out, it's super difficult to achieve that. And the fears that need to be empathetic with oneself are the designers, because most times, as we've seen in the previous panel, most times we are going to fail strenuously. So the final goal of empathy is compassion, and we should be self-compassionate with what we are trying to achieve. It's the only way that at some point we will achieve that.
Amazing. Everyone had such great words of wisdom. So I think that's a great place to end it. Brenda Romero, Hector Fuster, Ken Hall, thank you so much for taking this time to talk about this very complicated topic. I know we just scratched the surface of it, but this was such a great discussion. It's a privilege to be able to chat with you, and thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you joining us today. That was a fascinating conversation. I really enjoyed it. I'm going to pass it along to Rachel now. Dr. Rachel Coward is going to lead the next panel, which is on ethics and immersion in games. And it's going to be a great follow-up to the conversation we just had. And I'm quite looking forward to it myself. And so we're going to just pause as we bring everybody in from the Zoom call. And I hope you all enjoy yourselves.
Hello. I can't tell if everyone is here. Okay, I see faces. They're coming. Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Rachel Cowart. I am the research director of Take This, and I will be hosting the next hour on ethics and immersion in games. To start the panel off, I want to give each of my panelists a chance to introduce themselves, tell you about who they are, what they do, and a bit about their background in game studies, starting with Dr. Celia Hodent.
Thanks, Rachel. Was not ready to unmute myself.
Yeah, sorry, you're first.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Celia. I have a PhD in psychology that I had in France. I'm French originally. And in the over 12 years now, I've been working in the video game industry. So I worked at Ubisoft, I worked at LucasArts, I worked at Epic Games. I was the director of UX, as in user experience at Epic. So I worked on a bunch of games, including Fortnite, that you might have heard of. And I left Epic in October 2017. So it's been 3 years now. And I'm an independent consultant ever since then. So I help video game studios, but also tech enterprise to understand how to make things better, more accessible, more engaging. And also I talk a lot about inclusion and ethics. I also write books. I wrote The Gamer's Brain that explains how to do that in video games. And I just published today The Psychology of Video Games that explains the psychology behind making games, but also the impact of playing games. That's it.
That's it. That's a lot.
Super happy to be here.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you. And moving on to Platinum Paragon, also a doctor. I have a wonderful panel of ladies and doctors today. I'm so lucky.
Oh, brilliant. Time to introduce myself. As you said, I go by Platinum online. I have a PhD in mental health research. By day, I'm a research associate at a university. And then by night, that's when I do my psychology and video game work. My aim there is to try to bridge the gap between academia and those who play video games. I understand that not everyone who plays video games is going to know what structural equational modeling is. So I just try to take information, dissect it, make sure people are up to date with things regarding academia and video games, just make it accessible, understandable, collate things. So that's what I'm all about.
Excellent. And lastly, we have Michelle, but I think is Michelle here?
Yeah, I can talk. I'm just
invisible. You're here.
Oh,
hi, Dr. Michelle Calder-Karas. We're working on your video, but at least we can hear you. Welcome. Tell us who you are.
I think I'm just going to make it short and say pretty much the same thing as Platinum. I probably got my PhD a couple years before her, but same thing, PhD in mental health research from a public health perspective. And I've been doing research on video games in clinical populations and how people use video games to prevent suicide, promote their mental health, and that kind of thing.
Excellent. So the panel today is called Ethics and Immersion, but really we're talking more about ethical game design and how it might cross into unethical game design in relation to the potential impacts it might have on mental health. So what happens when you try to have a clever title that is not descriptive enough? We had a lot of back and forth about what is it that we're actually talking about. So these kind of discussions typically come up when we talk about things like video game addiction, problematic play, the use of microtransactions, and the use of loot boxes. And this kind of blurry line is what we're going to talk about today on this panel. So now that I've reframed it a bit broader into ethical game design and its impact on mental health, I want to just briefly start this panel with an overview of the difference between immersion and presence. So we all have the same shared language as we move forward talking about these two things. Special shout out to Celia, who was so kind to take the time to help tease out these concepts, because I am very much guilty of using them interchangeably and also confusing them with engagement when they are in fact different and separate terms. So the TLDR is that immersion is physical immersion with your senses. So an Apple Watch would be poor immersion, but VR would be very good immersion. Presence is how you feel in the game. I like to call this psychological immersion. Celia might kill me, but it's like when you drive in a car, do you feel like you're on the road, or are you struggling with the interface? So presence can be physical, like how do you feel when you're playing your avatar as an extension of you. It can be emotional in relation to the music and the art, and it can be narrative, part of which being empathetic game design, perhaps, like we just talked about. So all of these things, presence and immersion, can play a role in engagement, but engagement is about motivation. Motivation to play the game. Is the game challenging enough? Does it put you in a state of flow? Is it giving you a good sense of presence and immersion? So that might have been more information than you needed, but all of these terms are going to be used in today's talk. So I just want to make sure that we're all have a general idea of what we are talking about. So now, enough with that. Let's get on with it. So in 2012, there was an article published by Elliott and colleagues titled "Video Game Genre as a Predictor of Problematic Use." Now, in the article, they found that player versus player interaction, competitive gaming, Michelle's here, hi, competitive gaming against other players in both first-person shooters, action-adventure, and role-playing games showed the strongest relationship with problematic play. And what the author suggested is that we should conduct more research looking into specific design elements and reward mechanics, such as those associated with competitive play, that contribute to problematic or negative outcomes. So there have been similar research looking at more role-playing games like World of Warcraft that found the aesthetics, the sense of presence, and the social reinforcement of play also contribute to kind of compulsive or overuse of games in a negative way. So I wanted to start with you, Celia. Sorry, usually I have you prompted as first for all of these, so we'll just get that out of the way. As a UX expert, have you found in your work that there are certain design elements or triggers that are particularly impactful for the player that increases immersion and or presence, but also may perhaps have the potential to contribute to maladaptive outcomes?
Well, yeah, so it's not my research, it's more gaining from the research of others. But for sure, a game that's going to be not immersive, but given a good sense of presence and motivating, has more risk to get people like super into it and having a hard time to disconnect. The thing that we're looking the most, so presence is going to have a huge influence on motivation, because of course you're more motivated if you feel that you are in the game, that you have an impact in the game. So we're looking at many things when we try to make a game more engaging. One of the things that we know might have an impact on what we call sometimes addiction, but I prefer to say pathological play, is if the game gives you a great sense of competence, autonomy, and relatedness. This is what we call the SDT, so self-determination theory, and it's all about intrinsic motivation. Turns out that great games offer great satisfaction in terms of competence. You feel that you're in control, that you're getting better. Of course, sense of presence has a huge impact on that. It also offers you autonomy. You feel that you can express yourself, and relatedness, you can play with others, etc. So it turns out that this is one of the important ingredients to make a game engaging and interesting. But turns out that some research has shown that that players in real life who don't have a lot of satisfaction for these needs in their real life might fall more into games to get that satisfaction. So that's one of the many needs that we have that is aligning what we try to do to make games better and impact on mental health. There's also dark patterns, but I'm not, we can talk about that, but maybe in a second part, but I don't want to talk too much.
No, I mean, that's a great place to start. Self-determination theory, I think, is a really important thing to talk about in terms of games being engaging. I'm going to pivot this to Michelle. So if a game is a well-designed game, then unethical, right? If perhaps that could potentially lead to negative mental health outcomes. Or what have you also found in your work in terms of kind of the flip side? Where do we draw that line? Michelle, that's for you. Did we lose Michelle?
Okay, unmuted.
Oh, she's here. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
sorry.
muted. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. There's a couple of ways to think about it. So I'll just talk about it in the context of mental health recovery, because that's the way I usually think of it. And it overlaps a little bit with what you were talking about with regard to kind of positive mental health and things that we need to satisfy in order to have flourishing mental health. So immersion from a health perspective, there's a few different things. There's the social environment. So being immersed in the social environment can be really good for you. It can satisfy needs that you can't get satisfied in real life. And, you know, whether you should be able to or not, like now in COVID times, who can get their social needs satisfied in real life? Not as many people, right? But if you think from the perspective of people who have specific challenges like PTSD or disabilities, this may be one of the few ways they can really connect socially and immerse themselves in a community. Second, one thing that I've looked at is this idea of flow. So flow can be great, right? Like if you're so engaged in an activity that you lose sense of time and you lose sense of where you are, that can be so refreshing and rewarding. But you could see where it could also cause trouble. But in the clinical populations that I've spoken to about their gaming, it can distract you from suicidal urges. It can distract you from drug cravings. So these are things that could be literally life-saving. So when we think about that aspect of immersion, the flow aspect, you know, it's often blamed for these problematic things, but at the same time, from a harm reduction perspective, it could actually be really, really useful. There's also, flow can also possibly be a factor in preventing the integration of negative memories, like after a trauma. So Bejeweled has been shown to work possibly to reduce depression, but playing Tetris after a trauma can interfere with the formation of memories. And there's something else that I wanted to talk to you about reframing and meaning, but I'm gonna skip for now.
Okay, we'll come right back to that. But first I want to see if Platinum wants to add anything to this discussion.
Yeah, just in terms of, I think there's a potential range of things you could talk about in terms of, what could be considered unethical game design. I think one thing that I find quite interesting is the idea that, designers and maybe publishers themselves, they may push the idea of frustrating someone or fatiguing someone in the hopes that you'll maybe spend a bit more money in the game. And I think that's quite a challenge in terms of games like Star Wars Battlefront 2, I think was one of the big games that brought this discussion about ethical microtransactions into the forefront. Because let's say you're a really big Star Wars fan, you want to be present in the world of Star Wars, you want to play as all these different amazing characters that the Star Wars universe has to offer. I've got some information here about what the state of, pre-controversy Battlefront 2 was supposed to look like. If you wanted to be fully present in the world of Star Wars and play as all these different characters, you would be looking at spending over $2,000, or if you didn't want to spend the money and you just wanted to earn it in-game, you would be looking at 4,500 hours. And that breaks down in terms of character. That's a full work week. That would be a 40-hour work week to play as one character in a video game. So let's say you punch in 2 hours a day after work. you get to a Friday and you're like, I am a quarter of the way to Darth Vader. I want to play as Darth Vader. So you just whip out the credit card. You're tired, I'm not doing this anymore. So I think it's interesting the way it just, from a design perspective, instead of thinking about how do we make this game fun, how do we make it engaging, the conversation kind of gets flipped into how do we exhaust our players? How do we get more money out of them after they've paid $60 for the game that we made for them? And I just think that's really tragic.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and also a good way to kind of shift how we think about it. It's not about making them more engaged, perhaps, but making more money. And it's funny you mentioned about frustration, because I know there's work that comes out of the Oxford Internet Institute that's found that frustration in games is actually what underlies these short-term links between playing a game and having short-term increases in aggressive cognitions afterward. So it's not violent content in games, but it's frustration in games. And I would be frustrated enough to just buy Darth Vader if I had to play that many hours, I have to say. So let's go back then to reframing and meaning, Michelle, if you want to touch on that before, because I do want to talk about loot boxes and microtransactions after we talk a bit more about problematic play.
Yeah, sure. And I think, you know, this aspect has to do with the, you know, the meaning that people were talking about in the previous panel of you know, empathy in games. So gamers that I've spoken to they've talked about how they considered how, for example, just the game mechanics can help them with real life conflicts. Like instead of angrily confronting someone that they need to have a conversation with, where they know it's just going to devolve into yelling, they can assertively say something and then, you know, kind of step back and just distance a little bit. And the person who told me this said, I learned this from a boss fight, where what I had to do in the boss fight was attack, gain aggro, and then turn the guy. So it was like a constant shifting, and he was able to connect that to something that he needed to do in real life. So it's like taking this problem solving from the games and applying it in a way that's really useful. There's also this idea where people can learn from the fact that, you know, even if I'm trying to work through the 12 steps, recover from an addiction, if I'm feeling super, super clinically depressed, in a game, I can be persistent. In a game, I can be an important member of a team. And if you're really at the point where you're suffering and you feel like you can't do that in real life, it could be a bridge, like scaffolding, to recognize that there's something different in you that you didn't really think was there. So those can be good ways to support mental health. But, you know, by the same token, if you're getting those things in a game, it's just really important to realize that there has to be a way to move on. And we have to make it clear that the things that we get from games, you know, we can't rely on them in a way that we would, you know, it would maybe be easier to. So then how do you identify when it's time to move on, when you have the capability to do things without maybe the support of the game, or like, you know, thinking of it as kind of scaffolding. And unfortunately, I feel like those elements that would promote that are really not that present in games. So those moments that allow people to reflect on how they're playing, or to take a break and step away, those are things that we could really spend more time and energy investing in. How do we do that? You know, like, what would that look like? So I've heard a little bit about it, you know, things like breakpoints. Those are really easy, simple things we could put in. But also just integrating things that allow people to self-regulate, and taking out the things that make self-regulation harder. Those things, they're not very ethical.
That's an interesting point. So there is a line, you're saying there is a line where designers may be unethically leveraging, you know, intermittent reinforcement or daily quests or whatever it might be, to keep their players engaged. And perhaps if we were to sit down with a bunch of game designers, almost as if we are right now, we might talk a bit more about what you just called as disengaging mechanics.
Yeah, disengaging, that's a good way to think of it. And one thing I would say, this is where I'm going to come down really hard. I would say if a designer is using analytics to determine who is engaging the most and trying to get them to engage more, or to bring in other people who will play like them, I would say that's unethical. there's no way you can justify that from an ethical perspective.
Interesting. Do you have Celia and Platinum? Would you like to add to that?
Sure. I'll go first. First of all, what Platinum was saying earlier is, to me, is what I call a dark pattern. So this is not like you were saying anything to improve the game in terms of make it better and make it more engaging. It's about making people pay more. So to me, that should be either a shady practice or definitely a dark pattern. But there is a line, and sometimes this line is clear, just like all the practices. Sometimes when we force players to play more, to be frustrated, so that they are compulsively like buying something. But sometimes it's not as clear. If you think of a game like a Tamagotchi game, typically it's a game when you have like a creature and you take care of that creature, and if you don't take care about that creature, it dies. Is this, by definition, an unethical game? Because if you're not attending to the creature, it's not doing well. Or is it unethical if we put too much pressure on the player? Like, let's say if the player has to come back every hour to feed the Tamagotchi, then it's not ethical. But if it's once a week, then it's easier to manage it. In that case, you have specific games that the specific design of this game requires the player to play, to develop, etc. And so this is when the line is not as clear. But we absolutely need to define these lines, and we need to define what is it we are. So in game design, we don't necessarily say things to disengage. We talk about what is it we reward and what is it we punish. So for example, you kill your enemy, you get rewarded. That's a thing that we do reward players doing that. If you quit the game, and while you quit the game, all your friends are leveling up, and so you come back, you feel punished. And so we think about these elements in terms of reward and punishing, and we don't want to punish disengagement. That would, to me, is an ethical line that we should not cross. And you have games like World of Warcraft. They did something interesting, like when you disconnect and you rest, when you come back, you have double XP for a while, depending on how long you rested. And so that, to me, is actually not punishing disengagement, and you're rewarded somehow, because if you rest, then you can catch up to your friends. So it's more framing in terms of where's the line. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's blurry. And also, what is it we can do to encourage players to stop and take a moment for reflection. And this is more about what is it we're punishing and what is it we're rewarding, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. Platinum, anything to add?
Yeah, this is really interesting. I kind of want to marry the 2 points, the one that Michelle made, one that Celia made. It's this idea of, not punishing disengagement, kind of incentivizing disengagement, and also the idea that was mentioned at the beginning about things like self-determination theory. There's some interesting research by academics such as Stavropoulos et al. And Mills et al. That found that people who, play video games to a sort of dysfunctional degree do so for reasons such as desire for achievements. So I did some interesting look into, the idea of, people playing for those achievement purposes. I want to use a case study from a game, Final Fantasy XI. They introduced a boss in that game called Absolute Virtue, which players had to sit at the one place, work together, and beat for 18 hours. So you're thinking people must have to realize, I want to be the upper echelon of a Final Fantasy XI player. I want to have that achievement. I want to be the person to beat Absolute Virtue. It's crazy to sit there for 18 hours at the one time to play that. So you think, they can't get any more ludicrous than Absolute Virtue. They absolutely got more ludicrous than Absolute Virtue. They introduced a boss then called Pandemonium Warden. And there's news stories about this from about 12 years ago, where people had to stop their attempts to beat Pandemonium Warden because they were passing out at their desk and they were vomiting at their desk. So that was, that kind of the older MMO, Final Fantasy XI. There's now a new Final Fantasy MMO, Final Fantasy XIV, that is directed by someone called Naoki Yoshida. And I just want to give a quick quote from an interview that he actually gave in the topic of things like immersion and engagement. He said, "It's all right not to play every day. Come back and play to your heart's content. When a major patch kicks in, then stop before you get burned out. So this was a series of games that was, infamous for these ludicrous 18+ hour, you have to sit at your desk that entire time. And now it's like, I don't want you to get addicted. Come and go whenever you please. And it's a very successful, well-loved game. So I just want, developers to know that they don't have to make sure they have the market share in time commodities in terms of getting people to sit there and play for the one time. You can have ethical game designers who don't want you to get addicted, and your product can be commercially successful.
18 hours. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. And talking about time and time played, because when I think of unethical game design, the first thing I thought about was perpetual worlds like World of Warcraft, games that encourage daily quests. But then it also has me thinking, is that really on the game designer or like a Tamagotchi, or is that just the way the game is designed? And maybe the line is, much more obvious. Maybe the line is 18-hour boss fight, right? Maybe it's not as gradient as it seems. Any other dark parts we should talk about, Celia, before we move on to microtransactions? I just want to know, is there like a list?
Oh, I mean, if we're going to talk about microtransactions, we're going to have more occasion to talk about that. Yeah, maybe to bounce on what Platinum was saying. Yeah, game designers need to know that, but also executives need to know that, because sometimes, it's not, these things are not coming from the game designers. They're coming from upper level. And so it's hard also to define, what is coming from the love of making games. And like you were saying, there are some games that require you to play for long, like D&D, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Typically, it's a game that's going to take a while, because the whole point of the game is to develop your strategies and to develop your character, and you need to come back week after week to play with your friends. So it's hard for me to say that there's a game genre that is unethical. There are games that you just play for just one shot, and games that are taking a long time. I don't think this is a problem. This is more of a problem if, for some people that we need to help and help them stop. So we should definitely try to work on that. And it's also a problem if you use these tensions to make more money. And in terms of like the 18-hour, that's of course completely nonsensical. But you have like sports events that's all about pushing yourself. So we do that in other areas, not just in video games, but when it's framed as a contest, then it's more socially acceptable. When we should ask ourselves, it's pushing a lot of people to do a long hours of contest that it can be physically very difficult.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to, a bit about what we were talking about yesterday with like crunch in the workplace. There's this idea of gamers have to be like so hardcore and for the love of the game in 18 hours and I can do it. And that's not good for anybody. That's not good for anybody. So really what it sounds like, what I'm getting from this conversation, it becomes unethical when it's exploitative for the bottom line, right? Now, before we move away from this discussion, I do want to go back to Michelle, just to see if there's anything else you wanted to add about breaking immersion as a way to prevent excessive play, because I know this is something you've talked about before.
Actually, I did, and I also wanted to comment on that last thing you said.
Mm-hmm.
So there's being purposefully exploitative, whatever, like, seeking these individual players who you can better monetize, or you can better monetize that player type. That's not good at all. But then there's this concept of, if someone is going to sit and play for many, many hours at a time, is there a group of people that could do that without any significant interference to their lives? Like, it is a continuum, and it depends on who the person is, where they are in their life, what their competing demands are. So then let's say you do want to develop an event or something. You were talking about achievements. I kept thinking of the World of Warcraft achievement that gives you the title, The Insane. Do you remember that one, where you have to get all that reputation with the Booty Bay Buccaneers or whatever it is?
It is the worst achievement. That takes so many hours. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's seen as a mark of honor, right? And we see that with other types of hazardous technology use, like binging on Netflix is just a huge joke right now, right? But how many hours has everyone lost of their time just doing that? Anyway, what was the other question? Breaking immersion, right? So that's one thing that came up from my research was this idea of, if you want me to be better at self-regulating, then, you know, let me set an alarm that just pops up a window in the middle of my beautiful exploration that says, hey, you know, 4 hours ago, you said you wanted to take a break in 4 hours. Or like, you know, don't make it so that I can constantly explore the sandbox world for more than an hour, you know, have something timed, or have something where I need to take a break and step away and see if I need to come back or I need to do something else.
So do you think that's something that should be put on the game designers in terms of integrating it into the game? Because this more gets into the discussion of, do they need to cater to the most vulnerable, or is this, or not, I guess would be the question.
I think I would say that now that we have an understanding of it, it makes sense to allow players the choice. And so if you're choosing not to give players that choice, then that says something about how you want to develop a game, whether it's the designer, which, you know, I imagine 90% of designers it's not, or something coming from the top down where, no, we don't need to put those breakpoints in because then people don't keep paying to advance or whatever. So yeah, I would say it's pretty clear that these things help. So they should be built into games. That is my, you know, that's my take on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like Celia was saying about World of Warcraft doesn't punish logging off because you get double XP, whereas other games may punish logging off or not coming in every day.
I mean, I know, honestly, I'm playing Duolingo the most now. That's the thing I'm playing. And if I see my streak freezes up, like if my streak freeze is in danger, I'm going to go back to it. But that takes me 20 minutes. So if you need to do your daily quest, or you're going to lose like a daily quest streak and that takes an hour, that's different, you know? I'm interested in what Celia thinks about that idea, though, like the responsibility of the developers and whether it comes from the top down and whatever.
I was just laughing because Duolingo, if you stop using it, you have a little owl that's sent to you crying. So they're not out of the woods in terms of dark patterns. Yeah, no, I hear you. I think it's a good thing to think if you have a game that is a role-playing game, this typical the games that it's never ending. It would be good to have a mechanic whereby, you know, the character at some point gets tired. And so you need to rest. Otherwise, you're not as efficient as, you know, at playing a game. That's totally doable. But then we have to think also that not all these games are engaging and make tons of money. It's actually, you have a lot of studios that are struggling to survive. And so it's hard to say from the beginning. You have to think about all that. Most studios, they just think about surviving. We should definitely lead the way, like all the big studios and people are the most visible should lead the way, and we should talk about these things, definitely. Yeah.
I guess I would ask both of you guys, if it's okay, or all of you guys, what do you think about the concept of, I know that, you know, as a person who has studied a lot of problematic gaming, it's gotten me a little annoyed that there are these international consensus on things from various people who choose themselves for doing the international consensus. But you know, it sounds like we are a group of people who try to see the nuance of, you know, each side of the ethical questions here. What would you think about if we started to pull together some suggestions to say, hey, these are some researched suggestions for how designers could improve the health, you know, healthy play for their players. And then, you know, that was something that we offered out there, because I have spoken to some people in the industry who've given me this, you know, the idea that there's really not anything, like any specific set of recommendations. So
funny that you're saying that, because with a few people from the industry and academia, we've started an initiative called Ethical Games. And on the website, we are listing a bunch of things. Right now it's just a draft, but this is what we're trying to do. We want academic people, so please feel free to help us out with that, to list, you know, all the things that we should think about really in a scientific way, so that we can come up with really clear guidelines to make more ethical games. So I know we don't have that yet. That's the reason why we absolutely need to do it. It's going to take a few months to put all that together, but that's the hope, that we can do it and then make sure that game developers follow that.
That's great. That was my segue. I was just setting that up for Celia.
Thank you. It was awesome.
Great job. Platinum, anything to add?
Yeah, just quickly, forgive me, I read a lot of research. I don't have the citation offhand, but I remember this really interesting paper that I read. You know, it was very simply presented. You know, they're like, oh, you know, dysfunctional gaming is a big problem these days, et cetera, et cetera. How do we manage this? How do we even begin to tackle it? And one thing that they tried was just they gave a group of people who were exhibiting symptoms of dysfunctional gaming Fitbits. And I was like, okay, you know, you can track your fitness, you can take control of your own life, you know, you can keep track of your sleep, keep track of your steps, things like that. And it actually did help lower the amount of time that they spent playing video games. So this idea of agency, you know, getting people to take control of their own life. You know, we mentioned the idea that, you know, maybe they're playing games as a method of obtaining achievements. If they see like a nice little graph that, you know, they've been doing more steps every day, then by all means, that would be given the same sort of achievement and a sense of accomplishment than what you would get from, you know, a little tick in your, you know, achievement log. So I think even something that we can make these simple steps, you know, it doesn't have to be this monumental problem that can't be challenged or broken down whatsoever. There's really interesting ways to apply the research that we've talked about in order to keep people as safe and as healthy and as happy as possible.
That's great, because I've also read research about, we do a lot of surveys, us researchers, about how many hours of games do you play, and people are very bad at guessing. So I bet the Fitbit is like, oh, I've spent how many hours playing this week? But whose responsibility is it though? So that was a research study where they were clearly developing an intervention. Is this an industry responsibility, or what do you think, Platinum?
I think that is a great question, because while I've been, you know, thinking about these questions, thinking about how best to prepare this panel, I was prepared for the eventuality of like, how do we tackle loot boxes? How do we tackle microtransactions? And at the very end of the day, you're basically saying, hey, publishers, hey, game developers, please stop making as much money as you do right now. Please take these suggestions to lower your income. I don't feel like it's going to be a very practical conversation, but I feel like at the same time, I think it's great that things like the Ethical Games Initiative is happening, because one thing I was actually going to suggest is the idea of empowering people, letting them know what's happening in their brain. So for example, this was a couple of years ago, there was very little research into things like loot boxes. I was just trying to give people as much information as possible. People were saying to me, Platinum, what is your brain on loot boxes? So I tried to, you know, give as much information on things like gamblers' fallacies, things like that. So the idea of, you know, maybe you buy 5 loot boxes, those loot boxes are a bust. You think, well, if I buy another 5, then that means I'm closer to getting what I want, even though it doesn't matter. You could buy those other 5 a couple of days later, a month later, your odds are still going to be the same. But it's this idea that, you know, our brains trick ourselves into thinking this. So I think because we're at a point where we might be asking people to earn less money, I think it's kind of our responsibility at this point, just at this point. I hope the industry evolves to be more ethical in a couple of years or so, but at this point, I think we should really be empowering other people with knowledge of what their brain is like on loot boxes and what they can do to maybe take control of their own patterns of gaming.
I agree. You're not gonna be able to go to the industry and say make less money. They're gonna tell us to leave. But I think by providing guidelines and providing information, and you know, with the work that you do, Platinum, with your website and with the editorials that you write, it's about getting that information to gamers so they do know that loot boxes are like a draw in the hat. Don't buy more. You have a better chance of getting it if you just buy more. So I think we should pivot to loot boxes, because I know we all have a lot to say about it. And I think that loot boxes and microtransactions are generally at the heart of discussions about potentially unethical game design. There's been a lot of legal discussions about loot boxes. Just to clarify, a loot box is what they call a consumable virtual item that the player purchases. It's totally random. It can be something that helps you in the game, like weapons or armor, or it could be a cosmetic thing for your player. A loot box is a microtransaction. A microtransaction just means purchasing virtual goods, but there are microtransactions that are not loot boxes, like buying in-game currency or you see what item you're buying in the game. So we'll go down the row of my wonderful panelists. Are loot boxes unethical as they are now? It's a loaded question.
Do you want me to start?
Sure.
All right. So overall, I would say most of the time, yes, but it depends on many things. First of all, if the loot box can only be gained using currency, so you have currency in the game, because that's the thing. You don't buy the loot box directly, you buy in-game currency and then you spend it on loot box and all other stuff. So if it's really hard to not be able to have that currency without buying it, if the loot box contains things that are really useful for you for the gameplay versus cosmetic, if the game is played by a lot of children, then yes, it's totally unethical, because we know that variable rewards are more engaging. Most of the time, it's not always true. Like your salary, you don't want it to be variable reward, but it's more engaging. And in games, it's been used a lot. It's used in any game when you have a draw of cards or a throw of dice. And in games like Mario Kart, you jump to get the bonus. You don't know what you're gonna get. That's also a variable reward. But it becomes a problem when it's used to create some tension and you want something and you might get it if you buy loot boxes and you need to pay for them. And children have much more difficulty than adults to self-regulate because their prefrontal cortex is not mature yet. It takes up to 25 years of age to mature. And so for children, it's even more difficult. So that's why gambling is not allowed under a certain age. It depends on the countries. So overall, I would say yes, but it depends on many variables that makes it either better or worse.
I think Platinum
Michelle?
should go next.
Oh, Platinum, go on.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to. So for me, I think that, in their current form, the way they commonly appear in gaming, I do think it is quite unethical. And in saying that, I'm going to address a fallacy that I see over and over again in relation to loot boxes. And it's the idea that trading card games like Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! Have existed for years. They're like blind draws. You don't know what you're going to get whenever you buy a pack of cards. A loot box is just like buying a pack of trading cards. And I don't buy that for two reasons. The first reason is the fact that I could go and buy a pack of cards for something like Magic the Gathering, and it could be a bust. I can get something that's either I have, a bunch of in my drawer, or it could be, a card that's not really applicable to the way I play the game. What I can do then is I can give these spares away. I can give them to a friend, get them interested in the game, or I can even just sell them. I mean, I've seen shops that have like wall to wall of, second-hand trading cards. The second thing is that, let's say there's a card I really want to complete my deck. And, I want to try and get it the quote unquote honest way. I'll support the developers. I'll buy the cards, see if I get lucky. I buy the cards, I'm not lucky. At the end of the day, I can go, you know what? I'm just going to go to eBay. I'm just going to get what I want on eBay. I'm sick of this, luck of the draw. There are ways for me to get what I want. So typically in the current form, if you get a loot box, you can't really give or trade anything that you have. It's tied to your account. If you get a cool skin for a character that your friend plays, I can't give that skin to my character. And let's say, for example, if you're looking at a game like Overwatch, let's say you really want to, as I did whenever I played Overwatch, I really wanted to play as the Anubis forest skin. There was no way for me to get that skin without doing the random lottery every time of loot boxes. I couldn't say, look, developer, here's $5. Can I please have this cool skin? Can I please play the game I want to play it? And to this day, I haven't played Overwatch in about 3 years, and I'm still angry that I never got to play as the Anubis forest skin. So in the current form, in terms of I can't trade or give away anything I get from the loot box, there's no other way for me to obtain what I want in terms of the random lottery. So I think in those two main reasons are why I consider them to be unethical. But again, we go back to the idea of, if we say to a developer, introduce a way for me to give $5 for a Anubis Farah, that's going to undercut loot box sales. So, what do you do at that point? It's just really frustrating.
those were some really good opinions. And I think one of the reasons I wanted to go last is because I'm still trying to formulate how I feel about this. I think until very recently, I felt like loot boxes were maybe not as big a deal, but now I've done a little more research into gambling and to behavioral addictions in general. And again, I'm doing the addictions with like a, air quotes. To me, loot boxes seem pretty close to gambling, but not close enough that you could definitely say they're gambling. And I don't like the fact that they're not labeled as being gambling-like, because then people are learning these, their minds are learning these gambling fallacies without really being made aware that it's kind of like gambling. So the idea that kids could start trading, like even without any money changing hands, they could start gambling what they have for a chance at a virtual something else. I mean, I don't think that's a really good idea. I think it would be fairly easy to label loot boxes as a gambling-like mechanism, even if you didn't want to say they were gambling. And I know that some industry folks I've spoken to are pretty clear that this is not gambling because no real money is necessarily changing hands. I think what Platinum was talking about also was that in a way, the virtual environment is almost worse for this, because after you have done your loot boxes, you don't have anything to show for it if it's not what you were looking for. You can't give it away. You can't do anything with it. So it sounds like, it might even be a little more difficult than the collectible type games. And other things like microtransactions in general, I could see a problem where if it's not clearly labeled and discussed, say parents don't know about it, then yeah, a kid can spend a lot of money. And maybe it's the kid who would otherwise be getting into some other kind of difficulty. But gosh, microtransactions would make that super, super easy if it's not really clear that they are present in a game, or like something that really helps with advancement, for example.
The no money changing hands and the argument that you always get something, right? Those are the two arguments that you always see about saying why loot boxes are not gambling. But would it be fair to say that it might be more accurate if it was framed as gambling, perhaps with the caveat of you can't sell them and you can't trade them? Like, I'm not sure how that exactly plays into it not being gambling. Anyone have any thoughts on that? Because I know that's what they always say. It's just, you can't trade, you can't sell, it's no money's changing hands.
It's like loot boxes. It's just like gambling, but it's not. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. But like Celia
so
said,
so first of all, you have games where you can trade them. You have sometimes secondhand marketplace, and just like eBay, you're not supposed to do that, but you do it anyway. So it's not part of Magic the Gathering to offer a place to do that, but you have secondhand marketplaces that do that, and you have a lot of online games that actually do that. And yeah, the thing about getting money in your hands at the end of the day, gambling is about, you want something of value. And if you decide that this has value in the game, if it's virtual or not, it's just like social relationship in the virtual space. There is still social relationship. So I don't know if the argument that it's a pack and you can't trade, it makes it better. Magic the Gathering, you need those cards that actually have an impact on gameplay. So it's even more pressure for you to get that, rather than in Overwatch, it's just cosmetic. So technically you don't need it. Sure, you want it, so maybe you put some value into it, and so that still makes it a problem, especially since this is not a game that is free to play, so you actually pay the game, and on top of that you have this. So I think it's a bit complex, and we should not shy away from terms. I mean, you can spend money to get something that you consider of value, and it's random. So psychologically, it's the same principle as gambling.
So maybe like just making it clear, this game has loot boxes, and loot boxes are like gambling. Even if you're not trading money, it's gambling. So some people like gambling, I'm not a fan of gambling. I'm not that much of a risk taker. But, if you like gambling, then try these loot boxes, I guess.
there you go. There's a good advertisement for loot boxes, Michelle. Someone in the chat said, was reinforcing what Celia was saying. It's about value. It's not about money. And someone else mentioned money does change hands because you're converting pseudo tokens for things of value, which can then be sold or purchased to buy in-game products. Whenever I talk about loot boxes, I have similar advice to what you guys have said. It should only be cosmetic items. I am a fan of reporting drop rates because, again, I think information is power. And I think those are things that the industry could do that wouldn't necessarily reduce their bottom line, but it would make it more ethical and more transparent. Do you think that loot boxes and microtransactions, I know that they are on the ESRB warnings, like it will say like game contains microtransactions, but do you think they should be things that are not included in games under children for the age of 18?
Yeah, for me, yes. You know, if you can buy the currency with real money, and then you can buy loot boxes with them, and I would say yes. It's not just like casinos. That's that the age is just helping making sure that it's not used on the population, that it's harder for them to self-regulate. It's not impossible, but you know, already as adults we have sometimes a hard time self-regulate, and so the younger we are, the harder it is. So if it's a game dedicated for children, it should never be any loot box. And if it's a game, you know, for everyone and it happens to have a lot of children playing it or teenagers, I would agree that there should not be loot boxes in there.
Platinum, what do you think?
Yeah, so in terms of, just to touch on a point that Celia made, you know, the idea that your prefrontal cortex keeps it developing until we're in the age of 25, I recognize that we're running, you know, we're getting to the 10-minute mark of the talk. So there's one thing I did want to mention, and I think it segues really nicely into this idea of, you know, people under 18 and things like that. So this is something I actually learned a bit more about whenever I was researching for this talk, and it was the idea of FIFA. So FIFA is an incredibly popular game, you know, especially, you know, with younger people. You know, I've seen like pretty much every young boy, if you don't mind me sort of stereotyping, you know, I find it hard to not meet, you know, especially where I live, you know, we're all a bit football, soccer happy, things like that. So FIFA is a very common game. And it was actually, shout outs to Gaming the Mind, they're the ones that actually brought my attention to this. There's a pro player, like a professional FIFA player, that said, actually this year I am not going to buy any FIFA points, and my sponsor supports that. So I did a little bit more reading into this whole FIFA points thing and the idea of, you know, the loot boxes and stuff surrounding FIFA. So the stipulation was that instead of getting the sponsor to pay for the loot boxes, they would instead give the money to charity. And it turned out that the amount of money that the sponsor had budgeted for that one player to buy their loot boxes for their competitive edge for competitive FIFA was €2,000. So think about this in the context of kids in the playground. You are horrible at FIFA. You come around to my house. You're terrible at FIFA. You know, we play online. You keep losing. You know, young susceptible kids, you know, they would keep seeing you lose, you lose, you lose because you didn't pay to win. And that becomes, mommy, daddy, get me the FIFA points. So because there's this social pressure, you keep seeing you lose. Your friends might be, you know, they might get, you know, pocket money, they might get, you know, €20 a week or something. They might spend that on the points, increases the likelihood of them winning. Happier kids. So this idea of, you know, FIFA points, you know, under 18s, things like that. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a parent under these circumstances. You know, just please, you know, get me these so I can start beating my friends more. There must be social pressure. There must be frustrations. So I absolutely do agree that, you know, when we're dealing with people under the age of 18, big red flag there. Big red flag.
Yeah, it's the social oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, Dr. Michelle, go on.
I mean, so those were two really good ideas. And I think I was going to say, okay, definitely not for loot boxes because that's gambling. So it's pretty straightforward. For microtransactions, I'm still not sure because I have kids. I remember, you know, they're young enough that they have been playing games where they've asked for money to advance in their games. But yet at the same time, I value autonomy very strongly, like unusually strongly. So if a kid wants to waste their $20 allowance on paying to advance, they get a $20 allowance, then that's what they can do with it. Too bad if they lose their allowance because they spent it on video games. But, maybe that's not the best, because like Platinum said, those kids are going to be coming to you and saying, please, I really just need another $5. And you're going to hear that again and again. So perhaps it is best to build in a little more other regulation for those populations that are struggling with it.
Yeah, especially since they want something now because it's hot now, but then in a month something else is going to be hot, and teenagers they need to have a strong feeling of belonging to a social group, so the pressure is even harder for them to manage. So I would say, I mean, spending $20 in a game is not the problem. It's having to spend regularly a lot of money to keep up with the social pressure, and it's always new stuff. So that's that's more of the problem.
Yeah, and I did want to say with regard to trying to ask developers to do something that would reduce their profits. I think one thing that we should be clear of is the profit level for the video game industry is quite high. The profit margin is very, very, very high, like pharma high. So I don't feel a lot of compunction. I know that there are many small studios trying to get off the ground, but I don't feel a lot of compunction saying, maybe it's going to reduce your profit margin a little, but it's time to start thinking in terms of what's best for your players a little bit and balance that with the capitalist nature.
We need to make them, because the problem, like, we're in a capitalist economy, and so they don't have any incentives to not do better financially. And in fact, shareholders are not happy if the money is not going up and up. So it's a bigger problem. I think all these things that we tackle is also the bigger problem, is that our society is not currently rewarding the people who do the ethical things to do.
Yeah, and it's tough to say that we need to use the stick instead of the carrot. But, I've been honestly talking with game industry folks for years. And all I've heard is, they're not going to want to reduce their profits. So
we should use the carrot.
Huh?
We should use the carrot, but on a bigger scale. Like, we should reward companies that are ethical.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I like the idea of like the stamp. Your game is ethical. You've passed these tests, and then parents will be more likely to want to buy that game. So that makes sense.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, you look at like fair trade clothing.
Exactly.
Fair gaming.
Yeah, fair gaming. Well, I hope that the ethical guidelines that you're putting together, Celia, that could become the standards.
It's a long road ahead, but yes, that's the hope.
Yes. Be sure you share that link in the Slack so we can all look at it and see how
ethicalgames.org.
There we are, ethicalgames.org. We didn't get a chance, we're out of time, but we didn't get a chance to talk about the social reinforcement of games, which I think is really important. And I know we talked a lot about children, and I do think that children and adolescents need to be more protected than adults, but my husband spent a lot of money on microtransactions. So it's not only children, so we need to consider a lot, but enough to make me irritated. So I hope everyone enjoyed this panel. It's been lovely talking to you three about these topics. And I think there was a lot of chatter in the chat, and we of course will be on Slack if there's any other questions after the panel is over. So thank you again for coming to talk with us today at TIGS about ethical game design.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and Michelle, and Platinum, and Celia. And actually, we're just going to say goodbye to Celia and to Michelle. And Natalie and Rachel, you are going to continue your conversation about a larger set of topics around game design research. I'm really excited. We have a very lively conversation going on in Slack right now. So I'm going to leave you to this, and thank you again for joining us today.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see the chatter about Slack. I know Platinum and I are very kindred spirits with the love of research, so that's very exciting. Platinum, I'm going to give a little bit of a longer introduction to you now that it's just me and you. If you guys are not familiar with Platinum Paragon, she's the creator of the Psychology in Video Games series, which bridges the gaps between academia and gaming. The series covers a range of topics, including gaming and mental health, loot boxes, gaming disorder, like we just talked about, the practical applications of video games, and more. She has a PhD in mental health and specializes in topics such as health inequalities, mental health help seeking, and psychometrics. I'm so happy to be talking to you today. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor, like, to just be able to speak to you, like, in my own little panel. Like, it's a tremendous honor. Like, I'm still trying to process it.
Yeah. We are all a huge fan of your work here at Take This, and now everyone will get to learn to know you. I think it's very important to take the information out of academia. It's a soapbox that I often stand on as well, and make it more digestible and relatable. And so I know we spent the last hour talking about ethical game design, but we're going to go a bit broader now and talking about game design and mental health research. You know, when we have these kind of discussions about game design, the effects they have on players, I want to start at the beginning, which is the crux of the argument that games are interactive. And I think the term you used is interactive narrative machines. And this is why they are special. And this is why they're worth studying. And this is why they're impactful. So what say you, Platinum, about this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the interactive nature of games is really important, and it is what sets them apart from things like movies, books, TV, things like that. So full shoutouts, it wasn't actually me that penned the term interactive narrative machine. I really hope I don't butcher this pronunciation. I'm going to try my absolute best. It was a paper written by Milton Plumbaum. I believe that's the pronunciation, in regards to games like Animal Crossing as an interactive narrative machine. And what they meant by this is the idea that nothing happens in a game without your say-so. So let's say, for example, I start playing Animal Crossing. I know I see my little dog walking around in a huff, and I'm like, why is my dog in a huff? What's wrong here? So it turns out they got into a fight with someone. And the other person's like, oh, you know, I feel really bad. I got them a gift, but I'm too scared. Can you please give them the gift? So because I talked to them, I know that they're mad. I wouldn't have known that if I didn't decide to talk to them. And now I have this gift to grab, to take to them, to repair the friendship. So in the space of about 2 minutes, I know that my dog was angry because there was a fight. I patched up the relationship and everything was great. So compare this to something like a TV show where, you know, everything is in our face. You know, we can't, you know, choose to, you know, not pay attention to certain storylines. We can't choose to cover our eyes in certain paragraphs of certain books. You know, we are in full control of this environment that we're in, and even things like role-playing games, we forge these wonderful friendships. We learn more about characters through engaging with them. For example, if it was a TV show, you know, the character development would have just happened before our eyes, but it's a very active process that we are involved in when it comes to video games.
But then, is it not, I guess it's not the same then as choose your own adventure, or, you know, I love the example of Bandersnatch because I'm a huge Black Mirror fan. How is that different?
Yeah, so full disclosure, I haven't seen Bandersnatch. I did a little bit of research on it before this. The thing that actually struck out to me the most was the fact that it has 5 different endings, I believe. I believe it's 5.
Okay.
I got really excited about that idea because I can think about the sort of wheels turning in someone's head going, oh, this program has 5 different endings. My actions have meaning. So I want to see what happens when I try different things in, you know, in this case, in the TV show. And I think the idea of actions having meaning is really important in media. So I've actually written a little bit about things like why, when it comes to video games, we like to be a little bit mischievous. It's not the case where good people do good things. It's not the case where bad people do bad things. It's all to do with primarily something called theory of mind. You know, we don't act like a bad person. Well, most of us don't act like bad people in real life because we understand how it feels to be hurt and to hurt other people. But when it comes to the world of video games, we can exercise free will, we can exercise choice because no one gets hurt. I can pick up a pig, throw it into the river in Wind Waker. No one's going to get hurt, but I can, like a social scientist, I can see what the outcome is going to be if I engage in that thing. So I do think, you know, the sense of control, this idea of seeing different outcomes is really important in video games because they let us exercise this creative outlet where we want to gather data on these different things that can potentially happen, but we don't want anyone to get hurt. We don't want any victims of our sort of social experiments.
Yeah, I was talking to someone just yesterday, and they asked me, why do so many people like first-person shooter games? Why do people want to go around and shoot other people? And I was like, well, maybe let's not have the example of going around shooting other people, but we were talking about Doom earlier. If you're going around shooting demons, exactly. First of all, you get the sense of achievement. I'm awesome. I'm killing a bunch of demons. But also, no one is really getting hurt. Yeah, that's an important distinction. So, do we actually have this control? Because isn't it the game designers that gave us the option, or that showed us, I'm going to put puffs of smoke out of the dog's ear so you know he's mad, right? Isn't it the design that leads you to make these decisions?
That is something I've been sort of having like a little internal revelation with myself over the past like couple of weeks or so. I've just realized just how much of my experiences with video games I should actually be attributing to the designers. So I actually have two main examples of this, two polar opposite examples. The first example, you know, going back to the nice, lovely, wholesome Animal Crossing. So there's an NPC in Animal Crossing called Sable the Hedgehog. You go to buy some clothes and, you know, she's sewing in the corner, just doesn't want to know you. You go to say hi and she's like, yeah, my sister's the sociable one. You go talk to her. You leave me alone. This is my thing. I do the sewing. But a player must go, oh, she doesn't want to talk to me, but I want to talk to her. I'm going to keep talking to her. So you talk to her a couple of times. You know, it might be a span of, I don't know if it's day 30, but you know, you talk to her every day. And then by about day 30, she'll be like little flowers over the head, like, oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. I should have made tea. I should have had a cup of tea ready for you when you came over. So you're sitting as a player thinking, you know what? I am a saint. I am so patient. I am a goddess on this planet. I am bringing this introvert out of her shell. I am amazing. But at the end of the day, it was the designer who thought, okay, by day 30, you know, Sable should be really happy to see you, and the player is going to get the nice warm fuzzies from the fact that Sable's opened up to you. But I didn't even think about that. I was too busy thinking I was the best person on the planet. But then the second example, you know, we take the nice, lovely, wholesome Animal Crossing, and we go all the way to Doom. We could not be further on the scale. So something in terms of Doom, you know, I'm really enjoying playing Doom Eternal. For example, you will go play a challenge area, you know, you defeat all the enemies in that area. So you'll be zipping about, you know, you've got the headphones on listening to the amazing soundtrack. So you finish it off, all the enemies are done. You're thinking, wow, you know, your heart's pumping, the adrenaline's going, you're just thinking, I'm amazing. I am the best thing that's ever happened to video games. Look at everything I just beat. You can't get better than this. And then you go to a meta stage of thinking and think, well, actually, it was the game designers, the level designers thinking, okay, we need this platform to be here so she can jump there and run around and pretend she knows what she's doing. There's going to be a health pack here because she's going to be low on ammo. She got hit low on health. She got hit a bunch of times. So this level, this challenge area, was perfectly crafted and QA'd and things like that to make it so that I could come out of it not even thinking about them and yet thinking I was the most amazing gamer that's ever graced this planet. But I do think I really need to be thinking about them. Like it was like a little internal revelation I've been having the past couple of weeks. I just need to be attributing more of my feelings and my positivity to the hard work of the people who made these games.
They made them so well. It's like, you telling that story about Doom reminds me of how I felt when I played the first Prince of Persia. I'm awesome. I knew what walls to jump on. I slowed down time. It was the best. And it's like, it really did not. They like clearly told me, like, there are cues in the level design that tell you this is probably where you should go and this is probably what you should do. But, you know, maybe it doesn't matter, right? Because we're getting the sense of creating our own narratives. We're getting the sense that games, which uniquely give us this, you know, visceral warm and fuzzies when Sable is friends with us, versus if you read a book and there's a person who's not very nice to you and then eventually they become friends with you, it's not the same experience.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just so funny to think about. Like, I keep thinking about the Sable example. You know, they must think, you know, this person's going to think they're amazing and wholesome and wonderful whenever we put that in the game.
But it's true. But it's true.
It is, yeah. I was like, oh, because I'm quite introverted myself. I tend to be the person the extrovert adopts. So in that part in the game, I was playing the part of the extrovert who adopts the introvert. But I'm the introvert myself, so I was taking the role of the extrovert, adopting an introvert. So how many different layers are we at this point?
A lot, and I feel like there's some empathetic game design getting
there
snuck
is
in there.
Empathy. We're sliding in the empathy.
Yeah, and it reminds me a lot too of my experience with Stardew Valley. Have you played Stardew Valley?
Because
so
I'm so far into the Animal Crossing hole, I have not yet touched Stardew Valley.
Oh, you haven't touched it? Okay. Well,
Not
you know
yet,
the idea of the game, right? You have a farm and there's many people you can befriend. Well, there's one person, I won't say the name now because you haven't played it, but if you've played the game, you're going to know who I'm talking about, audience. There's one player and I felt terrible, but he's quite rude. And I was like, ugh, I'm just not going to bother with my time. But it turns out if you are not a terrible person like me and you bother to become friends with him, his story is quite good. It reminds me of Sable. His story is quite sweet and it's really touching and it's really one of the better storylines in the game. So I also didn't befriend Sable, so I'm not sure what that says about me.
Just very quickly, there's a very funny point that I just remembered. I think probably one of the most hard-hitting things to me in a video game, which is so stupid to say, like to this day, it's one of the stupidest notions I have in terms of gaming. Probably one of the most emotionally impactful moments for me in a video game was playing Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Because I was just going around chatting to all these NPCs, and it was a bomb dressed like an admiral, so he was like a captain. And I was like, oh, what's this guy's deal? He seems quite interesting. So I went and chatted to him, and he was like, oh, just letting you know, life's not worth living. Everything sucks. And he just goes in and closes the door, and I was like, what happened to him? I will fight for him. What happened to him? So I became so invested in the game. I was like, why is he sad? What happened? I need to figure out what happened.
But see, it's that sense of agency because you feel like I can figure it out and I can fix it.
Absolutely. Right? It motivated me to play more. I was like, no, I need to figure out what the bomb's deal is. Why is the bomb sad? I need to fix the bomb.
Yeah. Games are really special in that way, that they give us such a sense of interactivity and control, even though, as we talked about, the control is very much predetermined. Even in games like Fable, which have really the illusion of control. But in the end, there's only a few endings that you're going to get, right? I'm a Final Fantasy girl, and it just reminds me of like there's many endings you can also get at the ends of Final Fantasy, but it's all based on percentage of completion. But I want to have the happy ending for these characters because I feel so invested in what's happening with them, even though everything is already predetermined. Games are magic. I think that's what we're saying. So, pivoting a little bit away from the magic of games, we're going to turn now with the last 15 minutes to talk about the video game industry and mental health. I know it was talked about several people yesterday, potentially the darker side of the video game industry. It could be a challenging place to work. And you recently wrote a piece on the destructive psychology of the video game industry, reducing crunch and abuse in the industry. And I'd like to talk a bit because as a fellow researcher, you were also a fan of evidence-based solutions, which, of course, is great. And so you talked about in your article a few evidence-based solutions in relation to crunch and abuse in the industry, and I would like to talk with you about them today. Specifically, there's a few I picked out: keeping a diary, keeping your contract, and changing how and who you hire. So starting at the beginning, I would love for you to share with us about keeping a diary and why that's important.
Yeah, I think keeping a diary of what you do, day to day in the workplace is important primarily for two reasons. The first reason is that unfortunately, sometimes we are in a challenging environment where you may have a boss or a leadership team who feels like the best way to lead is to make you doubt yourself, to fill your brain with negative thoughts, basically challenge reality. One of the examples that I used in that article was from an employee of the studio that I wrote about, Limestone Games, who was fulfilling 7 roles within the company. And yet he was told that he was attributable for their downfall. He wasn't doing enough. He was sleeping under his desk, staying there, 48 hours at a time. He was an integral, pivotal part of the company. But the management, the people who were in charge of him, were basically distorting his reality, making him feel like he was not doing enough for the company. Whereas I feel like in the testimonials, he talked about how tired he was. He was tired of fighting, things like that. But I feel like if he even just took the time every day to catalog how much he was doing at that company, that at that point, the evidence kind of builds up and you start doubting pretty much the abusers that are in your scenario, because while they just have, insults and trying to make you doubt yourself, you have actual evidence. You have evidence on your side. And sort of very quickly, the second reason why I think a diary is important is, let's say, for example, there is an internal promotion opportunity in the company, and someone say, okay, you've worked here for X amount of years. What have you actually done here? You could be like, haha, look at all of the receipts. Because at the end of the day, I'm learning this myself. No one is going to fight for you harder than you can fight for yourself. I'm the person who has like embarrassingly long answers to questions at job interviews, because I am making you realize that I will do this. I am fighting for myself. So if you arm yourself with all the amazing things you've done in the workplace, then it's going to be really helpful for you.
Yeah, information is power, always. More information is better. Overwork in the gaming industry, I think, is a real challenge. And I mentioned it before, and I know other panelists did too. And a lot of it, I think, comes from this idea of job versus passion. There's 100 people waiting for your job, so you should be working 100 hours a week.
It's awful. It's really frustrating to hear. I mean, like the panels yesterday, they were really heartfelt. They were really touching. It's just this idea that I hate the fact that people don't realize their own brilliance. I mean, someone is in a role because they are wonderful. They are fulfilling the role wonderfully. But they do get this idea that, because games are so popular, a lot of people, want to get into the industry. It's just not fair on them. They really need to reflect on their own brilliance. And I guess you could say that a diary would help them reflect on their own brilliance.
I mean, I think it absolutely will. We were talking about imposter syndrome, right? It's not just coming from the outside. It also comes from within. I've mentioned this before, that I keep a whiteboard. It's right over there. I keep a whiteboard of everything I've done for the year, and I keep a running tally. What books did I publish? What talks did I give? Because even now, sitting in 2020, I was talking with a friend yesterday, and I said, I feel like I've done nothing. And they're like, go look at your whiteboard. I'm like, all right. Like, your productivity is there. Even if it feels like you're not completing enough, or if your boss is telling you you're not completing enough.
I mean, if you want to talk about imposter syndrome, hello.
Well,
hi.
We all have it. I think that's universal. That is universal. There's a really good gif of Arya from Game of Thrones where it says, "Not today, imposter syndrome, not today." So I do think keeping a diary, keeping a running total, having that visual representation of the things that you do is really important, and for promotions, for sure. I've definitely used that before. If for nothing else, do it for the promotions. Now let's talk about keeping your contract, because I think this is a really interesting point that I haven't actually heard people really talk about before.
So in terms of keeping your contract, in terms of a personal level, I've seen situations appropriately escalated or de-escalated based on sort of the legal stipulations of the contract. So for example, someone may say, I'm due for a raise. No employer is going to send you an email, be like, dear so-and-so, it is now the time for you to get us to give you more money. They're not going to send you reminders to get more money from them. So the idea that in the contract, you're supposed to, consider evaluating my wage bracket, et cetera, things like that. But also there may be scenarios that I identified in testimonials from the gaming industry where people try to create their own rules that absolutely are not in the contract. So sort of probably the most disgusting rule that I saw in the testimonials from Limestone Games was that the women working at Limestone Games, the CEO was like, hey, you should be in dresses, you should be in makeup. It doesn't say that in the contract. Why would the women be required to have their own dress code? I would say, excuse me, It's not in my contract. I don't have to
Yeah.
have a particular dress code for coming into work. I am coming in jeans and a t-shirt. You can't get me to dress up and wear high heels. So that would have been a situation that could be appropriately de-escalated by saying, excuse me, it's not the contract.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what about perhaps negotiating away? I was thinking of institutional crunch in the contract, right? Because in the contract, there should be an agreement between, like, you work between this many hours a week, you get paid for this amount of time. And I know it's difficult to talk about this because, again, it brings me back to this idea of passion versus games. If you cared enough, you'd work 100 hours a week. But perhaps having that in the contract from the very beginning and having that on your side might be a good way to try and combat some of this. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't have it in my notes, but I know another point on there was about having strength in numbers. And I think that also is important when we're talking about this, if you want to touch on that briefly.
Absolutely. So it's been quite a frustrating couple of months in the gaming industry. You know, we keep seeing controversies coming into fold. You know, there was a situation with Limestone Games. There was also, the name is escaping me right now, the Lab Zero Games. There was a controversy regarding Lab Zero. And I kept noticing this pattern where the action was being taken because people got together, people started talking, people started sharing information. And I just think it's really powerful to, let's say, for example, you fear that your boss is gaslighting you, your boss is, you know, trying to manipulate you, degrade you, things like that. It actually sort of happened in the situation with Lab Zero. People thought, okay, my boss is kind of odd, but I guess that's what's happening here. Then they would eventually start talking to their colleagues, and the colleagues would immediately be like, oh, that's happening to you too? I thought it was just me. Mm-hmm. So the sharing of information quickly identified these prevalent patterns within the company. So it's sort of a two-tier system. It's the idea that strength in numbers helps you to identify sort of systematic patterns of poor leadership, you know, manipulative qualities, but it's also just good for your own mental health, for your own mental well-being. There was an example in the Limestone Games testimonials where a member of the management team was told to degrade the people they were working with, you know, like browbeat them, things like that. But because they were already close to them, because it was not in their nature to do so, they ended up bringing them tea and chocolate. So you can't really fight against the nature to protect those that you're close to. So it's both strength in numbers and also protecting your own mental well-being with those around you.
And how do you overcome the power dynamics though? Because I know for me, if my boss, Eve is my boss, she would never say this, but if my boss said to me, you should be wearing a dress, I think personally my initial reaction would be like, that is weird. But I like my job, so I guess I'm gonna wear a dress because there's a power dynamic there, right? This person is your boss.
Yeah.
Are there any strategies for kind of overcoming? That's a big barrier.
Yeah, I think the power dynamics is unfortunately one that many of us have to deal with. And I kind of, you know, mentioned that there are situations, you know, from an outside perspective, people might be like, well, you know, I'd never do that. So for example, you know, someone's brought into the company, they weren't given a contract, you know, they're saying no, start today. You know, you're already in the company face to face with the CEO. That's a pretty big power dynamic in itself. So it's this idea where you just take a step back and, like we all say, you know, evidence is power, information is power. In this sort of situation, you know, if that happened to you, you'd be like, oh, like, was there a part of the contract that I was missing? Is there something about the dress code that's missing? You know, can you clarify that for me? Because I may have missed that in the contract. So then that makes them just think like, oh, okay, so they've kind of caught on to the fact that, you know, I'm asking them to do something that I shouldn't really be doing. So I think, you know, politely challenging with information is kind of probably the safest way to kind of approach power dynamics, because I know people don't want to be unpleasant. People, you know, don't want to be confrontational. So in that situation, I probably just would have been like, so is there a part of the contract I was missing all along? You know, I didn't realize I was supposed to be wearing dresses. So they go back and think, oh, okay.
Right. And that's a really good suggestion. It reminds me of something I read once where they said if a man tells a woman a sexist joke, a strategy is like, oh, I don't get it. Please explain it to me. And if they have to explain it to you, then they realize it's not funny.
I've had to use that one myself. It's like, so why is that funny?
Yeah.
I'm not getting it. And they're like, oh, never. They always change the subject. Always change the subject.
It's about taking them out. It's kind of like a shock tactic almost. Like if they've never been challenged before, if they're, by an employee, maybe perhaps because of the power dynamics, it just takes them out of the bubble just enough to perhaps hopefully change their perspective. And I think that strength in numbers too reminds me of Riot Games, when all of the female employees banded together to instate institutional change. It wouldn't have been possible, right, with just one if they weren't speaking with each other. So that is also really good advice. Okay, now we have 6 minutes. I want to talk about changing how and who you hire, because I know this is something that Eve, the executive director of Take This, has talked about with industry leaders before. To me, it seems an easier said than done kind of piece of advice. But actually, you say something that I haven't really heard focused on so much, which is about using psychological assessments as a way to determine who you're hiring and if they fit good into the team. And you talk specifically about the destructive leadership questionnaire, which I find really interesting, and also more situational type interviews. Continuing, it's a long question. You also talk about transformational leadership, which was talked about in the panels today and yesterday. So how can we make the industry better by integrating some of these practices, by changing who we hire?
Absolutely. So I think, first of all, there needs to be an attitude shift. So this idea that, the best leader to hire is, like a strong, domineering, busybody man kind of thing, if you don't mind me saying that, but just this idea that, you need to get someone ruthless. So for example, there's a quote from an investor at Limestone Games, the testimonials that I was sharing in the article. The investor said, I just need the CEO to fire people and deny holidays. So that was him saying, okay, I just need pretty much like a bully for a boss. And that led to all of this trouble, all of this bad PR. So I think more people need to realize, of course, there's going to be so much damage to human lives, things like that. But to get investors, to get the money to listen, you'll say, okay, if you don't start cleaning house, there's going to be so much bad PR. Your name is going to be talked about in bad ways so often. You're going to get lawsuits because staff are sick and passing out and stuff at work. So this is all going to come down on you in terms of losing money and bad PR. So in order to clean up house, get more transformational leaders in, get out these bullies from the industry, ask these better questions at interviews, give these questionnaires to people whenever they're applying for jobs. Just these small kind of cost-effective things. So you're kind of portraying them as cost-effective. You say, if you make these small changes, you'd probably save money, but kind of secretly we're looking to improve people's lives. So I guess at this point we have to kind of masquerade cost-effective strategies as not making people sick at work and improving their lives. So it's just morbid to think about.
Yeah, well, it improves their lives and it improves their games, right?
Exactly.
We published a state of the research last year, and more diverse teams, happier teams, more satisfied teams, they produce better games. So we don't have to masquerade too much.
Absolutely. I think it's so frustrating when you look at the evidence, and yet there's people still saying, I just need a big bully as a boss. And it's like, well, good luck with all the bad PR that your company is going to get and all of the canceled games and things like that. So
haven't people watched Office Space? Nobody likes a bully for a boss. Old reference.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm old. So we have a couple of minutes. Is there any closing statements you would like to share?
Ooh, about the topic in general, or just
we're talking broadly about game design research. Is there, one takeaway for people in the industry? TIGS is wonderful and unique because we are surrounded by people in the industry. And I feel like that researchers like us don't normally have this audience. So is there something you'd like to say to them about either one way that we can help progress research in this area, or one thing you'd like to see them focus on? Or that was broad, sorry.
Yeah, in terms of future research, one thing I was kind of throwing about in my head is the idea of having the luxury to, in a sort of non-biased capacity, research sort of the residual effects and residual emotions associated with playing video games. Because I think so much focus is just placed on aggression and violence and just the same sort of spectrum of emotions every time. And, this panel we've had, not this panel, the conference as a whole has had so much interesting research, perspectives. You know, we just heard about self-determination theory. So people are bringing all of this diverse research, all of these different ideas, and yet I feel like the field as a whole is still stuck on the idea of violence and aggression. Whereas if we listen to the people speaking on these panels, you might think, well, is it violence and aggression, or is it happiness at achievement? So for example, there's a time where I caught a fish in Animal Crossing. I was like, yeah, fist pumping, you know, deeper voice. You could take that in isolation and could be like, oh, that's aggression, that's violence. But it was me celebrating an achievement. So I think, you know, people need to listen to, you know, TIGS researchers more. I know TIGS is very passionate about the idea of moral panic, things like that. Listen to these people, diversify your research, diversify the industry, and just, I love things like this. I'll never stop loving video game research, and I'm always happy for things like this.
Yeah, and then it's nice. It would be nice to see more of a shift on the positive. Let's talk about empathy and games, and let's talk about positive mental health outcomes. I totally agree. So Platinum and I are up for collaborations, all of those who are listening, because we need to balance out the research. We really do.
I'm always up for collaborations.
Yeah, games are wonderful and great, and we love them, and that's why we're here. And of course, we focus a lot on the dark sides, but there's a lot of light and love and creativity and wonderful things in games, and we want to highlight that too. So thank you so much, Platinum, for being here. It's been wonderful speaking with you. But now we have to go because other people have to talk too.
No problem. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Natalie. I'm delighted to have had been able to have this conversation with you both. We are going to now take a 30-minute break as part of our day. I want to remind all of you to please take some time for self-care and to get up, move around, maybe eat some food, depending on what time zone you're in, and give yourself a chance to let go of the intensity of an all-day conference. We will return in now 29 minutes. And just before I go, I want to also once again thank our indie sponsor, Two Dogs Entertainment, and Ken Hall, who was part of a great panel earlier today, for the support. And we will see you in just a bit. Hello, everyone. It's just a minute away from from 1 o'clock here on the West Coast, and we'll get started in just a second. Just welcoming all the panelists for our next
Oh,
panel.
Hi, everybody. They're seeing me on the YouTube channel. I'm like, hi.
Hi, there you are. Great. We are going to start the afternoon of day 2 of TIGS with a panel on why representation matters to mental health. And I'm really pleased to welcome you all. We touched on a lot of these issues earlier today, and so it's going to be really great to have a full hour to dedicate to this conversation. And so I will pass it off to all of you. I'm going to step away from this panel because I don't need to be here. Have a lot of fun.
Right. Hi, everyone. Eve is actually not your moderator. I am. My name is Tanya DePass. And I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll get into some discussion. And I believe we have 15 minutes for Q&A once we're done talking. So I'm going to go in the order that I see everyone on my screen. I'm not sure what order you see everyone else. Ika, why don't you go first?
Hi, everyone. I'm Eka. I'm the co-founder and studio director at Outer Loop Games in Seattle area. I've been making games for 23 years and started up Outer Loop to focus on making games about people that are underrepresented, like myself.
Me too.
Hey, really glad to be here, especially being on a panel with so many wonderful people and friends. So hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mitu Kandekar. I'm CEO of Glow Up Games. I'm also a professor of game design at NYU Game Center. And with Glow Up Games specifically, so Glow Up Games is a games company. We're making mobile games specifically targeting women of color first and underrepresented players. And one of the things that we also realized in sort of, my co-founder Latoya Peterson and I in starting the company, we're sort of in this ecosystem where we're, pitching to venture capitalists, trying to sort of go through that sort of games funding ecosystem. And one of the things we realized, especially if you're looking in the sort of $77 billion mobile game side of things, is that women are considered a monolith, right? So like women are 68% of the mobile games market, but it's like we have no idea how many of those players are women of color because the industry just doesn't care about us. So one of the things that we're also doing at Glow Up Games is trying to collect data on women of color as players as well. So I'm looking forward to diving into the discussion with all of you today.
Manveer.
Hey everybody, good to be here. Good to see everybody. My name is Manveer Hare. I am the co-founder, president, and chief visionary officer at Brass Line Entertainment. And much like Mitu and Eka, our studio is focused on making diverse products, whether it be games, TV, film, podcasts, and other forms of media that kind of represent on the marginalized groups. So we're focused initially on Black and Brown communities, but we want to tackle that intersectionally and care about the people at the margins and the intersections of those and tell those kind of original stories. And so, yeah, it's much like Eka and Mitu, kind of in that startup mode of having to do it myself. Before this, I worked at BioWare on the Mass Effect franchise most famously. And after 12, 13 years of doing that, of working in the AAA industry, it just became very evident that I had to start something on my own to be able to make the changes that I needed to see in my work environment.
Sachin.
Hi, everyone. Really honored to be here with you all. My name is Sachin. My pronouns are he, him. I'm of Indian origin, which I think is important for this discussion. I don't normally volunteer that. And I am a psychiatrist. So I work in London as a mental health doctor, basically. And I'm more relevantly part of a UK charity called Gaming the Mind, which is composed of mental health professionals who are basically raising positive mental health awareness through games and the games industry. And we've worked with various sectors, but I won't bore you with that. But the title of this panel really interested me just in terms of, can representation actually improve someone's mental health. And I looked into it, and I hope to construct a good narrative of how that's possible, but I also just really want to hear everyone's experiences.
And I'm your moderator, Tanya DePass. So if you've seen I Need Diverse Games anywhere online, that was me being mad about video games around 6 in the morning, now 6 years ago. I also do a lot of D&D, a lot of other tabletop work, and recently started doing my own games as well. Into the Motherlands is a new game and actual play that is started as of last week. And I started I Need Diverse Games because I got very tired of not seeing myself in the games that I play. And in thinking about everyone's intro, why did you even say yes to this panel? Because we talk about this stuff all the time. And while it's important, it's yet another conversation for a gaze of people who may or may not get it. So why'd you say yes?
I can volunteer that first. So, I mean, for me, it's funny because I don't talk about mental health enough publicly. And I feel like that's something that I, from a personal level, want to work to change. And I think, you know, I'm sure some other folks here are going to feel me on this. Like, the Daisy community is just terrible at talking about mental health. And that's really how I was raised. And, you know, so I'm of, you know, British Asian, Bangladeshi background. You know, it's not a conversation that our communities are good at having at all. And I'm still to this day, I mean, you know, we'll get into this, but I'm still to this day unpacking some of the trauma of that, quite frankly, and some of the trauma of that experience. So I think that, you know, I'm really pleased to be here, and, you know, at this point in my career, be able to talk about these things.
Cool.
Yeah, very much in the same manner. You know, our communities are not great about talking about this. So I come from a family of people with bipolar disorder. My brother took his life almost a decade ago. I've been dealing with depression and anxiety the last 3-4 years since kind of I left BioWare and kind of had a burnout there. So for me, like, there is no forward in this industry if I don't take care of my mental health. And I can't take care of my mental health if I'm trying to hold it all in and not talk about it and share and try to, you know, find the best ways to maneuver. You know, I'm very fortunate to have great friends, including people on this panel like Eka and Mittu. We've talked about this stuff privately, so talking about it publicly amongst people who already know and trust, and Tanya as well, you know, makes sense to me. And, you know, I think as a society, we need to kind of destigmatize these sorts of conversations, not just, you know, as gamers, but in our individual, you know, communities, whether it be Desi communities that maybe don't talk about these sorts of things, or Black communities, Latino, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I want to add to what Mithu and Manrira said. I mean, I've talked about this privately, but like, I think it's for a long time I've been in a survivor mode, just not realizing it. Been in the industry, and, you know, I grew up in Sri Lanka, immigrated to the U.S. When I was younger, and been in games for a long time. And I think for a long time, we don't talk about a lot of the stuff at home, and really being able to talk about this publicly is a thing I'm trying to do a lot more these days.
Sachin, do you have anything to add before we move on?
Sure. I mean, I just reiterate, I mean, it's very interesting as a subject. And also, I'm just so glad that you all are talking about this openly. I can back up as well that research varies differently on whether certain ethnic groups experience mental health at different rates to white people, but certainly we have worse outcomes, and there's various reasons for that, but one of them I can totally back up is that we address it within our own communities in a different way. And often there's a lot of stigma around that, and we have different hurdles to overcome in overcoming that kind of stigma. But also just this topic in general, I was thinking about, can representation within games really help our mental health? And yeah, mental health is affected by our brains, by our psychology, and by social factors. So yeah, social factors such as media might have an effect. And the best example I can come up with is eating disorders, which are definitely fueled by the media we observe and the type of bodies we see on screen. So if not that, then why not other things as well?
And for me, I accepted, because I also forgot my introduction, I am a Take This ambassador, because we just don't talk about it openly as much as I'd like to in Black communities. Even when my mom was still alive and we tried to talk about grief therapy, she just wouldn't hear of it. And I got very much that's not a thing we do. That is something white folks do. And it's like, well, I still am grieving, so I still need to deal with this. And it's just one of those things where it's like, it's an opportunity to talk about it. And, you know, since we're talking about this in terms of representation, when I say it, I'm talking about something that's good, not just we color swapped someone into a brown palette and here's your representation. I mean, when you can tell that someone Black or POC was involved in the creation of a character, of a game, and it comes through very clearly. What does that mean for you in terms of mental health versus the 99.9% of games and other media that we get that is just all white produced or aimed at a white gaze? Because frankly, a lot of people just act like we either don't exist or that we should be glad for crumbs.
I want to tackle this from a design perspective at the very minimum, which would be, you know, a lot of games, they kind of give you either a blank avatar or a character to customize. You know, I worked on the Mass Effect franchise, and you could make your Shepard look like however you wanted to. And so one of the first things I did was make him look like a darker skinned, didn't look exactly like me because I wasn't trying to make myself, but like somebody who I could relate to a little bit more. And I think we're all looking for that level of relatedness that allows us to kind of embody that character and then that world that we're in. And I think it's important. And then when you're coming from communities that are completely underrepresented in the medium, it's really difficult to find it in a multitude of games. And so when you find it in even just one game, you sometimes gravitate towards it even when it's not the game you love the most because of that aspect. So like, I don't know, you know, the clinical side of it in any of this, but as a designer, I always just think like, what are the tools I can give players for them to feel like they embody these characters and are kind of living this world and kind of engrossed in this world. And I think representation has to be there because we live in a global multicultural society nowadays. You know, the advent of social media with all of its negatives has a bunch of positives, which is groups are able to start finding each other that weren't, you know, usually finding each other, have voices, speak out, and, you know, kind of gain stature, power, or at least, you know, some amount of influence as a result of that. And I think now we're finally realizing, you know, as a industry, that we need to be catering towards these people, you know, and if you want to be very, you know, crass about it, from a business perspective, you need to be catering to these people. And then for people, I think for everybody on this panel, it's just, it hits home for us. Like, this is our lived experiences. Like, as you know, Asians, South Asians who grew up, for me, I grew up in the US and right outside Washington, DC. You're not used to seeing yourself in anything, right? Like, all I saw myself was Apu, the savage Indians in Indiana Jones, which then got me asked why don't I eat monkey brains at the lunch table in elementary school, and things like that. So like, you know, this America specifically is a very black and white society, and finding all the kind of grays in between is important, and it's important to include all of these sorts of things, and then look outside of race as well for the marginalization and the other ways to kind of tackle this.
Mm-hmm.
So to chime in on, yeah, you know, it's funny what you said, Tanya, about because, you know, we're very much in pitching mode right now at Glow Up Games. And so, you know, it's like very often that we'll go and talk about what we do, myself and Latoya, and people will bring up the assumption that people have is that, oh, we're just making like existing kinds of games and just sticking a black or brown avatar in there and just, you know, color swapping it, and that's fine. And we're like, no, that's not what we're about. To give you an example, so the first game that we're making as a studio is the official tie-in game for HBO's hit TV show Insecure. So we are very lucky to be doing that, very grateful to be doing that. And, you know, in the sense of being able to support a show, the ecosystem of a show that is very much about just like, you know, this young Black woman living in South LA. And, you know, one of the things about the show, the themes of the show itself, is about showing up for yourself and showing up for your friends. And we wanted to very much mechanically recreate that experience. So, you know, the thing that we're working on, and we've, you know, announced the game, we've shared some gameplay from it, is so one of the things that Issa Rae's character, Issa D, does in the show is she will rap at herself in the mirror to get herself hyped up, to tackle things like, you know, talking to like romantic entanglements or, you know, co-workers, etc., things like that. So we basically made a rap simulator game, which is all about like the better you get at, you know, putting these rap verses together, the more hyped up you get, and you can sort of spend that as currency in the game. And for us, we were like, you know, how do we mechanically represent Black and brown joy? And like, that's something that's so important to us in terms of like, hey, let's create experiences where you're seen and seen truly, and, you know, you're more than your trauma, which is, I think, definitely a subject that we need to tackle in this discussion, and I'm sure we'll come back to that. But yeah, I just wanted to speak to that point.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, our first game as our studio is a game called Falcon Age. It's a game about a South Asian young woman growing up in a post-colonial setting. It's sci-fi, but it's very much about British imperialism in South Asia and Sri Lanka. And one of the main characters that you talk to is your auntie, and we wanted to have like, I know I grew up in Sri Lanka, you know, but there's like this idea of a South Asian auntie that is kind of a tropey, but also is very common and realistic, especially in my life. So like, I wanted to have that kind of character represented in a game, which I haven't seen. So it's not just colorizing a character, it's also like bringing in the culture and that experience and information, even in a fictional setting. I think, you know, borrowing from reality and things we're familiar with will hopefully give a different perspective, and that's what we're seeing based on the feedback.
And what's great about, I think, what Eka and Mitsu are doing is like all three of us have studios and we're making games at kind of different budget levels, for lack of a better term. And it kind of creates the, we're kind of showing that this is viable from a multitude of different angles. Because like one of the first things like my mother asked me is like, why don't you make so my first project is this game Corner Wolf, and it's in 90s Harlem around the war on drugs, and stars like a Afro-Latina a Dominican mixed with an African-American woman and her life. And one of the first things like my mother asked is like, why don't you make a game about like Punjabi people? Why don't you make a game about us? And I'm like, because at the budget level I'm trying to go at, I can't sell it easily. What I can do is make something that's a little bit more, you know, that still kind of stands for the kind of things I have, and have side characters and build that. And folks like Eka and Mittu are kind of showing this other case by having some South Asian characters and things like that in their games. And eventually, you know, hopefully we get to the point where we're not just having to, you know, take smaller budgets, that we can maybe making AAA games and stuff like that and star these characters, that Falcon Age could be a massive game versus a mid-tier game, which is still great as a mid-tier game. You know, the team did an amazing job. There's no shade on any of that, but we need to exist at all levels of this industry. It can't just be white men shooters at the top level, and then all the brown people are literally financially down below.
Absolutely.
I think one of the things I want to sort of add to that as well is, yeah, we have all, like, I'm sure all of us here who have grown up playing games, we've all played as so many different white men, and nobody asks us, like, can we empathize with those characters? Like, we're just expected to. We always have been expected to, right? But I think there's something interesting in sort of what your mum said, Manveer, about, you know, making a game about Black culture as opposed to Punjabi culture, which is like, actually, I still think there's like, and I'm sure you all feel me as well, like there is something to the ways in which we as minorities can relate to each other's experiences as well, right? And relate to shows and games and representations of beyond, you know, those of our own, but because they're still outside of that white mainstream. I know I love watching like TV shows, which, you know, which is why I'm a fan of Insecure as well. Like, and, you know, again, this is a conversation which I had to sort of prove to a white investor, sorry to frame everything in terms of this is the mode we're in, where, you know, this assumption was like, oh, if you make a show that's a tie-in, if you make a game that's a tie-in to a Black TV show, are you only going to get like, you know, African-American audiences? And, you know, surely you should be making, yeah, a game about a South Asian character or whatever, which was like, well, no, because the reason that I relate so much to, like, whether it's Insecure or whether it's like Kim's Convenience, which is a great TV show about like about having immigrant parents, like these stories, we can find similarities in them because they're about ultimately existing outside of that white hegemony, and that is so important for us to tell stories for to each other about each other's experiences.
Yeah, the universality of the experiences of immigrants, immigrant families in this country, like I've connected so much over that with people who are not from the similar backgrounds at all. And it's just so important because like, it's like you start talking, it's like, oh, you get me, I get you. I don't have to like start at 101 and explain who I am, where I came from and stuff. Like we can just talk, you understand I'm loud and I come from a loud people culture, and that's not a bad thing where I come from, right? Versus you go do that sometimes in the office place, maybe you get branded, you know, the loud problematic person. So I absolutely agree with you.
I think it's great that what Eka says about Falcon Age addressing colonial narratives, because this is something that we need to look at in terms of narratives which are created by European supremacy and superiority, because this all plays into, and the seeds are deep, and they the trees that branch from it are the discrimination and inequality that we see today. And if there's one thing I know is a determinant of mental illness, it's inequality. So poverty, homelessness, joblessness, inequality in education, in healthcare, in reproductive rights. And almost all of this is worsened when you are an ethnic minority or when you are a sexual minority or a gender minority. And so part of tackling these inequalities is tackling the colonial roots of it.
And that actually goes really well into our next question, because we all kind of touched on why it's important to us, but none of us, it's not like all of us just started making games and like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, this is why it's important. We all had to have that moment of, oh, this is why this matters. And, you know, of course, if it's not too personal, do you mind sharing like a moment in either gaming or making games of when representation being important crystallized for you?
I mean, one thing I want to point to is, so I did at a GDC Game Developers Conference 2013, 7 years ago now. Wow! I was invited to do one of the rant sessions, and this is a moment when we had started having these conversations about gender representation in games. You know, like more and more folks were talking about it. We were having reckonings with that. You know, just starting to have reckonings with that, and the thought part crossed my mind of, you know, there's a strand of myself that I'd been like chiming in on all the gender representation conversations for sure. But then the thought kind of sparked in my head, like, do I want to talk about race representation? Would that be drawing attention to the fact that I'm a brown woman, right? Which, like, let's speak about survival. Like, you survive by trying to actively not draw attention to that fact, even though everyone knows it. It's ridiculous. It's the ways that we come up in this space, right? So you know, that was a real moment of personal reckoning for me, that I stood up, you know, for like 10 minutes or whatever in front of a room of game developers and ranted about race representation in games. And that was I had to lean into a lot of personal discomfort doing that, because, you know, I'd realized all of the ways in which I'd sort of, you know, made myself small in terms of my identity for so much of my life up till that point, and so as to survive. And I think that since then, and, you know, I think it's an ongoing process still. Like I said earlier on, I'm still thinking a lot to this day about the trauma of having, you know, grown up as someone with my identity. And, you know, it's an ongoing process. So, but I think, yeah, for me, that was like a moment.
For me, I actually spoke at DICE in like 2008 on representation. Hilariously, so it was like I remember it was broadcast on G4 TV when that it still existed. I guess that's coming back, but And there was another person, Naveed Kansari, who used to work at Rockstar, was one of the directors on the Grand Theft Auto 3 series, who was a great guy. And when they put our name cards on the TV under our name, under Naveed, they put Manveer Hair. And under me, they put Naveed. I'm like, there's 2 brown people on this panel, and you switched us. And we're like, this is a professional panel. It's supposed to be one of the top conferences in the world for our industry. It's things like that that happen all the time, where you kind of take the microaggressions, or even you try to push for design inside your company, but you're inside of a monoculture, and pushing for change inside of a monoculture is often very difficult and is a great path to mental health issues from my personal experience. So one example would be on, Mass Effect 3 I worked on, and it shipped, and, we were generally happy with the way that went, obviously, ending issues aside. And we started on Mass Effect, what became Mass Effect Andromeda, which is very different. And one of the first things I pushed for was, hey, in the character creator, I want different hairstyles. I want hairstyles that represent African origin hair, 4C, 4B, curl patterns, things like that. I want, not just the afro and the same 2 dreads and all of that. And I remember at the very end of the project, I was already done. Like, I was basically, I'm like, the second this ships, I'm out of here. Like, I'm done. And I remember seeing the first version of the character creator come up, and same European version hairstyles and the bald and like the 1 or 2 ethnic things. And it's just like, okay, so you all agreed with me verbally for 3 years. We talked about this. We've been doing this, and still ain't nobody changing it. And it doesn't matter to you because you don't get it. And because your teams are not diverse and they're from monocultures, their problems. And when someone like me speaks out, I get upset. So I speak forcefully. So then I become a problem inside the company. And then that's how the monoculture kind of keeps itself. You become a cultural problem. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. And I have like dozens of examples like that throughout my 15-year career. So I think just like living in this country and in this industry, working in this industry as a Desi man, and having to deal with the struggles I've had while still, being a cis hetero male and having all those privileges, shows me like how hard it must be for people who don't even have that, who don't have the notoriety or even the experience and level. So it was just that, hey, we gotta do things differently, and change from within is not going to happen. So, I gave up on trying to, I worked for Activision and EA, and I gave up on that, on that, like, hey, to do it that way. And how do I build my own competitor?
Yeah, just to add on to that. So I came to the States when I was 8. My parents, there was a civil war going on in Sri Lanka. My parents wanted for me and my brother and sister to have a better life. So we moved to the States. And so the work ethic, work hard and you'll be rewarded. Like that was their, approach. And that's the thing that I think I kept with me. And I still do for a long time. And my, survivalship, I think, is like, if I just work my butt off, then someone will reward me for it. And I think it took me a long time, and 23 years in games, and I was only 1 or 2 of Black or brown folks on any team, which was 99% white males. I think not till like 5-6 years ago, I realized, listen, I'm working my butt off. I'm working harder than a lot of these folks, but like I'm not getting the same sort of opportunities to lead a team or things like that. And that's sort of like a realization, which took me a long time. I think some folks have probably learned that a lot earlier, but like it took me a long time to realize it's not just about working hard. It's like working with the right team and the right people. And that's one of the reasons I decided to start our own studio, because I was like, I'm not getting these opportunities that I normally would on these teams. And only way to change it is be the change.
I mean, for me personally, I guess I have to echo what Manveer was saying, is that I grew up just not expecting for there to be brown heroes, especially within the protagonist role. And then my first experience, I guess, is Dalsim within Street Fighter 2, who is just a complex character in terms of he's a point of pride and a point of shame, in terms of that there is a mixture of the stereotypy of like, he's a yogi who breathes fire, he stretches, he's super starved in certain areas of his body, but also he is pretty much the representation, and he's badass. And so he's not there's not a binary of getting it right or wrong, but there's a mixture. There's a complex thing for us. But that ties into the fact that, you know, I generally play Japanese games, and what that means for me is that for a long time I didn't expect POC representation until I started thinking about, well, what ethnicity are these people? And the answer is, if you're not consciously thinking of them as Black or brown, then they're default race, you know, they're white. Even if they are made, you know, in Asia, or at least, you know, they're not meant to evoke an ethnicity to you, which just, you know, got me then realizing at some point when I was able to create my own characters, I was making them brown, not through any conscious decision, but like I must have been trying to identify with something there. So I think there's something powerful there. And just to make it clinical, we know that people who immigrants, do have higher rates, not of all mental illnesses, but of psychosis. And then generations following on from immigrants, so generation 1.5 or second generation people do have higher rates of mental illness. And there's so many causes for this, obviously, but one of them, because it happens to subsequent generations, is suspected to be othering and having to acculturize to another country. And so, again, very conceptual and not really backed up by further research, but you'd have to think that helping people maintain their cultural identity once they've gone to a different country would theoretically help their mental health. And so we're not just looking for different skins on people, we're looking for cultural validation in these representations.
And it's interesting you say that, because I think as people who families immigrated, you know, my family immigrated, my grandparents immigrated from India to England when my parents were children. I was born in England and moved to the US when I was 1. So I only know the US really. I don't speak Punjabi. I'm very Americanized. I don't have those cultural links in the same way. Like I went to temple and stuff on Sundays when I was a kid, but there's a lot of things missing because I didn't grow up in this tight community. And interestingly, I just ended up connecting with the people who were around, who were more of like the Black kids and like the Black culture in the region, and found a home there. And then now as an adult, I'm having to kind of do that roundabout thing of like, oh, I've like kind of skipped my own culture, because part of it was when I was a kid, I was ashamed. I was taught to be ashamed of it by the rest of society. And now having to go, oh, not only am I not ashamed, but like I'm extremely proud of who my people are and where we're from and all that. But also I got to learn. I have to do my own like soul searching and figuring that all out. And I think, you know, I'm not going to say that everything would have changed had there been games with my people in them from day one, but I think that would have been one small step to not feeling that level of shame when I was like 7, 8 years old. Or, you know, talk about Street Fighter. Now I remember we would play, I loved Blanca, was my favorite character. And every time I'd go to the kids' houses down the street, hey, you got to play as Dalsum. I'm like, why? Why I got to play as Dalsum? Like, why I got to be him? And it was just like, you know, it was funny to them. And these were my quote unquote, you know, friends, but this was like living in kind of a slightly more rural area in elementary school with white kids. So I think those levels of like how the diaspora has existed and how generationally we have changed and how our children would change. And, you know, it's, you know, that the further along you get away from being from the motherland, the more the culture has changed and shifted. And it's not a bad thing, but we need the ability to be able to be proud and remember where we're from and have that be, you know, something that we can speak to.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of Street Fighter characters, I was always like, do I feel more represented by Chun-Li or Dhalsim? I don't know, I'm gonna pick one. But yeah, I mean, you know, to your point, Sachin, about sort of Japanese games and the representation within those is interesting because, you know, I think that's also a result of global colorism, right? And, you know, how colorism exists in many places. And, you know, and this is, you know, I talk to a lot of people who, especially now and this summer with everything that's happened in the US, you know, a lot of people like to talk about sort of, you know, the ways in which racism is like a US specific problem. And it's like, well, sure, there are specific ways in which Like, you know, there are obviously lots and lots of complex issues for the US specifically, but all of it, like if we think about this in a game systems perspective, right? As game designers, we like to think about complexity arising from simple rules. The simple rule of the world is white supremacy. It's whiteness pitted against, you know, it's whiteness as set up in opposition to, you know, to everybody else, right? And it's like formed as this dominant thing, and sort of the complexity that arises, that rule, that core rule, has played out differently in different places, but it still comes back to the same thing. And that's why, you know, like South Asian culture is very colorist, you know, and East Asian culture is also colorist. And so, you know, and there's colorism all around. So I just want to sort of, you know, mention that.
For me, it was also tied to Street Fighter, seeing Balrog. And it's like, finally, a black character. And then I'm like, but there's no black women in here. You know, them playing Tekken and other things. And it's just one of those moments where I'm like, so I don't get to exist except to be like a fighter. And we know that a lot of people don't respect black folks. So they just see us as animals. They see us as inhuman. I mean, look at Mike Brown, how he was described before the cop shot him. And what crystallized it for me is finally seeing games where I get to exist and not be, you know, a motivation for someone to go out and avenge everybody. Wait, we still don't have that. So I think what crystallized it for me, honestly, is working on Motherlands and seeing the people in chat and seeing the people on Twitter later going, I finally see myself in a game, especially with RPGs, that has a worse race and representation problem than video games. And only getting to have to make my own is how I had that moment. And since I'm already being so cheerful, I want to come back to something Mitu said with our next question before we open up to Q&A, is you talked about trauma and not just focusing things on our trauma. So I want to talk about the barriers that we all see to representation that we know are there. And, you know, think of it in terms of conceptual versus practical versus financial, because there's very many layers of barriers in getting into having representation. And, you know, and there's a simple barrier of people thinking that we don't even make games, but yet here we all are. So Mitu, since you brought up that earlier, I would love it if you kicked that part of this discussion off.
So in terms of like seeing ourselves in represented in ways beyond trauma, is that kind of yeah? So I mean, I think that, you know, there's a lot of conversation. You know, I think one of the things that happens in the mainstream of games sometimes is, you know, the ways in which you know, I think some creators can sort of attempt to try to tackle these issues in a way where it's like, oh, I want to talk about like racism in games, you know, through my game, and I want to represent, you know, the experience of marginalized folks. And, you know, I think for me, the way that I think about it is like, who are you, like, who is your audience, right? Like, who are you trying to speak to? Are you trying to represent like the trauma of marginalized folks, so that, you know, because there's this whole there was that whole movement of empathy games, right? Or the label of empathy games, which is a label that a lot of folks have criticized, and rightly so, because it's a label that assumes that the intended target for that game is somebody outside of that marginalized sphere. And that in itself is the problem, right? Like, we as marginalized players, we're here, we exist, and to have things that are about us and speak to us specifically is something that, you know, I think that's how we begin to heal. Like, honestly, I think rather than being, you know, and this ecosystem, which I believe all of us here are creating together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great point. I remember, so, you know, a game that got a lot of laud for a lot of good reasons, I think, but, you know, was a Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. And it got, you know, they went out of their way to try to apparently represent psychosis, I think it was, and talk to professionals and the ways to do that. But I also remember reading an article on Polygon from Dia Lucia, I believe her name is, and she's a native queer trans woman who deals with severe mental illness. And she was like, I hate this game because it triggers all of my deep mental illnesses. And like, I can't play more than a chunk at a time, and where are the games for, you know, this is a game for people who don't have this illness to understand it, but like, where's the game for me, someone who lives with this every day, because all this does is trigger me. And I thought that was, you know, I hadn't thought about it in explicitly that way of like, hey, I can see how you get to that point where you're trying to represent mental illness in a more conscious way, and going, but if you don't have the lived experiences, or if you don't have the right ways to do that, or if even if you don't know how to talk about it in the correct way, how can you represent it? And then going back to what Mitsu said, who is your audience? Is it for people who deal with this already? Is it for other people? These are things that we have to think about all the time on a racial perspective, right? Like, so I'm writing a show right now, Corner Wolves, which is coming out as a narrative podcast first. And, you know, there's a limited number of characters in the podcast. And it's all going to kick off into a video game world eventually. And none of the characters are like white characters. There's no white cops speaking. There's people referenced because the 90s Harlem was mixed and has lots of people, but I focused on a lot of Dominican, Puerto Rican, Black characters for the most part, because I felt like doubling down on that story and making it for people who are in that world to understand is more interesting and more authentic. And I think that authenticity will eventually transition. So to use another example would be a show, The Wire, which is set in Baltimore, not far from where I grew up. And if you watch like the first episode of The Wire, I remember some of my white friends being like, I don't know what anyone's saying. Because like the slang is so Maryland, and so Baltimore, Maryland, which is very specific slang in Maryland. And like, in such a specific way, but eventually like people caught on or could start understanding it and liked it. And that's a show that broke across race barriers for people to be kind of beloved eventually. And I think that authenticity is there. So I like to think about that kind of core all the time. And just that what Mitsu said had reminded me of that.
I mean, I think part of what this brings up for me in terms of, you know, who's going to play the game and what they're going to get out of it, it reminds me of mental illness tourism. Like, I've worked in the Bethlehem Hospital, which is where the name Bedlam comes from, which used to sell tickets to go see the people who are unwell in a kind of gallery sort of way, which obviously is not practiced anymore in modern times, but it's this sort of, you don't want it to be perverse in terms of it turning into come see what the others live like, almost in a circus type of way. And the flip to that is the people who suffer at the hands of it, which are people who are exploited. Their experiences are used and sold. So Hellblade had, in addition to a neurologist, psychologist, expert input, had a panel for people with lived experience who put their input into it. But then the game gets sold, and where does the money go? And I don't want to focus on Hellblade, but I want to focus on a whole bunch of games. Like Fortnite is always on my mind in terms of selling dances, which come from minority groups, and the money goes to Epic. And so there is this sort of thing of like, representation is great, but who prospers from the representation, and who benefits from this being on people's screens, and how we first also protecting the people who put their experiences to page when these things happen.
Eka, did you have anything before we switch over to Q&A?
Sure. I just want to say, like, I think, you know, being a fan of games and being making games for a long time, I think there is an audience for a representation. I just don't think we've had the right depth in the characters. White characters in games are allowed to have a lot of variety and a lot of personalities, and I can identify with them, right? Like, depending on the personality and how they're written and what they're saying. But like a lot of the black and brown characters in games historically, and even now, it's like they have to represent that whole race and their whole history and everything into one character. And I think, you know, my hope, and I'm seeing this change a little bit with shows like Never Have I Ever and even Insecure, like seeing depth of character, like, oh, these are people, not just a monoculture. there's actual characters and stories we can identify with, I think that's what's going to really, grow the audience. So that's my hope going forward, that, we see more than one brown character and one black character in a game.
Yeah. Well, you all are making awesome games, so we'll see more of that. I'm excited. And before I hop into Q&A, there's one thing I didn't get to say while Echo was talking. When I played Falcon Age on stream, everybody was so excited to see Auntie, and then just started telling all the stories about like their families and how they never see this in games. So it was like super exciting and super fulfilling to see that. So unless anyone else has other points they want to bring up, we do have 3 good questions to get through before we end our time. Is there any other point we didn't touch on? Anything you want to bring up really quick?
Just quick caveat, which I don't mean to harp on Hellblade at all, because I'm sure that they've donated money to valuable causes centered around mental health. So there is some element of giving back.
Cool.
Well, actually, I'll touch on kind of what you talked about a second ago, which is basically under capitalism, how do we, kind of basically do the quote unquote right thing. And it's difficult because what the rules of capitalism and how it is structured, the structure of it is completely weighted against us on purpose. It is how it decides. We are supposed to be the exploited class in general, not just us, but we are part of that. And some of us are fortunate enough to be rising out of that, but then it becomes that we become on the other side. How do we act differently? And so one thing that I know Eka, myself, Mitsu have all talked about privately is that we have to run our own companies different, that we have to be different. As somebody who loved hip hop culture, I was furious to see the Millie Rock and things like that in Fortnite, and 2 Million, the folks who invented these things, not, making a dime off of it, and just seeing Black culture exploited once again for, billionaire companies. And, in my head, it was like, okay, well, if I was ever in that position, what would you do different? And the answer for me would be try to find a way to put, if you're putting a dance that's to cut somebody in on some sort of deal, maybe, hey, there's a split when someone buys that emote, I give you a certain percentage, I keep the other percentage, etc. If you're making a game about mental health, donating and stuff like that. But really, there's a structural problem here, and that structural problem is bigger than any individual one of us can handle, and that's capitalism. And there's always going to be a problem under this system with doing that, because we're all making, Mitsu's talked about having to raise money. I've had to go out and try to raise money. Eka's gone out and done the pitching gig. It's hard and it's stressful, and it's doubly hard when you're trying to make something that no one's done before. So like we have to really start deconstructing on, hey, if somehow somebody in this room or somebody we know or somebody that we care about who thinks the right things suddenly had $100 million plus company, or some amazingly one day made a $1 billion plus publisher, how are they going to act differently under the rules of capitalism to not kind of enact the same sorts of problems? And there's not a clear answer on that, but I think we need to be thinking about that all the time.
Absolutely, because as we know, money changes people and not always for the good. Speaking of that, our first question is actually from our Slack. And, whoever wants to take this, feel free. How do you decide when to engage in teaching and pointing out issues, or when you need to take a break and recover / take care of yourself? Basically, where and how do you draw that line? Eka hasn't talked much, so I'm gonna look at you.
I haven't figured that out yet.
Okay.
I think I do it till I burn out, and then try take it. Therapy's helping, which has been huge. That's also a thing that we didn't talk a lot about growing up, but like kind of sort of unpacking a lot of the stuff that I've grown up with, and also trying to actually take time to take stock of how I'm feeling mentally and health-wise, and that's how I try to manage. Running a company it's just like there's no break, but I do try to, like in terms of our work culture, we don't crunch, and we try to stop working, don't do anything on weekends and things like that. But like I have to tell myself to do that as well, not just the team, and that's that's a struggle as you're trying to, you know, raise funds and things like that. But like it's an ongoing thing. You just got to constantly just check in on yourself and you know, loved ones around you, make sure you're there.
Yeah. Anyone else want to chime in, or is that basically where we're all at?
I mean, I'm very much the same. I'm very bad at this, and like I've burnt out a couple of times. The one thing you know, therapy and things like that have been helpful, and I certainly, you know, I'm a proponent of that stuff. But it's also just kind of like learning how to change your behavior. So, you know, this year has been hard on everybody for a variety of different reasons, and frankly, I don't even have it that hard personally. But I've had a lot of anxiety issues and stuff. Now, my specialty is working on combat systems in games. I built a Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda combat systems, you know, with a team. I worked on Wolfenstein and shooters before that. So very used to playing action games and combat and stressful kind of games like that. I have realized that when I have anxiety, I can't do that. I can't go play a Tomb Raider or an Uncharted or a Last of Us or anything like that because it just spikes it to that next level where I can't handle. And so like lately what I realized is like going back to old puzzle games or adventure games. And so then as a creator, that starts making me think of like, well, do you want to make only action games the rest of your career? Do you want to make an adventure game? Do you want to tackle things from different ways? And so like trying to have that kind of honest conversation with yourself is like one of the first steps. But overall, like I definitely do not have the keys to how to do this because I'm still struggling to figure it out myself.
Yeah, I mean, +1 for therapy for all of us, I'm sure. And I really appreciate having your perspective on the panel as well, Sachin. And yeah, I'd love to just, you know, I love hearing all of everything you're bringing to the fore around the research around these things. I think for me, in terms of how I take care of myself, it's hard. Yeah, I also don't know where to draw those boundaries sometimes. One thing that gives me a lot of joy is in my capacity as an educator is working with you know, up and coming creators from all kinds of backgrounds, including marginalized backgrounds, because, you know, ultimately they're the future of the industry, and, you know, just setting them up to be able to be the sort of, you know, to be able to express themselves and seeing the things that they're doing, that actually just personally gives me a lot of joy. So it's kind of, that's, you know, that's one of the things that one of the ways I take care of myself.
But personally, I definitely agree about taking time for yourself, taking care of yourself. Self-care is all great. I always find it difficult to recommend it to people because I know they know that. And more often the case is they can't do that, as in the system isn't around them to allow them to do that. And so, not to get too political about it, but I mean, you know, Manveer, you already mentioned that capitalism is going to chew you up, and there has to be some power for workers to be able to demand this sort of time to self-care, to not be overworked, for representation. And even in, as we mentioned, I've seen an interview of yours before, actually, Manveer, where you said that actually that if you see a problem in the representation, you've got to keep banging on that door and got to raise the problem. Well, it's got to be safe for you to be able to raise those problems. Because what if, I think I'm the only one who can say this, what if you work in Ubisoft and you're trying to campaign for the woman should be the main character of the next Assassin's Creed game? You got to have an environment where you can be listened to and it's safe for you to be listened to. So I, as part of a doctors' union, would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that there should be some collective power within the games industry.
Yeah, for me, I just know when I try to realize when I'm annoyed, and I know that any question is going to be like, okay, I'm done with you, versus I have the energy to engage. Because a lot of times I find people aren't being honest, they're not being upfront, they just want to have a gotcha. And granted, I take this from Twitter, and I try to spend way less time on Twitter than I used to, which unfortunately isn't as easy as it sounds, because what I do is very online, and it's how I basically got where I am now. But I just kind of step away and I block with no hesitation, and often with a big smile on my face. So getting those people out of your life and not letting them bother you is a big part of self-care for me. Hopefully we can get through the next two questions. I think this one's going to be kind of an easy one if a couple people want to answer. Are things changing in the right direction? Are there any games out there that take that into account?
let's say all the games that we're creating on this panel. Like I said, we're trying to build our own ecosystem, our own structures here. That's what we're trying to do. So yeah, just want to shout out to Brass Lion and to Outer Loop.
Yeah.
And shout out to you at Glow Up as well. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always said, things have always been going in the right direction, but moving at a glacier pace is not sustainable. It's not acceptable to me personally. And so, can the change happen in our lifetimes? Can it happen in a way so the next generation of developers doesn't have to go through the same kind of problems that the women at Ubisoft and the people of color in this industry have had to go through, things like that. And that is not happening at a pace that is fast enough. And frankly, these studios and these cultures and these multi-billion-dollar corporations only care about the bottom line. So the only thing they're going to listen to is things that impact the bottom line. So as consumers and as citizens and residents of this world, we have to start demanding more from those folks. Getting collective power and things like that are also important for the workforces and things like that. But there needs to be deep structural changes to the way everything is, because the status quo is unacceptable. And I don't think anybody who has our experiences would say that it is acceptable. It's at best, you can hang on and make it. And at the end of it, if your mental health is gone at the end of it, what was the point, right? If you've kind of lost everything, what was the point of the awards aren't going to fix that. So, figuring that stuff out is always going to be the most difficult, and it's going to take a lot of people. And, my hope is that the companies like ours kick off enough of a, show, whether it's just from the business side of things or marketing or whatever it is, that other folks are forced to build competitors towards us, and they're forced to diversify. One of the first things I said to my co-founders, as well as other people that I talked to, was, I want EA and Activision to have to build a studio to compete with me, because I sat there and I tried to do it internally in those studios, and I got egg on my face, and I felt like an idiot for even trying. And it's no, I want you to realize that I was right this whole time, and there's a whole group of people that need and want this stuff, and there's a good business reason beside it, so it's not like it's bad business on top of it. And by the time you realize it, you're already way behind where hopefully I am at that point, and hopefully where Eka and Mitsu and other folks who are doing this work are. And that's why it's really important to have people working in the AAA space, the AA, single A space, the mobile space, the indie space. We need to be kind of everywhere. We need to become ubiquitous, because it just needs to be something that is never questioned. And right now we're still in the point where people are questioning it.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Oh, just quickly, I was going to say there's a lot of great creators, marginalized creators that I'm working with, just helping out every week and as much as I can, just to help mostly with business side and financial side, hooking up with the right people they need to talk to, because that's a thing that's there's a lot more creators out there now that I'm really happy about. I'm trying to impart any of the things I've learned that have been passed down for other folks down to them, so that they can also have an opportunity in the space to make the games they want to make.
Yeah. So we only have 3 minutes left. So we did get one last question. So if it's okay with everyone, I'm going to read it out, and then maybe we could either give answers to this question in our Slack and it could get tweeted out, or we could talk about it, maybe go a couple minutes over if that's okay with our hosts. Because it's a good question. I don't want to just totally ignore it, but it's also a big question. It still feels like we're making baby steps. So how do we approach complex and intersectional representation where at best right now we maybe only see a small shard of ourselves, or we only get one aspect of our identity, i.e. the crumbs we're expected to settle for perhaps goes further than mechanical representation?
I think intersectionality is so important. You were talking about Street Fighter doesn't have Black women. Overwatch had such a long wait for Black women. And I can tell you from our government statistics in the UK, they say there's no real significant difference in mental illness between minority ethnic groups and white people. But if you start breaking it down, Black women have worse mental health outcomes than do white women. So when you start getting into these intersectionals, and obviously I can tell you that gender minorities and sexual minorities have far higher rates of mental illness because of what society does to them. So we definitely need to approach things from a more intersectional perspective, but also breaking down binaries. So not saying that, there is these divide male female, not saying that there's a divide that you're one race or another, or you're one ethnicity or another. Assassin's Creed Liberation is such a good example of this, for having a mixed race heroine who also had some ambiguity of sexuality and also jumped between class structures. She was at sometimes dressed to be amongst the lower class, sometimes amongst the aristocracy. And it really challenged that you could be many different things. And also the fact that then within the narrative, you're playing as her, as whatever identity you are. So, I like the idea of breaking these boundaries down a bit with our games.
Yeah, for me, I always try to just create characters that have those intersections. So creating people from mixed backgrounds who, maybe are non-binary or queer, or, have different levels to who they are, but it's their existence is not just about that. They're a whole person elsewhere. With Corner Wolves, that's something that we are trying to do. Obviously, it remains to be seen if we're successful, but is to try to create kind of whole 360 characters who their gender identity or their sexual orientation or their race or even language is spoken is but a part of who they are, and it's not the entirety of what their existence is about.
I think we also solve this by, as Eka said before, make games where there's just more than one black or brown character, right? If you're representing a whole bunch of characters, like that's the opportunity to tell multiple kinds of stories. So yeah.
Eka or Sachin, last words.
Just to reiterate again, like we're trying to do this with our next game, which is a game about arranged marriage and romance and kind of dealing with brown culture, but also colorism and anti-Blackism and things like that. And having a range of characters that can talk about that in a meaningful way, I think is one way to solve the problem.
Me Too mentioned going beyond trauma experienced by people. And I just want to say there needs to be more trans people in games, and more trans people in games where it's totally irrelevant, in golf games, in soccer games, in shooter games, where it doesn't matter. It's not about the trauma. There are some games that should address that trauma, sure, but trans people need a lot more representation within games where it isn't about the experience of it.
Absolutely. All right, that concludes our panel. If everybody wants to take a moment to talk about what you do, where we can find you, and how we can support your work. Sachin, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I don't personally exist on the internet. I'm very mysterious. But if you want to check out Gaming the Mind, please go to the Twitter account at Gaming the Mind, all one word, or gamingthemind.org, where you can find out what we do and just hang out with us and stuff.
Right. Manveer.
Yeah, you can follow Brassline Entertainment at www.brasslineentertainment.com, see what we're working on. We have Twitter as well, and you can follow me personally on Twitter or Instagram at King Curry Thunder, though I'm kind of taking a semi-hiatus during the stressful moments that we currently have, so I'm not really posting much or doing much on there currently.
Me too.
I would say please sign up for Insecure, the Come Up game. You can go to glowup.games/insecure. You can also follow me personally on Twitter at Mituk or at glowupgames.
Eka?
Yeah, you can find us at Outerloop Games or my personal Twitter at Ekanaut, EKANAUT, and Falcon Age just released on Switch and Steam today.
Awesome, congrats.
Thanks.
And you can find me as CypherTier online everywhere, and you can follow Motherlands at Motherlands RPG on Twitter, Facebook, and everywhere else. And thank you all for a great conversation and being vulnerable, especially publicly and online. I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. We appreciate you.
Tanya.
Thank you, Tanya.
All right, bye, y'all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you all so much for a fantastic panel. That was a delight. We had quite the conversation going on over on Slack, and I'm just really appreciative to all of you on community management, and I really thank you for taking the time to join us today. And the next panel is mental health and community management, and we will be bringing those folks in one at a time. I appreciate everybody's patience while I do so. And I think I've got one more person to bring in. Let me find Linda on here. Fantastic. And I will leave you all. Genesee is going to be a moderator for this panel, and I will leave it in your capable hands. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Genesee Gray, the communications manager from publisher Good Shepherd Entertainment, and I'm the community manager for GS Proper, John Wick Hex, Monster Train, Phantom Doctrine, and the Eternal Cylinder. I'm super thrilled to be moderating this panel of amazing professionals, the voices behind the brands that you love. And today we're going to talk about communities and mental health. So I'm going to have our panelists introduce themselves and share a little bit about the communities that they run. Brandy, you're next to me up there, so that's you. Go for it.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks so much for the introduction, Genesee. My name's Brandy Camel. I am the community lead for Dungeons and Dragons. This is a relatively new position for me. I've been with Wizards of the Coast since about April of earlier this year, and it's certainly been a year to start a new endeavor. Prior to that, my experience was working at Blizzard Entertainment, where I was one of the community managers on the Diablo franchise. And prior to that, I also did some work with Game Rage and a couple of other smaller publishers during that time. So.
Awesome. Go for it. Whoever wants to go next, or I'm going to start calling names.
Okay, I'll go next. I'm Kat Lowe. I've been actually a moderator in many cases, moderating subreddits, I think for about 11 years now, primarily starting like Women in Tech, Women in Games. And then I started doing kind of community work for creators. Right now I'm working with creators for YouTube, helping sort out and run their communities. And right now mostly working for H-Bomber Guide YouTubers community through Discord, YouTube, and Twitch. And the rest of the time I'm actually spending a lot of time consulting and working on building tools for people doing community management and moderation. So working a little bit on the design side a bit these days, and very much working from a mental health perspective.
Okay, Victoria, I'm calling on you.
Okay, hi. Hello, I'm Victoria Tran. I'm the communications director at Kitbox Games, which is like a little indie studio up in Canada. We are developing and publishing a bunch of games. So I guess my experience comes from managing very different and varied communities. We're also publishing games like Dwarf Fortress, which is just a really old, very interesting game. So yeah, that's kind of the experience we have of just handling a lot of different communities that come from very different genres and very different backgrounds.
Linda, that leaves you.
Yeah, sorry. We had that very brief email exchange where I mentioned that I think we're all very chatty people. So I think it's really smart if you just call on us in turn. Because, having watched the recent presidential debates, I'm very cognizant that we could all talk over each other if we're allowed to. Anyway, I'm Linda Carlson, and I've been working in online gaming for about 20 years. My start in community management was when I was about 14 or 15, and I started organizing D&D groups. Things haven't really changed much since then, in the days before power and airplanes and so on. The two large companies I worked for were Sony Online Entertainment on games such as EverQuest, EverQuest 2, PlanetSide, etc. And then with Tryon Worlds for Rift and Arcade and a number of other games. In both of those cases, I was the director of community, so I oversaw the community management for a lot of different games, each of which had a very distinctive community style that grew up over time. I'm currently the director of customer experience at Mod Squad. So now I work for a service company that supports community management across a huge number of products, although my specialty remains games.
Awesome. Well, let's jump into the creation of communities. And my first question to you is, do feelings or emotions factor into the intentional creation of your community? And if so, how? If not, that's perfectly fine too. And we're going to keep going in the same order because that worked out. Brandy, go for it.
All right, sounds good. So I'm inclined to say absolutely. Emotion plays a huge amount of part in community building, especially so when it comes to games. Games very often bring together people who are very passionate about the things that they're talking about, very passionate about their hobbies, and that passion is usually what fuels people coming together, seeking each other out, wanting to exchange information. And that passion can be a lot of different emotions. That passion can be, just excitement for a game. It can be a love for the game. It can be the things that you have problems with the game that you want to be very loud about. So I think emotion has a lot to do with it, especially in terms of both, helping people sort and understand those emotions as well as helping them manage it.
Kat.
Gosh, well, I think having started from a place of building communities around passion. So I think for the first community I started, I was desperately looking online for a forum for women in games, and I had a lot of trouble. So I went on Reddit and I was like, "Hey, are there any subreddits for women in games?" And they're like, "No, screw you. That's reverse discrimination." And I got really angry about that, and that's how I started the subreddit. So I think. Having a passion either direction, I think really helps to also help build momentum, because I think people do feel that energy. And I think even knowing, I think there's some element of not feeling contrived, but having a personal motivation behind that community, I think is really important. Also having positive energy and helping have those feelings of okay, we're taking ownership of this community. We feel, I don't know, it's a wholesome camaraderie. I think fostering that, you have to really feel that and set that up from the beginning.
Yeah. Awesome. I was going to say, Victoria, I've read your stuff in Game Sutra. I know you have an answer for this. Go for it.
Sorry, my internet cut out for a quick second there. Can you repeat that?
I just said I've read your stuff in Game of Sutra, and I know you have an answer for this, so go for it.
I do. I have so many thoughts and feelings about this. So, I think a lot of community management and games in general are based around feelings and passion, as we've mentioned, and being able to channel that energy, but also kind of be a leader and be a role model in terms of the kind of energy you expect from the community and whatnot, because games aren't just a product anymore. They are definitely how we form communities and how we learn about a lot of social situations and how we interact with each other now, especially now that we're mainly stuck online and social distancing and whatnot. So I do think that even if someone is trying to be cold and distant, that in itself is an emotion and a feeling. So in the creation of communities, I think they matter a lot for sure.
Linda.
Right. So in this day and age, of course, making a profit is important. We cannot have online games without some way to support them because they're not charities. And therefore, the feelings and emotions that factor into the creation of communities are often initially dictated by brand. So here's this game, and we're aiming it at kids. Therefore, we want this sort of community. Or here's this other game, we're aiming it, we really want a stronger female audience for this game, so make a community that does X. The important part to know as a community manager is that sometimes your player communities have their own ideas, and the community that grows is not the one that's expected. And therefore, in spite of what brand may be telling you, you have to adapt and flow with the type of community that grows, because each one comes with its own feelings and emotions that you have to help shape over time.
Yeah, and they're also sometimes different over platforms, so you have to be agile, which is interesting.
You are absolutely correct. The console crowd is very different from the mobile crowd, is very different from the PC crowd.
Got you. So part of our job, maybe not the nicest part, is what do you do when people do the opposite of maybe your founding roles, principles, emotions, not the organic type you're talking about, but you know, your overall arching goal. What do you do when people do the exact opposite of what you've tried to create the community to do? And we'll start with Brandy.
Honestly, I think it's kind of a two-prong approach, at least it has been in my experience, where it's a combination of making clear what the social contract is for your community and enforcing those rules. But on the flip side of that, it's also empowering the people who already enforce those rules and who are your advocates and who are the people who represent the community that you want. Because generally speaking, I found that more so than just, banning people who are awful in your community, which, is part and parcel of what we do. But on the flip side of that, empowering the people who are already espousing the values and the qualities and the things that you want to say leads other people to follow those individuals. And it kind of helps guide your community through a group of leadership rather than saying, well, this is how it is. This is the way we want it. Generally speaking, people don't want to just be told what to do, but if you reward them for the things that they're doing, they're more likely to organically continue doing those things.
Well, I guess you said a lot of the things that I wanted to say. So like, especially with like the empowering people in your community, I think there's a little bit of like being a disappointed mom or dad, or like, being a bit stern. But yeah, I think kind of enrolling the community and like sort of setting the stage for how people should be. And I think there is, like, I don't want to like encourage community members like policing each other in an unhealthy way, but I do think that there is a vibe and that there are ways that people like reinforce, ways that you should treat other people in the community that discourages people from, or it causes them to definitely fall back a little bit when they realize, oh, the people around them are not supporting this kind of behavior and are not coming on board. But yeah, also, I mean, and then I think in some cases there is, being, or I suppose like when things are like very across the line, being able to signal very clearly, like, this is what was violated, this is what was happening, and like making it clear not just to the person who's, I mean, it depends if they're bad faith or not, but making it clear to the person who's violating a policy or something, like what's going on. But then also saying to the rest of the community, hey, this is what we mean when we say that this isn't acceptable. And so people can like really internalize that. And so you don't just have to keep, I don't know how to say that. What was it? Whack-a-mole. So you don't have to whack-a-mole. People start to get it. So yeah, I think the strong signaling as well is important.
Definitely. I mean, complete agreement with the past two people who are speaking, but I think so much of it is, and I think as community managers, we all understand that the hardest parts are always not the people who are clearly violating rules and are doing it from a bad faith way, but are the ones that are kind of towing the line or maybe just didn't know or are a little bit antagonistic by default, something like that. And in those cases, I think a lot of value can be put in if you have the time and the mental energy to like just sit with them. And I have found a lot of value in my communities of the fact that in a general sense, they trust that I have their best intentions at heart. So even if like, I don't think we need to be, even as we try to be, perfect. So if I do screw up, if I do mention something that they kind of pull back on, it's the general sense of they trust that I'm trying my best with what I understand of the situation or whatever it is that is happening. So being able to foster that kind of understanding, like community of listening and knowing that no one is trying, if they're not a bad faith actor, no one is actively trying to harm each other, is a very good sentiment to cultivate in the community when someone breaks a rule.
All right, now that I know the order here, I know it's my turn to talk. It's interesting because you guys all get to go in front of me, which is great because I have so many things to say. At least I can contain it into a small space because you're covering it all so well. So I will say that of course we have moderators to deal with issues. However, the way that you can really help shape your community is to use the most important form of currency available to us, which is attention and praise. And if you give your attention to the people who are acting within your community in a way that you would like to see the rest of the community emulate and aspire to, then you'll find a lot of like-minded people come to the fore as well. And so that's the simplest way really to help engender. Sorry about that, accidentally hit the mute button. The best way to engender the type of community growth that you want to see in the direction that you want to go is to give proper attention and praise to the people who are doing it.
Awesome. So not like Cesar Millan. Psst, don't do that. Praising. Awesome. So now we've got this kind of established, how do we build our community? Let's bring the mental health aspect into it. So while mental health is a newer topic that we're really discussing out loud, it's not unfamiliar to people that are in community management for certain. How do you see the landscape changing in terms of how personal needs, mental health issues, even just regular health issues are addressed on social platforms, specifically to community? That's a tough one, Kat, but sorry, you're first. Or Brandy, sorry, you're first, Brandy.
Oh gosh, there's a lot there, right? It's, I think that there's a fair amount of, and some of the other chats about mental health have kind of covered this on different topics, but a lot of it is just being more open, being more, talking about these things without that fear, talking in safe spaces, encouraging safe spaces, fostering those safe spaces. I think that that's a fair amount of it. For me personally, it's about being, I don't know, it's not so much that I tend to discuss the mental health awareness issues in specifically within my role, but I make sure that I, as an individual and like someone who's looked at as a leader in the space and as among my other fellow community managers, being open and aware and giving people a place to come and discuss these things. That I find has been the thing that's just changed the most. I've seen over time, particularly, you have somebody swing by your desk and they're like, man, I'm so sorry for what you have to do every day. And it is extremely exhausting to be told every day that everyone is sorry for the work that you do. Especially when it's something we're all passionate about. This is something we enjoy doing, or we wouldn't be doing it every day, especially not for years and years and years on end. So the fact that we can be open and more honest about, like, yeah, there are days that suck. And then there are days that don't. And these are the things that I really love about this. And again, I'm a really big proponent for lifting things up and lifting up positivity over negativity whenever I can. And I take that to heart too in the discussions that we have about mental health.
Gosh, I can't decide if I should say like where I think it's going or try to enforce how I think it should go. but I think I've noticed people more taking more seriously how taxing and emotionally and mentally taxing it is, and taking seriously that something being emotionally and mentally taxing, like, I mean, that it's serious labor, it's serious work to be doing. I think, I mean, because I feel like a while ago people were like, oh, it's like entry level, or it's, you know, not, it's distinct from game development. But I feel like people have really come around to the idea that community management is very central to game development and to games, and that doing that management work is something, also something that takes expertise. I think for the longest time, people are like, it's fine. It's, you know, it's like just talking to people and, you know, just running a forum. And I think now that people are starting to see the consequences, I think, of things going poorly, I think they're starting to recognize, like, wow, this is serious expertise that takes a decade to build, to do very well. And that it needs more resources. It needs to be respected more, I suppose. And also, yeah, it needs support on that mental health level too. And I do hope it does kind of go in the direction that Brandy was saying, where it's like less of the like, oh, I feel sorry for you that you're doing this, but no, this is really awesome what you're doing, and you know, you're making a major contribution that is extremely distinct.
Definitely. I think I saw like a tweet somewhere where they were like, every community manager should have free therapy. I was like, yes, give us therapy. Not to say again that we don't love our job and that we're not. Anyways, I think one of the things that I've noticed more of a shift in, which I really like, is the fact that I knew a lot of community managers and PR people who were afraid of talking about being sad or depressed or whatever, because it felt like it would indicate that they couldn't do their job, as if like somehow we were supposed to be like really empathetic and compassionate to our community, but also like keep up a barrier, and you shouldn't let it get to you because, you know, don't take it seriously. This is your job. It's just a game. Don't worry about it. Which felt very wrong and not correct and didn't make sense at all. So I think the fact that we're all able to talk about it more and realize that no matter how many years you've been doing something and how much you may love it, like having a difficult time with it is okay and is fine and is very normal. And at the same time, being able to celebrate that you love the job and that you do have a community maybe that you appreciate and support you. Just, I think being able to openly express how you can feel, whether it is venting, whether it is joy, whether it's a neutral emotion, has been very good and new and more common, definitely, that I've seen online.
As we're talking about mental health in our industry, I'm going to say that my opinion is that the discussions, the open discussions about mental health really originated within the communities themselves, where our online gaming communities, especially if you're involved in guilds where you develop groups of friends that are so far outside of your real life that they become safe spaces. I hate the term, but that's what they are. They're safe places where people can discuss the challenges and traumas that they're going through in everyday life. And I think that as community managers, we started seeing that very early on. And we formed our own safe spaces in various places. There are a number of Facebook groups, there are private groups out there where we started talking to each other saying, oh my God, I just can't handle this. This is what's happening. And you find that more and more people are accepting of it because we've learned that none of us are alone. Everybody is a little bit or a lot broken. And that's probably one of the biggest things that I've learned in going through the pre-internet to, you know, now 30 years later, mostly living online, is that it has brought us so much more together where we all understand that every single human being is facing some sort of mental and emotional challenges. And that's very freeing to find out that you're not alone. And what I really like is the fact that we're starting to talk about it more in public as well, not just in our little private groups and safe spaces. And that's extraordinarily important to me because we're all helping each other one little bit at a time, whether it's people in community management, game development, or again, going right back to the communities that we help to evolve over time.
Awesome. Well, that dovetails really nicely into what I think is going to be our last question, because we're running out of time here. Unless I'm wrong, Eve, and we actually go till 6:30, which would be awesome. So let me know if I'm wrong with that. But you're talking.
You have 30 more minutes.
Oh my gosh, great. Okay, good. But I'm still going to ask this question anyway.
Best news ever.
So I'm laughing when I ask this, and it's really hard for me to say it seriously because I just had to get a cortisol test yesterday, which is the stress hormone. And it happened to be the same day that we announced one of our biggest games is coming to another 5 platforms. So I know it's going to come back and the doctor's going to go, Genesee, why is your cortisol 300 times what it should be? And then I'm going to stress about being stressed. So my question for you, because obviously I'm not dealing with it very well, is how do you take care of your own mental health needs when you're kind of the meat shield in some ways for your developers or for whoever's behind the thing that you're making? What do you do to care for yourself mentally? And, do you?
So I was actually just joking about this in session chat earlier, but I'm actually on a decompression vacation right now.
Thank you for doing this.
And TIGS just happened to line up with it. But this is such an important and just meaningful topic to me in general that I had to be here and had to come and talk about these kinds of things, because honestly, this is part of what helps me is being outward and open and addressing these things head on. And again, I think Linda mentioned it earlier, like acknowledging you're not alone. We're all part of this same situation. We all kind of have this experience, but yeah, part of it is segmenting out time where it is just a total disconnect. There is Victoria touched on this a little bit. There is a little bit of annoyance that you get when someone tells you, "Oh, don't stress about this. It's just a game," and you're like, but I mean that's what I deal with. I deal with in passion. Like passion is our currency as community managers. A lot of the time, that's how we talk to people. It's how we exchange ideas, and it's hard to not care about what we do. But I think there are times where you have to put yourself in that box and cut yourself off from a little while about it and be okay with walking away. Because there's, it's the spoon theory. You only have so many spoons to spend. And if you've run out of them, you're not going to be able to handle the things that you need to be able to handle for, not just for your own sake, but for the sake of your community as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's really tough for me to learn to compartmentalize. So I feel like I had to make it as concrete as possible. Like it's very hard to make it a 9-to-5 job because the forums are always there. Things are always happening on social media. So part of it is even like, I'm not going to look at Twitter from these hours. I mean, and that's also hard to do. But
we're in those global time zones.
I know, yeah. So trying to keep to save some precious hours of really setting those hardline boundaries, I think has been really, really important to me. And actually setting a rule for myself, I'm not going to think about how to resolve this right now. That's going to be tomorrow morning, I'll think about that person or I'll think about that situation. And then the other part is venting, being in channels or in discords with other community managers and be like, oh boy, let me tell you what happened. I think has been really, really important for me, because having people who can sympathize and who know what you've been through, and also, sharing advice sometimes, but also validating, no, you did the right choice. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out the right way. Just hearing that is so essential. So I think those are the main ones.
Yeah, no, having a support system of other community managers, what a blessing. Always love. Anyways, yeah, I think I totally agree in that it's really hard to make it a 9-to-5. Even the studio I work for is very adamant about me taking a break or ending at 5 p.m. But it's fun to respond sometimes to some tweets you see on the company account, or there's something happening in the Discord and you want to be a part of it. You become sort of part of the community too, and you have a lot of love for it. So I guess the ways that I've tried and continue trying to kind of have that separation is one, making it clear to the community that while I may participate during certain times, that it shouldn't be expected ever, like especially on the weekends. I try to totally tune out. Removing like the Twitter app from my phone homepage, and then realizing I still will poke it by like muscle memory, and then suddenly opening up a completely different app and be like, oh no, it's that bad. And while I do really find it, and I love having a support system of CMs and people who understand what I'm going through, I found also what has been really nice is to have people completely outside of games, because they'll kind of help you reground sometimes when for me at least, when it feels like it's a little bit too much, or like it feels like games has just enveloped my entire being, especially as a hobby and a job. Having someone to take you out of that space is really helpful and calming for me.
Everyone's got their own path to finding peace and a balance point in their lives. A good bottle of wine is one of my favorite go-tos, but not that I'm advocating that everybody should go out there and start drinking, but it sometimes does help take just that jagged edge off, and then my body can relax. However, I've always been a big fan of animals. We have a bunch of house dogs. One is sleeping beside me right now, so if you hear vague snoring in the background, that's my ancient dog. Animals really help to ground me. I have a small farm. I have dairy goats and pigs and chickens and a whole lot of each. So, and a horse. So when I go out there, their needs are so different than human needs. They're just happy as long as they're fed, as long as they've got shelter, as long as their very basic needs are met. They're sort of going, hi, how are you? Yes, we are the masters of Zen. Please learn from us. So I'm super lucky that way. But also I am an avid student of human nature. So even though I grew up as an introvert's introvert, I have had such a fantastic time understanding how people think and how they change over time. So for me, actually, one of the relaxing things is to just dive into somebody else's community as a player and start taking part. And that's amazing for me, because it's not my problems, it's someone else's problems. And I'm much better at dealing with someone else's problems than my own. And it's like, when you're dreaming at night, it helps to purge your mind of all those things. Being a part of somebody else's communities really helps me purge the pain points from my own mind and to put things into perspective. Because I think all of what we're doing, if you channel too much of that negativity within yourself, you're taking on a perspective where you are forced to deal with this stuff. And it's good to spread it out there and just realize that it's all okay. It's all okay. And by the way, this makes me super, super envious of Victoria's background image, because that's the world we live in during our workday.
It keeps me warm. It keeps me warm.
That is awesome. I'm really interested in something you said, Linda, where, you said you're an introvert of introverts. And I do wonder how many community managers are actually super introverts that have sort of forced ourselves, like, we're going to overcome our introvertness to be like community managers that speak to everyone. Raise your hand if you're an introvert that is a community manager. What? Okay, see, let's explore this a little bit. Like Brandy,
yeah.
I mean, there's times when I go to live stream and I'm like throwing up in the bathroom beforehand because I'm like, oh my God, this is so, and then I'm just like, no, I'm doing this thing. Why did you decide to choose this if you're an introvert?
Fun fact, I have a shirt that just has introvert cursived on the front pocket, and I almost wore that to this just because, it felt appropriate. I will say that I do kind of put myself in the bucket of like, I'm an introverted extrovert, or, I'm in that kind of half and half scenario where I really love people, but I recognize that they exhaust me and I need to take time away from them in order to recharge. So I love people. I love building relationships and friendships with everyone. I come from a very, diverse background in the sense that, I was a military brat growing up. I moved around a lot. That's kind of the nature of jumping from community to community to community, and they are all different and you have to address them all differently. So sort of the life that I lived up until this point facilitated the skills that you need to be a community manager, which is being versatile and being able to read a room and understand what needs to be communicated and maybe what needs to not be communicated. It's that sort of chameleon nature we all kind of need to be able to do from time to time as we go from different issues. I think I don't know how that necessarily ties into being an introvert, but I think it's just something that I've always used as a defense mechanism. So maybe that's what makes it a tool that I can now use in the work that I do.
I think in a weird way, because I think I have like I feel like I'm probably somewhere in the middle there, but I definitely have like an off switch where that like, you know, like when you have a circuit breaker, you have too much energy that goes through and it just turns off. Like I think at a certain point, yeah, like after just like being constantly online, constantly managing a lot of these conversations, like it'll just turn off suddenly. I'm like, well, that's a great time to take a break, to step away. Because I think when you're in that like halfway point where you're like, I'm pretty tired, but I guess I should still be on since I'm, you know, still have some energy. That ends up being exhausting. You're not as productive as you want to be, and it sucks. So having that kind of button or the switch that completely, it turns off, I think really does help me compartmentalize a little bit. So yeah, I guess, is there anything else about being an introvert? No, I think that's the main one. It's just like, I'm done, is my I'm done state. It's very easy to go into if I need to.
Yeah, I think one of the things, so I see myself as an introvert, but also as a very shy person, which some people don't believe, but I swear to God. And I think there's a distinction between being shy versus being introverted, right? I find introversion, extroversion is just how you kind of rejuvenate yourself, how you find energy or lose energy. And being shy is more, you know, wanting to speak and not necessarily being able to in the present moment that you want to. So I think there's like a little bit of confusion there, which when it comes to community management, which I think is very different. And in terms of introversion, I find especially, and it's very different now, but like when we had physical PAXs or physical game conventions, that was when it was the most difficult to be an introverted person. And in those cases, especially like with the adrenaline, and especially if it's like your first one, it gets really jarring and excruciating sometimes. I've like locked myself in like a hotel bathroom before just to like cry a little bit because I was like, I'm not even sad. I just have so many emotions right now and I'm so tired. So I think while we may be introverted and whatnot, I don't think it necessarily affects how we interact with people, whether or not we're introvert or extrovert. I think all it does is it tells us, hey, this is your limit and this is the time you need to take for yourself. And I know introverted and extroverted CMs, and they're both fantastic at their jobs. So I hope it doesn't become like, it doesn't deter anyone from joining the community if they feel like they are introverted.
So yes, I'm definitely an introvert's introvert. Like if you've got extroversion and you've got introversion, here's me. Ooh, I'm so far off that map. I never ever could have in a million years have told you 40 years ago that at the age of 57, I'd be a community manager running a bunch of community managers. It's insane. It's completely out of character for me. I cannot use the phone, for instance. I will bribe my husband in whatever way to make phone calls because I hate talking to other people. I've never had stage fright though, which is really unusual. And Genesee, I mean, really, you're really, really good. You're a tremendous speaker. Get rid of that throwing up before this stuff because you're really terrific. Everybody wants to emulate.
Thank you.
So during these times of COVID, one of the things I find the most difficult is to understand why other people are freaking out that they can't get together with others. I could happily live as a hermit for the rest of my life. My husband and I, we can go an entire day without talking, even though we're both in the same house, because I don't feel the need to talk. I don't feel the need to physically connect with humans. I love being out here on the farm. However, the way that I've gotten past that is because of my endless and deep fascination for humans and the way that they think. And I say they as if it's a separate species from me. I mean, maybe you guys are all a separate species, but because of that, I have taught myself how to cope. And a lot of that is to consider this acting. When I first started doing public speaking in my teen years, back when I was involved in agriculture, not in community management, but somebody gave me a fantastic piece of advice that I always pass on to all of the people who are painfully introverted that I meet at gaming conferences in career panels. And that is, picture your favorite actor and emulate them as you go through the day at whatever these events are or meetings are that you have to go through today. Pretend you're that actor. Now, you know, and that's what did it for me. For a long time, I just thought, hi, I'm Helen Mirren, and I'm now going to completely rule this. And that's what's made it possible. But this is not me. This is a role that I take on because I have to, because introverted me would be hiding in the corner, unable to talk to anybody. And so we all find different ways of coping as we go through life. When I'm at an event, when I'm at a PAX, which I do actually quite enjoy, I always pair with an extrovert. I don't make friends easily, but I have 3 or 4 friends who are insane extroverts, and I hang out with them all the time. And that helps me sort of bridge the gap between my lack of ability to be out there with people and their insane ability to make friends with everybody in the room from 30 feet away. So yeah, there's lots of different coping mechanisms that we can explore, and it's definitely not one size fits all.
Yeah, bless the extroverts who adopt an introvert, doing a real service for the world.
Yes,
That's how I
yeah.
get into
Shout
every
out to
party.
Evan Berman and Rich Weil, because without them, I couldn't attend any conferences ever.
That's awesome. And again, it works so nicely with the other questions we have coming up. So you're clearly a leader, right? You're a community manager or you're head of a community. You know, your community expects certain things from you. So how much do you, the person, publicly share with your community, or do you keep your roles separate as kind of that leader and mentor? Where's the line that you, or is there one?
I definitely think there is one. And what's been helpful for me, I haven't been doing it as much lately just because, again, well, far out of spoons for this with everything else going on in the world. But what helped me the most was that I created my own community versus the community that I do for work. And for me, that was through streaming. So I made it, people ask me, like, how are you streaming for 2 hours every morning before you go to work? And I'm like, because I need it. That's my me time. That's, you know, that's not for anybody else but me. And the community that I fostered there is very important to me for that reason. That has kind of allowed me to create that separate sense of separation and that compartmentalization, because I have a community that I have more investment in and that I'm more open with, and that is more, this is where I'm going to be me, and I'm unapologetic about it. And my community is very defensive about that too, in terms of, like, if somebody comes in and wants to be a terrible human being, which, you know, on the internet, this is all going to happen eventually. But when somebody comes in, they're like, you know, this is her time and we're here because we enjoy it. And if you're not here to enjoy it, then we don't want you here either. And that's something that I can't do because I don't own my community that is part of my work. That's not mine to dictate. That's mine to help foster and to help cultivate, but it's not mine to really, like, set up and make those rules. That's more of a shared experience. So I think having those 2 separate buckets is what allows me to do that more easily. It's been kind of an interesting dichotomy, and it's one of the things that's made me want to go back to streaming. I haven't done it in about 6 months now, and I've noticed that hole. So it's been kind of interesting.
I think I used to be much more vulnerable online. And I think maybe somewhat cynically, I think there's something to be lost sometimes when you are a bit vulnerable on the internet or with your community, because then, I mean, I guess I keep going back to Reddit. I no longer spend too much time on Reddit. I used to spend too much time on Reddit, but, like, the experience of somebody, like, going through your Reddit history to, like, learn things about you, I think made me realize, like, okay, well, maybe I do want to separate these things out a little bit. And so I definitely have separated things a lot now. And in fact, I think the one nice part about it is in conflict resolution, when doing mediation in like your community or among folks in your community, I think the fact, like, if people don't know too much about you, they're more, in my experience, they seem more likely to receive you as like this sort of neutral party, because they're like, they don't necessarily, I mean, if your presence is that you're like, I don't know, chill person in the community, but they don't like have too many preconceived notions about, you know, who you are, maybe your politics or whatever, I think people end up being much more receptive to you as this like intermediary. So yeah, I think I do separate it out a lot. I think on some level I am like still honest, like emotionally on some level, like in terms of affect, but in terms of like the details of my life or some of my personal feelings, like ideas about things, I do keep more compartmentalized.
Yeah, this one's like a difficult one, I feel personally. Because for me, I find energy and love for my job when I feel connection to the people I interact with. And I know that in its own way, I'm very privileged to be able to do that for various reasons. One of which also is obviously like the community we have is quite small. Obviously, the larger a community gets, the more you have people kind of just joining for bad faith reasons. So for me, the way I sort of have tried, because I do try a little bit to separate myself from it, because I don't want to be engulfed by it, and I want to be able to define myself by other things that aren't just my job or games, is by having, I guess the way a friend once described it is like a pleasant enigma of, yes, I will share things that I don't necessarily consider too much of value. Like if it were to be revealed to my mother that I'm sometimes thirsty on Maine, I'm like, this is not of much consequence to me personally, I think. But more personal feelings of like things that I've gone through, or when I'm feeling like genuinely very bad, I keep to myself. And because that's not something I feel the need to share, and I don't pressure myself to share that. It is, if I'm going through a struggle, it's my struggle, and I get to decide who gets to hear that, whether it's my mods, whether it's a partner, whether it's my family. So in that sense, I think I keep up a sort of barrier in terms of like, I very much believe you don't need to pressure yourself to share something you are not comfortable with. And that obviously means something very different for everyone else, but that's kind of how I do it.
Okay, one of the reasons I like attending panels, and thank you so much, TIGS, for having me here, is because I learn so much at every panel I attend. Everybody has a different viewpoint here. As far as the me person, I share it all. I don't care. I'm right out there. I'm on all the social media channels. I'll add anybody who wants to my Facebook channel. They want to see me post about the chickens, or you know, the dead pig that I had to haul across the road and take to where the coyotes would eat. I don't care. I'm really out there, and I know that is kind of an odd thing coming from an introvert. The reason is this: I can't go out there and talk to people and engage them, but the more I put myself out there, the more likely they are to feel comfortable with me and come to me to talk. Now, if somebody else initiates the conversation, then it's easy for me. I'm the person who will be standing at a party with a glass of wine in my hand and not talking to anybody, but if somebody comes up and starts talking to me, I'll talk to you for hours. So again, it's different coping mechanisms for different personalities, and I'm having such a wonderful time talking with you guys all.
Yay! Linda, I want to be you. You're so powerful. Please send me this energy.
That's what I see that. I see that in Slack. I'm looking at them. By the way, Slack, if you guys have questions, feel free to post them and I will answer as we get toward the end of this. So that's awesome. My next question is about COVID and social isolation. It's something I'm feeling, and I wonder what your perspective is on it. Do you feel like because of this sort of laser focus on social media and everyone's kind of there now, right? Do you feel like the expectations on you as a community manager have changed? And if so, do you feel like that's reasonable given the circumstances?
Oh gosh. Yes. So I'm in sort of a unique situation in that in onboarding to my new role for Dungeons and Dragons, I have onboarded 100% remote. I have not met 99% of my coworkers. I've been to the office 3 times in total. And every time I've been there, I've maybe met one person at most. So it's been very different, especially in terms of, you know, normally one of the biggest things for me as a community manager is building that rapport with my design team, with building that rapport with the teams that don't necessarily work with you every single day of the week, but are the ones that are probably arguably the most integral that you need to work with and be on the same page with. And that has been really exceptionally hard to make clear, is that like, hey, I'm here to help you. I am here to help be your communicator, to help be your shield, to help you navigate the situations that when you stumble into them, you don't know what to do. I'm here to provide you that expertise, but I understand because you've only ever seen me through a Zoom call, it's hard to build that trust and rapport. So that's been a kind of an interesting expectation change in that I'm used to building my relationships very differently, and I've had to try to find new ways to build those same relationships with all of these other hurdles. And I do think it's understandable that it's like, this process is going a lot slower than I would have preferred for that reason. And I think everybody understands that and gets that, but it doesn't make it any less frustrating, right? So
Brandy, I feel you. My company's based in Europe. There's only 2 of us that are in the US, and they're all just like, we're drinking coffee and we're dancing and I'm out in the streets doing whatever we want. I'm just like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've always, for the most part, have worked remote, so I'm a little jealous. Well, I'm not jealous of you anymore, Brandy, but I'm jealous of having had that kind of vibe. That sounds great. Yeah, I guess with COVID, for me, I think maybe, so I've read some articles on this and chatted with people about the fact that like everybody's way more online now and everybody's a lot more angry now. So I feel like you're managing a lot of people's emotions that are probably a little bit, so it's like technically a lot of things haven't changed. Like you're still doing the same things, but just with a bit more of a volatile atmosphere and potentially a much more active community in some places. And so just keeping a handle on that. And it's kind of immeasurable is the other part too, because you're like, am I working a lot more? Like, am I more stressed out? Is there more conflict? So it feels very immaterial, but I do feel like there is some increased burden there because of COVID.
It's definitely more exhausting to work as community manager during the fire that is 2020. For sure. And as someone who has been working in an office with a team for a while, I will say it's like, yeah, I really miss them. And they have been an integral part of like helping me like cope with like when I have a really stressful situation, because I can turn around and like yell at our programmer and be like, I'm so stressed. Now I can't do that. I mean, I could yell at Slack, but it's not the same when you can do it physically. So I think being a CM during COVID has changed quite a bit, just especially in terms of your own mental health. And I would hope that people do find their own ways to connect with others and have that online connection, whether it's with your coworkers or whoever else, in order to help cope with the stresses of the year.
Never have I ever met somebody who misses the commute. When I was working in Redwood Shores, it was an hour and a half each way on a good day. I do not miss that. Let us recognize, though, that COVID has wreaked havoc with so many people's lives, and so a tremendous number of people have lost their jobs, they've lost family, they've lost any sense of security due to not just COVID, but 2020 as a whole. So there is a lot of stress out there, but I don't think that generally the volume of stress has increased that much. What we have seen is an increase in the volume of online communications, as was pointed out earlier. Now, I'm lucky enough to work for a company, Mod Squad, that we do CS and CS community QA support services. And this company has been about 98% remote employees for the last 10 years. So it was, you know, but at the same time, we saw such a huge increase in the demand for our services that we had our own internal crisis, as suddenly we've got all these new projects coming in and not enough people to cover them. So, you know, it's a little bit of a silver lining is that we've been able to offer some employment to people who have been displaced by, let's just call it 2020, because there are so many things that have gone wrong with this year. But it has changed. And yes, it is true. We have moved to more of an online life. And yet, here's my altruistic nature again. I do think that the increase of global communications directly through online services, especially with the addition of video, which helps you to see tone and intent, which is difficult to convey, and what we used to have was just the written word. I think this may be the salvation of humanity if we don't blow ourselves up before we reach that critical tipping point of advancing our communications such that we truly come to understand each other. So yeah, it's been I almost used a bad word, it's been a not good year, but there are some silver linings to be had.
Okay, Platinum Paragon has a question that I think works well with my last one. We're almost out of time for real this time. They are asking about the thought process and protocol for dealing with angry community members yelling at you. And this goes nicely with my last question of story time. What is the most positive or negative tale you have as a community manager? And how would you handle that now, if any differently than you did?
Oh gosh. Well, I kind of have the mother of experiences to share, so I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on this one. So I was a community manager who handled the Diablo Immortal announcement, and if that doesn't just like kind of set the stage for everything, like there you go. But if you are familiar with the situation, it was tough. I was the person handling the microphone at that panel during that time, and there was, you know, there's a fair amount of preparation going into a major announcement, especially when you're not sure how the community is going to take it, that you're like, all right, we're going to do our crisis management side of things. We're also going to do our, if this goes amazingly well, side of things, you know, have a plan for everything. And the plan that I think was not as developed as I would have liked is that our crisis management plan was very skim. And the main thing that I lacked in that time was a support network to retreat to. Immediately after the panel, and this is something that I've struggled with a lot afterwards, immediately after the panel, I got swarmed. And I got swarmed at a BlizzCon with lots of people. And for those of you who have not physically met me, I'm very small. I am a very petite, tiny woman. So when I got swarmed, no one could see me. I couldn't find security. I couldn't find my friends. I couldn't find my fellow employees. And I had a panic attack. I retreated from the convention floor and I hid in our HQ for probably about an hour and needed that time to myself. And it was probably one of the hardest situations that I think I have ever had to manage in that, because, you know, again, I was community manager who was in charge of communications that weekend. I had things to do. And thankfully, once I retreated to the space where I had people I could lean on, I did have that support network. I did have people who said, hey, you know, you've got everything that you've scheduled ahead of time. I can take care of pushing that all out for you. What can I handle for you? Here's some water. Here's some sugar. Get some, you know, get something into your system, that kind of thing. But that is the one thing that I will just espouse is it doesn't matter what anybody says to you about any announcement that you have coming up. If you even have an iota of doubt about anything, have a risk plan in place. And, you know, not just from communications, but in having a support network that you know that you can rely on if you need it, because it is just so important and not something that I think, you know, everybody wants to be optimistic, but you have to have those backup plans. So.
Gosh, well, I definitely don't operate on that scale. That's crazy. I'm just reeling from your experience. Yeah, I think operating on a very different scale, well, is, so I think like in 2014, when I was sort of having, or I think I was just sort of moderating across a bunch of communities of like women in games. So this is like a very moderation moderator perspective and not as much CM, but I think it maps on. But there's a subreddit called Kotaku in Action talking about ethics in gaming journalism, and we weren't really sure what was going on there, and it took us a while to understand what was happening. But it turned out, yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who were very angry about women in video games, and I think there was like a really good push of like a lot of like folks in community spaces were able to sort of start to band together, and there's actually some kind of energy to it of like, yeah, hurrah, we're like on the front lines. But I think when that happens, you kind of get exhausted. So actually kind of like Brandy was saying is like having a crisis plan, having a means of like tagging in like, hey, you've been like on duty all day, like you should, like not just like checking in, are you okay? It's like, no, you have to get off. It is this person's turn. Like you can't keep looking at this stuff all the time. And so I think, yeah, having a very like clear and structured system of communicating, of supporting, and knowing to check in with each other when you have like a team, I think is probably one of the most crucial things.
I think for now, we'll see what Linda says, but we have a very similar system of like the tagging in system or having someone else to have you there. And yeah, honestly, planning for the worst and maybe beyond that, just in case. There have been several things that have happened, let's say, whether online or in physical conventions. Like there was the last PAX West, which was a very difficult PAX West because a lot of allegations were coming out as well. But also like when you have a support system and when you have people you can trust in the community, it is very helpful. Like for example, during PAX West last year, I had to have just another community manager from a studio stand with me or stand for our booth because there was someone creeping around and being very uncomfortable, and I literally had to do the thing where it's like, there's a huge guy next to me, stay away. Things like that happening. Or this year we had like a bomb threat on our Discord, which was not fun and not great. And yeah, people yelling at us because they wanted a game to come out earlier, and having my mods be there for me, and knowing also that like I had the team beside me. It's one of those things where as a CM, like I know we can like try our best, but it's very important, and I don't know who is listening to this, who is like a studio head, who is a manager of other CMs, let's say, to create an environment where your CM is comfortable going to you and being like, hey, this is a very bad situation for me. Like there needs to be something that's set up where it's like, hey, like I can't do this right now. Can you take over? Or is there someone else that can do this for me? For sure. That being said, there's still also obviously a lot of good things. I know we've been focusing on the bad things because the question has focused on the yelling, but I will say that the community that comes from being a community manager is very supportive and very good.
If I started telling all of my community management best and worst stories, we'd be here all day. So I think everybody has an awesome, painful push to prod story to tell, or the day my company was hacked story to tell. But I'm just going to stick with the best, which happens all the time. Our support all comes from management. And now that I've been in upper management for some time now, and my favorite stories are always those in which a young community manager has hit that wall. You know the one I'm talking about. The day when they go, oh my God, they hate me, and it's getting really personal, and they're so nasty to me, and they're telling me they hope I die, and all of this stuff. And I always take them aside and I say, it's not you. It's not personal, no matter how it sounds. And this is normal human nature. We are a very young species, and we are an extremely faulty species. And understanding that all of the good and all of the bad behavior, all of it, is normal for our species. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? And that sets people onto a path of lifelong learning to understand why people act the way that they do. And again, heading towards my goal in 2079, when I'm going to be still alive and probably plugged into the matrix somewhere, is to find ways to cope, to find ways to evolve ourselves through civilization, that we have to overcome our our genetic makeup and, you know, the product of evolution that we are, because humans are really, really nasty, but humans are also freaking incredible. So all of my favorite stories involve that.
Oh yeah,
That's
and
a
I
perfect
forgot
way
to
to
say
wrap
that.
this up. Go ahead. No, Kat, go.
I just said, like, I didn't actually say the best thing. It's really sad, but you know, a lot of people I've run communities with and done crisis stuff with, like, have become some of my closest lifelong friends. So I think that that's been really, really important to me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just
Okay.
to feed into that, you know, even with the experience that I went through, the people who came to me, the people who helped me get through the rest of that weekend were people that I made friends with through the community that I had known for years and that are still people that I talk to every day, even though, you know, I'm not managing the Diablo community anymore, but some of those folks are still my absolute best friends that I keep in touch with on a day-to-day basis. And those connections and that support and that, you know, ongoing relationship that you have, it extends well past the work that we do. And that's one of the things that makes it so fulfilling. And I think that keeps us all doing what we're doing.
I just want to ask one last show of hands question. How many of you here are into community management as a career for life? Yeah.
We'll see.
You can't quit that.
All right, well, huge thanks to TIGS and the industry, people, leaders like Take This who plan how we can all move towards a more inclusive and positive community, and to our panelists who are awesome, and I will be friending all of you on social the second that this is finished. So thank you, and I believe Eve is here to kick us all off.
Yeah, to thank you all.
Oh.
It was fantastic, and I had a great time listening to you, and I'm really honored to have you all joining us for TIGS this year. And then to introduce our next panel, which is moderated by Dr. Sarah Hayes, Approaches to Mental Health Support and Awareness in Games, and that's going to be quite a lot of fun. So I'm going to bring them all in and bring you all out. Goodbye. Thank you all so much. And so great. I think that should be all of you. And I'm very happy to pass the baton along to you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Eve. Welcome, everyone. We appreciate you attending the panels today with TIGS. This is the official last topic panel for TIGS of 2020. As Eve had shared, approaches to mental health support and awareness in games. My name is Dr. Sarah Hayes, and I'm a clinical contributor for Take This. I'm also a licensed clinician virtually in the Seattle, Washington area, and I'm a vice president of Queer Women of Esports. So welcome, everyone. Before we begin, I'd like to do just a little bit of caretaking. Please be aware that during this discussion, we may address topics that are difficult, like suicide, thoughts of self-harm, mental illness, experiences that might be really difficult to hear about. So if anything is bothersome or triggering to you, as much as I wish I had more options, the only one that we have, especially virtually here, is if you need to step away, please feel free to do so. Take care of yourself and have the boundaries that you need to stay healthy and be well. And then if you have any questions or concerns, you can find my contact information at www.takethis.org. If you have any thoughts or needed to follow up and be like, I couldn't be part of that conversation, but I really wanted to hear what was said, I'd be happy to fill you in a way that is more respectful to your boundaries. And then without further ado, I'd love to have our panelists introduce themselves. So why don't we start off with Rosemary? Will you introduce yourself for us here? Oh, I think you're muted.
Excellent. Girl in
There we
tech,
go.
and what happens? We're muted. Great start.
Okay.
So thank you so much for having me here. It's been really exciting also to listen to some of the other panelists and, you know, see a lot of similarities in here as well. So I think that's really great. So my name's Rosie. I have been working with a nonprofit organization for the last 5 years on building a game called Shadow's Edge. It is a self-help game for teens and young adults. So we're helping them process tough things that are happening to them in their life, as obviously here this year we all have had. So we've been super, super duper busy in this last year, but the game has existed quite a bit longer. And so, yeah, that's basically what I'm working on, bringing self-help tool digitally, not just the game, but also other digital projects to our young audience.
Excellent. Who'd like to go next? Oh, go ahead.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Gabe Papalardo. Thanks so much to Take This and TIGS for having us all. It's been a really cool conference so far. I am the founder of Six Wing Studios. We are also working on a mental health focused game. We're working on Amaru, the self-care virtual pet, and this is Amaru. He says hello. What we are doing is very, I guess, similar to Rosemary, is trying to create gamified solutions that are helping people to be empowered outside of their game. So what we want people to do is be able to check in with their pet, but then check in with themselves, learn tools like mindfulness meditation and gratitude journaling, things that we know are clinically proven to show that they can help with their anxiety and depression and gain some more empowerment. And so we're really excited to bring that to the world. So thanks for having me.
Excellent. And last but certainly not least.
Hi, everybody. I'm Swathi Survey. I'm founder and CEO of Lightsprite, and we build games to help people manage chronic health conditions. And our first one is a clinically validated mental health video game. It is a self-help tool. It's the first to win a U.S. Surgeon General Award and the only one recommended by clinicians and payers today.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much for being here today. As you shared and demonstrated, you all have done very impressive things in game development and addressing mental health. So I'd like to just get into a little bit of that meat of really, I wanted to start off talking about gamification. And so when we think about gamification, sometimes it's harder to do things when we're trying to live day to day, especially right now, especially in COVID. When mental illness is present, this compounds. And so in some contexts, I know that gamification is used to help with learning. In others, it's in training or preparing for things like surgery or flying airplanes. And yet in others, in supporting people in their ongoing life goals. So I'm just curious, as a person who cares deeply about semantics, how would all of you define gamification? Why don't we mix it up and start maybe with Swati?
It's a great question. I actually was having this conversation earlier today with some research partners at sunny Stony Brook in New York. And because gamification, at least in the healthcare space, has been around for a while, and the use of games is quite familiar. And even with insurance companies, it's not a new thing, and health insurance specifically. And this is something that we always have to do, is explain the difference between gamification versus a game, right? And people in the gaming industry understand that, but the way I've talked about it is gamification is really task-driven and task-based, so you're trying to achieve one thing or a series of steps, whereas a game is immersive, it can be escape, and it may actually, it's not about efficiency. A game's not necessarily about efficiency and achieving an end goal. So, I actually wrote an essay that was on some health transformer website specifically about that. And another way to think about it is gamification is using the tools, whereas a game is the house. So you have a toolbox, which are the mechanics, and then the game itself is the house. So that's kind of the way we've had to do quite a bit of education on that difference. And then once you make that mind shift, then people begin to understand, oh, I see what you're talking about.
It's an excellent analogy. I love it. Who would like to go next?
Yeah, just to build on that, kind of taking from Jesse Schell's stuff, like the art of game design, exactly what Swati was just saying there. So things like mechanics, aesthetics, narrative, different pieces that make what we know to be a game, and introducing those into non-game environments in a way that takes things in sort of the direction of a game. I think that a game is on a spectrum, right? I think that some things are gamey and some things are fully games, and maybe some things are not games at all. But if we're finding a way to bring sort of exploration, curiosity, fun, engagement, creativity to sort of maybe something that isn't traditionally in that space. I could say that we're engaging in gamification. I actually I'm not a clinician by trade. I have an industrial organizational psychology background. So that's a lot of workplace trainings, serious games types trainings. Gamification is finding itself more and more into places of skill acquisition. And I think what's really beneficial for bringing this into this space is, especially for something like a practice of self-care, when people are trying to establish something new for themselves, maybe to take care of themselves, especially when you're feeling particularly low, I think the drop-off rate is probably very high, right? So if we can find ways to use game mechanics to scaffold people's motivation, to keep them sustained in their practice long enough to get benefit, then I think we've really achieved something.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think most of it's been said. One of the things that I would also add is that in games you have, you know, generally a made-up kind of world and rules, set of rules. And if you can bring some of that gaming world set and rules into the real world, and you start connecting the dots, that's exactly also where all of us, you know, are what we're trying to do. We're trying to create things that people can then apply in their real lives and that they can then really learn and gain something from. Obviously, that's something that exists in the game world as well, but I think it's more obvious in gamification that you are still in that real world and that you are who you are and where you are.
Excellent. Wonderful. Now, all of you have started discussing, even in your descriptions of gamification, that there is benefits to it with health. When it comes to this promotion of mental health, what led you to pairing it with gamification to create a game?
I'll go first. On our side, we really specifically wanted to reach teens and young adults, but specifically also teens. And we came from the psychology side. So our nonprofit has been around for quite a while, and we've published a book, a self-help book. We've really focused on kids and on teens. And we wanted something that felt natural to them. And if you are looking to connect with teens, that's where they live. They're on their devices, right? And they're playing games. There's so many gamers in the world, I think 2.6 billion at the moment. So it's just something they understand and that they know. And so with our psychologists and with our child life specialists and even some of our patients that we have, because like Swati also, we started out for chronic illnesses and serious illnesses, and we've widened it since. But the idea there was that we really wanted to bring something to them in a medium that they feel comfortable with, so that we bring the content to them instead of making them come to us. And we really also wanted it to complement classic therapy and therapeutic methods, so that it's something that they can really in a playful way use it. And last but not least, I think also, play has been used in psychology for hundreds of years, right? That's not something new. We're just now taking it digital.
That's true.
So like for me, I spent a lot of my career in actually building technology for healthcare specifically. And it started a really long time ago, looking at how technology could be applied at the patient side. And that field now today is called digital health. And as I kept looking at the different applications and what would actually work and resonate, there's a mounting body of evidence around how gaming or gaming tools, and mainly in the extra gaming space, would actually improve the health outcomes. But there weren't really a lot of commercial efforts at the time I started Lightsprite. So I said, well, why don't we actually try to do something? And then as we started looking, this was in 2013, 2014, just to give you a timeline of when I started the company. And when we started looking at it, nobody was addressing mental health at all. It was all around extra gaming, and that was really it. Was it Zombies Run had come out, and all of that stuff. So mental health was already stigmatized, but nobody was really even looking at how you can create an interactive experience. So but really, if you're trying to change behaviors to have a clinical outcome, you really have to get the patient involved. And so for the reasons that Rosemary's talked about, Games are really approachable. They can teach skills. They also reduce the stigma, right? Like I was just on a presentation right now with a bunch of health folks in Alaska. I mean, you see this background, this is our next version. This doesn't look like a mental health app at all. It looks like something you just play. So, and literally I had our new web designer came on board and he literally said, your app is the only one that talks about stress that doesn't stress me out. So
that's remarkable.
And he had not, we just hired him like a week ago. He's like, I used all of them. I use Headspace. I use all of them. And yours is the only one I've seen like of it like its kind. So I think that speaks to that notion of narrative. It's interactive is what he said. All of the things that we talk about in games, emotion, evocativeness. He loves the character. Socks was right there on my shoulder. It reminds him of his dogs. So all of these things which are familiar and known for folks in the gaming community, outside of that, it's really hard. And then that translates into engagement, and then that translates into clinical outcomes. So
that's right.
Cool. Gosh, it's so cool just to be on calls with everyone working in the space. It's really beautiful. So my story is it's a bit more personal. I've struggled with anxiety and depression my entire life. I actually lost my brother to suicide when I was 16 as well. So it's been in my family. And I had a moment in my life where kind of outside of graduate school, I had a burnout period. And I discovered mindfulness meditation and yoga. I actually lived in a yoga community for about 4 months and got a teacher certification and really kind of put myself back together. And there was a time where I was just like, the types of skills that I learned for managing depression and anxiety in those spaces, I was just like, oh my gosh, do I wish that I could have found this earlier in my life? Like, wouldn't it have been wonderful if I had found it when I was 12, 13, 14 instead of, 28? And so I got fascinated with this idea of how can we get those types of skills out there more. And I also was using apps like Headspace and Calm and things like that, which are phenomenal products. They're wonderful. But I think, again, what we're talking about, the power of gamification, I think is in sustaining that motivation to stick with a practice. Because if you're trying to do something that requires the building of a habit, we know that it takes 2 months, right? 2 months of regular practice to get that habit really ingrained. And so if we can design the game systems, design the reinforcement systems, the leveling systems, et cetera, to scaffold over that 2-month period, then we know that people can actually have that skill acquisition and take it back out. So I actually looked at a lot of different things. I started with like neuroperipherals, like looking at like the Muse headband and stuff like that. There's actually some really cool products using those as well. But kind of to Rosemary's point, meeting people where they are, when I saw the statistic of 63% increase in depression in 12 to 17-year-olds in 3 years, and that was before COVID, I was like, holy wow. And so 60% of Americans are playing video games today. So what a powerful medium to get this stuff out. And like Rosemary said, these young people are primarily on their devices. So let's meet them where they are and bring it to them. And then just like Swati was saying, the aesthetic presentation of it being something that is already intrinsically sort of attractive, that promotes that curiosity and brings people and wants them to engage in it. I think that all of this together, we have a real opportunity to get like self-care at scale out to the world. And so that's what really inspired me to get in the game.
That's wonderful. Gosh, all of you are so inspiring. Makes me think about, like, as a clinician, I specialize in geek therapy and I use video games and gaming in my practice and I think I've referred to every single one of your apps, to be honest. So it's just really exciting to be able to discuss it. And now I know that we've already kind of danced around this. And so I'd like to go ahead and I'm going to ask a leading question since I can make the assumption that you all value mental wellness. Why do you believe that it's important to incorporate or even highlight mental illness in games? And if you disagree, feel free to voice so, but I hope that's not too much of an assumption.
Well, I think again, I see it just as a perfect medium for skill acquisition, and I think that there's tremendous benefit that can come from therapy. There's tremendous benefit that can come from medication, but I think one thing that I've noticed a lot is that I'll talk to people. I talk to people at a mental health conference. I talk to people, just gamers themselves. And there's sort of an underlying motivation that they share, which is that I want to empower myself to have greater control over my mental well-being so that I can help other people. Like that's something that I just heard over and over again. And so I think that by using, again, this medium to get these skills of empowerment out there, even for people for whom maybe can't afford therapy or if medication has conflicts or side effects or things like that. I mean, not to say that any of these products necessarily should replace any of that stuff, but I just think it's another tool in a tool belt, and I think that this is just a great medium for getting those tools out there. So I think that we should leverage it. We have the technology, we have the talent, so let's do it.
Definitely valuable on that holistic approach. Sorry, go ahead, Swati.
No, I mean, for me, it's about health in general first. So, and so to me, you talk about the holistic, it's integrated, and there's been a lot of studies that shown poor mental health leads to poor physical health. In fact, one statistic is if you have a chronic physical illness and you have a diagnosis of a mental health issue, your cost of care goes up 2 to 3x than a standard patient. So really, it's really more about that holistic piece. And we consider our tool to be used as an adjunct. So meaning that, because we collect a lot of really valuable player information then that therapists can actually use as part of therapy. We can actually, doctors can actually bill for it. And that's because there's information or there's screening information we collect. So if you're going to talk about it's not so much about coming at it from I want to help mental illness, and so we are going to highlight it in games because people are there. Rather, it's very, very patient forward or consumer forward, which is we want to improve the life of an individual and where are they going to interact and where are you going to be able to get their mind share, and that's a function of their own mental state. And quite often with the patient, they're not just compromised, they're compromised in several ways. They're compromised in emotionally, they can be compromised physically, they can be compromised financially. So keeping that in mind and creating those experiences that can be respectful and empathetic to that, then you actually get to that endpoint of at least for us, which is a healthy person.
Yeah, I think those are also great points. I think there is a good role for mainstream games to help sort of destigmatize certain topics and also to raise awareness that certain issues exist. I think there's a danger in just calling it out as mental illness rather than mental health, just because also that is a very tricky one to really portray correctly in games. And if you're trying to raise awareness, to do that in a way that doesn't actually cause any harm. But it is something that we see in a lot of games that is happening. I agree with Swati and Gabe that, you know, we're talking a little bit more about just helping the journey of a person. So we came from the clinical side, we came from the patient side, just like Swati. We did a clinical trial with cancer patients, with 175 cancer patients with Lourdes Children's Hospital. We also had an impact study that was helped by the Dutch Emotional Health Organization in the Netherlands, by the Dutch government, as well as University of Positive Psychology. And so we also came from that angle. And I think that the difference between what we're all trying to do or what we're all doing is that we're trying to move these people that have had hardship, whether that be like a chronic or serious illness or stress or anxiety levels, for example. We're trying to move them through a process of understanding themselves better and being able to handle what they're going through better, and thus hopefully becoming mentally more healthy. So in our case, we've been able to prove that people become more resilient after 6 weeks play. And I've seen some studies on Swati's game as well, and I'd love to hear some more about Gabe as well on what that game, really what the results of those games are, because I think that's the most satisfying part. And I think that is something where, if we have a link with mainstream gaming where they can raise awareness about those types of situations and that games can help, and that there's a lot out there also for the people that play games, because a lot of them do have those issues, right? Then I think that's something that could be very helpful on just the mainstream side.
I'm so glad you brought up that distinction between mental health and mental illness. This is exactly why I used the wording that I did in that question, because I know that it can get, I knew you all, of course, would address it very well, because your efforts are distinctly in the aim of improving mental health. And mental illness is present, thus the need for effort on the part of mental health. And for the audience, this is an important distinction, as has been discussed, and also because suffering from mental illness is an experience. Working on your mental health is a lifetime journey. And so having a diagnosis, it complicates life and makes things difficult, and apps and games like our lovely panelists have created are so helpful in improving that journey, but also that there is a difference. And so when we're talking about it, it's important to pay attention to those semantics, because the ways that games approach them are very different and distinct. Like you're saying, there can be reliance upon stereotypes when it comes to representation of mental illness in games, and that can be incredibly dangerous very quickly. And I know that here at TIGS and Broad Scale, there are a lot of folks with distinct efforts towards portraying them well. I know there's been some discussion of some games earlier today on a few panels on this effect, but there's also just real value in showing examples of how to improve and create mental wellness and help people feel hopeful in that regard. So thank you for addressing this in such a nuanced and wonderful way.
If I may add, I mean, it's also for the player, it's very daunting sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Because there's so many, if you look at mental illness versus mental health, for example, there's so many different, as Gabe mentioned, so many different shades and so many different levels and on the spectrum of what your issue could be. It could just be, being anxious because there's a test, or because we had COVID, or because you don't know, how you're going to do your high school dance. That can be a very, very valid thing that you're really, really struggling with.
Mm-hmm.
But it can also be very valid to have gone through chemotherapy for the 3rd time and just not know, is it even worth it for me to go to college, because I'll get it anyways again. And so, there's so many different ways, and I think it's just very difficult to have a one-size-fit-all, and therefore I think it's just some caution on really, using those representations in there that people might sort of feel themselves driven to, if you will.
Sure, and also as well, we have focused in our game on self-care, and the reason that we chose to go with self-care is that we are not an FDA approved game. We cannot say that our game treats capital D depression or capital A anxiety or any of those things, right? But we do know that stress is a universal human experience. Getting down is a universal human experience. Feeling the need to build resilience to push through these experiences, that's a universal human experience. So just to be perfectly clear from a representation standpoint, we are not saying that we are some sort of FDA certified, solution to your problems. But what we are saying is that the tools that we provide through these games, things like mindfulness meditation, things like gratitude journaling, we know that there's a 50-year history of peer-reviewed research showing that these types of things help. And these are things that yoga teachers teach. They are things that therapists teach. They are things that, these are self-care skills, right? So yeah, when we are talking about these things, I think the capital D depression and the lowercase d depression, the capital A anxiety, lower A anxiety, we do have to be careful with some of the nuances there. Mm-hmm. But I think what we're all trying to do is trying to empower people at the end of the day.
It's a beautiful point. I think empowerment is something that is so valuable, especially right now when it's hard to get services into the hands of lots of folks. I know that as a practitioner of therapy, it's harder to get people to buy into therapy when it's like this. And it's more intimidating to find a provider when it's like, well, who knows what's going on in their environment? Who knows what, I am using a green screen right now, but usually like people see my couches with my dogs running around because it's comforting for them to know that there's nothing else going on in my background, so they can see a little bit more of that like humanity and know that they're safe to share what they need to share. That's why I wear the big headphones. So like having an app that is private and personal to you is so valuable to go on your own journey of mental health and to work on those things without the judgment and the shame and some of the stigma that we see sometimes attached to more direct person-to-person services. So I know that earlier, Swati, you brought up that you've got a lot of data that you collect about the folks who use and benefit from your app. And I'm just so curious, the scientist in me can't help but ask generally, what benefits have you all found with your games providing support for mental illness and the improvement of mental health?
What we've seen so far is that we've looked at several depression screens that are, or several mental health screens that are used by providers today. So you'll be familiar with these. It's the GAD, the GAD-7, the PHQ-8, and then we also did the coping skills survey. So GAD is for anxiety, and then the PHQ is for depression. So these are commonly, generally accepted tools that you'll find everywhere. And so in a self-directed care fashion, because we can actually span that care continuum, it can be used independently, or if you're in a clinical setting, it can actually be administered with patients. And so the diagnoses that we've worked with are anxiety, depression, PTSD, bipolar, and then also severely mentally ill. And typically what we've seen is everybody across the board had basically a step level improvement. And in general, it was about a 2.5 point reduction in the depression scales. And that's on self-directed care. So, and we also have engagement rates that are 2x above Headspace and 3x above the industry average.
Wow, congratulations.
No kidding. That's a remarkable statistic. For those who aren't unaware, on these questionnaires, you can score anything from 0 or 2-ish points to like roughly 24. It varies from survey to survey, but that kind of a shift is really remarkable clinically, and a similar way to how clinicians measure improvement with their clients as well when treatment planning. So
yeah, and then the real world impact typically is someone being able to get out of bed and go to work 2 more days each week.
Yeah,
is typically how that ends up translating. So you can imagine the productivity costs or the productivity gains from an employer perspective, and then the health outcomes. So that's kind of the information that we share. And yeah, it is. And we're also seeing it on the anxiety scales, but I think it just depends on your baseline. And I think we had and this is real world evidence. So the other thing is that these are not, these are real world evidence. So it's basically if someone were to take the app off the App Store, download it and use it. So it was, and that's a new body of a way of testing and doing clinical validation for all kinds of interventions.
Yeah.
Because the clinical trial approach, nobody will be using mobile apps anymore by the time the evidence comes out. So
yeah.
So yeah.
Wonderful.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes. And how about Rosemary? Have you learned anything about how Shadow's Edge has improved?
Yeah. So on top of those types of scales, what we also did is we did an in-depth, just really analysis of what people are talking about. So for example, our game is based on 2 principles, which is narrative therapy and then artistic expression. So in the game, similar to what Gabe said, right? We bring them to a habit of journaling. We have some mindfulness exercises in there. And then we also do exercises around art therapy, basically, and similar to art therapy. It's not clinically proven, the art therapy part, but just really to help them be able to vent. As you can see behind me, that's part of our game world as well. And they get to create street art and really just express themselves that way, and then express that in a community. And so we've done a lot of testing also, we've worked with probably by now over 500 different teens and young adults on the game itself. and work with institutions on how do you then measure that these things are effective? Because one thing is like anxiety and depression scale, but we also want to know how they are feeling, not just monitoring them, but really try to see, you know, what do they gain from it and how do they gain things from it. And that for us has been really rewarding because we have so many, you know, testimonials that they're saying how it changed their life. We've had, just recently, we've had a very unfortunate case where there was somebody that was suicidal that we've been able to help, which has been great, you know. So there's a lot of good stuff that is narrative coming out of it, as well as quantitative. And also from the clinical study, obviously we looked at things like biometrics as well. How do they feel when they play? How does heart rate and all those kinds of things go up? We've measured how long they play versus how they then feel afterwards. I mean, those are all the similar scale things. And then we've done sort of we've taken the diary entries, we've totally anonymized those and just started looking at patterns. You know, what are the patterns that we can see? What are people do? Like, for example, words like sad pop up a lot of times, or do, you know, where are the themes, so that we can really, for us, the main aim for that was that we can provide different and new content within the game, because it's not just a game where you play through. We have different levels that get you through, just like you would on a journey of emotional healing. But also we have a way of refreshing challenges and exercises. So we keep it up to date. We saw with COVID, for example, and just in the last 4 months, we saw a lot in our community about racism, about COVID, about insecurity, about, you know, people in the US talking about wanting to seek political asylum. And those are young people, right? We have people from 16 to 24 in there mainly. And so we've been able to then really adapt our game to it and create certain challenges, art therapy challenges, you know, journaling exercises, things to think about and write about that really fits to what our community needed at that point in time. And then we've analyzed how that has worked out and if they felt better and what their feedback was. That makes sense.
That's beautiful. For those who are unaware, narrative therapy is a strategy used in traditional therapy interventions where you help people reframe the way that they understand and think about the story of their life in order to help them feel more empowered and better about themselves and about the way forward. Also, there's a lot of data that points to where in games like Stardew Valley or like Shadow's Edge, or where you have exploration and kind of more of the sandbox format where it's an open world that you get to make choices about what you do. There's a lot of feelings that improve competency and feel like you have more control. Whereas like in youth, a common coping tactic when they feel like they have no control is to withhold eating or control their own eating, because that's something that they have to be able to manage because we can't make them chew or swallow. But this gives them a different outlet. And so I think that's absolutely fascinating that you're finding similar things and able to adapt your game so quickly. I want to give
the strength of the game, right?
Yeah.
Not just our game, but any game. One of the strengths of the game is that versus, for example, watching a movie about somebody that has a chronic illness or is terminally ill, where you get the story and you can react to it, but that's all you can do. In gaming, you can give them an active role to change something. So you can use story, you can use the metaphors. In our case, it's the metaphor of a city hit by a storm, and you have to restore that world and heal that world to be able to bring back the citizens. And so you can use those metaphors also, you know, in that storyline, but give them an active role in that story, which is a little bit different from books or maybe movies. And I'm sure, Gabe, in yours, that's a similar principle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The narrative component is huge. It gets back to, again, when we were looking at the type of game that we wanted to make, and we will still make this game one day, but my original idea was to do a sort of Hollow Knight style Metroidvania. But the more we talked to people, and the more we learned about that altruistic desire, I want to get better so that I can help someone else, the mutually supportive relationship of a virtual pet just made sense. And so that's where we decided to go with it. And so within the game of Amaru, it's about helping Amaru find his way home. He's gotten lost, he's far from home. You develop a bond that levels up. You have an aura that levels up when you do your self-care. You level up both of these stats, and it progresses this story about bringing Amaru home, right? So this idea of I get empowered, which helps me empower this pet, plays into that motivation that we had talked about. to get back to the question of the data and stuff that's coming, we're still very new. So what we have is, we've had about 16,000 people download sort of our beta and demo, and that led us to do a Kickstarter, which was successful. So we got funding to continue to develop the rest of the app, which is very exciting. So right now we haven't done any sort of classroom or clinical studies. We do get a lot of anecdotal evidence that's, people like, the messages are what help keep us going on the hard days. Cause when I'm sure you've received these as well, someone says, I was at work and having a giant imposter syndrome attack, and I did the breathing exercise in the game and it pulled me out of the negative spiral and I was able to get on with my day. We get enough of those testimonial types that we know that we're onto something here. And we definitely have enough sort of university and classroom connections that when the game is, shippable and ready to go and in the App Store, we're looking forward to getting into the hands of some people and coming back with some cool data. I wanted to also ask a little bit, but actually I'll wait till the end, but I wanted to ask about data. No? Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Well, just like the sensitivity of this data and the protection that needs to go into this data, and also of communities around the game. One thing that we discovered was, the community that our game attracted was a lot of young people with anxiety and depression. And so we found ourselves in our Discord community with people pouring their hearts out to the internet. And, we had to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, you're sharing a tremendous amount of personal information online with a lot of strangers. Whew, let's not do that. And so we all got trained. My team, everyone on my team has gone through mental health first aid training. Thank you to Anxiety for turning us onto that. That's a really powerful resource.
Love
and yeah, I love her. And from there also, we've also partnered with like Guardians Mental Health to have, some additional people that, they are truly that. They are truly a guardian angels online to help divert people to resources. But I would say, so like, I take it if you're gathering this types of data, I guess, are you university affiliated? Do you have kind of like IRBs and things like that help to keep the data protected, or how does that all, I see there's some chat questions as well about sort of clinical validations. So I didn't know if you wanted to dig into that.
Absolutely.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see that.
Basically, sorry, a rambling question, but to tie it together,
Right.
how do we go about protecting the sensitive data of young people playing our games?
Yeah,
Is that the
in our
question in the
case,
chat?
yeah, go ahead, Swati.
No, is that the question in the chat?
Oh no, it kind of tying together. We're talking about clinical validation. We're talking about data. I think people just want to hear more about this as a topic.
Because it's like magical, right? We have data that we have outcomes. We can say this is a 2-point improvement on these scales, and it's more of like how do you go about structuring that? Because the hard part about good science, right? And this was even going to be my commentary after you spoke, Gabe, is that like right now you don't have hard numbers like what the other panelists are discussing, but that doesn't mean that what you're doing isn't impactful, and it is hard to get those numbers because how do you structure a study? And we've kind of alluded to this a little bit. So,
well. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different approaches, right? And you ultimately have to, it's a business decision. Like, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a lifestyle brand? Do you want to be in the game space, or are you a digital therapeutic, right? Or are you somewhere in between? And the problem, at least like we're a healthcare company, first and foremost. So, and the game is a front-end interface for the patient or an individual, right? But then who we sell to are insurance companies and health systems, employer groups. We will have a D2C component, which we're actually launching right now just because of the surge of demand that we've seen due to COVID. But you have to make a business decision on it. It's really if you're running a company, you have to figure out what kind of infrastructure on the back end that you want. And so for us, our first deployment was on an active military base. And so, we met all the HIPAA compliance guidance and protocols and PHI. We've had to sign BAAs, which are business associate agreements, which are pretty standard in the healthcare world. So for us, it's not a big deal. I actually had that question today too. And we've had one of our strategic investors is Bayer Pharmaceuticals. You might be familiar with them. And so they did an audit on our back end. And then there's also additional, we'll have SOX 2 compliance that we'll have to go through. So that's just something, it's just, if you, depends on where you want us to play. Now, Headspace and Calm, I know Headspace is trying to build a digital therapeutic like us. You know, and we don't necessarily intend to be, we were already prescribed, but, and, you know, we go for FDA approval as needed, but it's not a requisite for us to commercialize the product. Yeah. So it's really about business decision. It's also about brand and trust. I mean, the journal entries that we end up getting are actually quite sensitive. And, you know, and then it's about how do you communicate with end users, right? And what kind of experience do you have? I mean, we don't, for one thing we don't do is we don't do a Facebook login. There's no way you can share Facebook. And that's such a common thing, or Google sign up. We don't do that. Because that's a real indicator that it's a closed off, like in terms of PHI, personal information, it is closed off. And that's actually a benefit in this particular scenario, right? So I think that's really, it's really a business decision, and where do you want to go? Because that all also costs money. Right?
Oh yeah.
Pull it up.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah, thank you for sharing all of that. That's very, like, really cool to hear all the work that you put in. And yeah, I mean, just I guess the major point being just that this is sensitive data. Like, this is like really, really sensitive data. So, like, you know, one thing that we've done kind of as a, like, because yeah, like Swati was saying, I mean, it's going to take time and money to build the infrastructure to really give that data the protection that it deserves, right? So right now we have structured journal prompts that make it so that we probably won't get, like, for instance, people were asking me if we could put a venting journal in the game. And I thought about that and I said, okay, but if we were to do that, the way we would program that is when you click the button that burns the page, like, it doesn't even send the data to our backend. It's like, it just stays local and disappears, you know? So it's just really, really interesting, the kind of things we need to do to keep our users safe. Yeah. And it sounds like you're doing some really cool stuff. So great.
And Rosemary, I know my clinical ears tickled when you said we de-identify the data. Yes. So how about you when you approach this?
We've been kind of lucky on our side. So we're a nonprofit. So for us, always, you know, the business decision goes to, okay, how can we get this done in the best, cheapest way possible? But we were very lucky because my background is in and also from our user researcher is in just traditional tech, and we're talking like huge systems. So I handled clients from Microsoft that did like 50 million and upwards, basically. And so, you know, we learned a lot about infrastructure there. And the people that do our back end side, they're quite high up in the architecture space in Microsoft. And so we got to really work with them to safely be able to both make sure that all the data is secure, that it's, you know, HIPAA compliant, that we encrypt, and all the good stuff that you need to do on a technical perspective. And then also we do like sort of we call them sort of schizophrenic personalities in the game and out of the game, where we just really sort of use like 4 levels of separating data from player IDs. And then we're working with, you know, Ernst & Young and some clinical psychologists to really then analyze that data, but they have no clue where that data even came from, never mind even being able to sort of tag that back to any kind of player. And we're also not, you know, we're not looking at journal entries as a whole. We're looking at themes, right? We're just looking at analyzing sort of patterns, if you will, on our side with that. The other data is more anonymous. I'm sure that's something that both Gabe and Swati do as well. You know, how long do people play? How, what are the kind of things they get stuck on? Why do we think that is? Like, if there's a question in also we have journaling prompts. So if we, at the beginning, for example, we noticed that people were jumping off at one specific question, we've reformulated, reframed it, and then, you know, retention went up for that, that period, for that, area in the game. We do have a blank page, but that people can just vent. I don't know what's on that yet, because we're just doing all of that, you know, journal data analysis. So it'll be very interesting for me to see. I use it a lot. I like that more than the guided journaling prompts. But we also have a second layer of venting, right, with the art. And that's something where, where we create like the simple art challenges, like saying, if you feel upset, for example, paint a pattern with 4 colors and then break that pattern, and just really do something, that's screamy above it. And I mean, we monitor everything, obviously, because we have to also, in our community, we have to make sure that it's all safe. We limit it a little bit more, I think, than Swati and Gabe do on the community side with comments and things like that. But on our side, we really wanted to limit it to the art and have that be your outside face, if you will, your way of communicating with others. And there's so many cool things, of course, that you can do with art, where you can really vent in different ways. That it's been quite interesting to see how creative people get, even while saying, I'm not an artist, but here's my, here's what I painted. And it's just, it's amazing.
Sarah, I was reading Catherine's question again, and she was actually asking about the clinical validation and the process that way. And so would it be okay if we address that question?
Yep, just real quickly. Yeah, I think that's really important because it's giving a peek behind the curtain to how we actually come up with those numbers. And I think that's always an interesting thing for folks to hear about. For the record, for our viewers, when you're hearing things like HPI, HIPAA compliant, layers of de-identification, these are all things we use to make sure that the numbers we're producing from the information we're receiving are not attached to the person who's putting them into the games or into the study. And that way we can look at them without knowing who's there and just to see what people are telling us and then be able to give back that information while protecting the people. HIPAA is what guides doctors and clinicians and therapists in what kind of privacy practices we have to use. For example, you have to have all client files behind 2 passwords or locked doors. So go ahead, Swati.
No, even in terms of clinical validation, there's a range of validation that you can do. The gold standard is a randomized control trial, and you see some, and that's usually reserved for drugs or like a heart transplant or a medical device. And that's been the tried and true way, but generally RCTs take years. That's why a lot of medical innovation takes a long time. With digital health, there's a new area called real world evidence, where it really looks at, and generally with anything you need what's called a control, meaning something that's a baseline that you can compare the change before and after. The screens that we were talking about before, they're usually, for example, administered before, like in our case, we administer it right when they sign up through the sign up process. It actually changed the way we onboard a person, and we took a hit in terms of number of users, but we got other data, right?
Sure.
And then you administer the same thing later, but then you also have to compare that to, if you're doing a control, you'd have to compare that to somebody else with an equivalent therapy or other places. And quite often, at least in mental health, there's a quite well-established body of evidence around what a control is, but people still will require a control. So you can do RCTs. There's also retrospective versus prospective. Retrospective means you've collected the data already and you're doing an analysis on the back end. Prospective means we have a hypothesis and we're trying to test it out. So those are different elements of the clinical validation that you have. We're one of the first digital interventions to have any kind of clinical validation, and also using the new approach of real world evidence. So
beautiful. I love the way you put that. And then finally, just a really quick, in our last about 5 minutes here, I want to ask, beyond your games, Rosemary, you brought this up before as well, there are many games that could benefit from incorporating mental health, and even when done appropriately and with the right amount of referrals and consultations, including mental illness in their designs and stories. Do you have any recommendations for the audience, for those in the games industry, on how to better address themes of mental health and mental illness?
Sure. I'm just gonna parrot a really brilliant person. I was watching the keynote from last year, Paul Fletcher for Senua and Hellblade. And I think what he was making the point was to not make, if you're going to have a character that is a mental illness, don't make the mental illness that character's entire personality.
Right.
Like, present them as a greater holistic being of which mental illness is a factor or a facet, but don't allow that to just define this character is depression character, or this character is anxiety character. Like, you know, see if we can give a little bit more of a fuller, richer picture to help to bring the stigma down.
Excellent.
I think one thing, and this is what our users are always saying, like, people don't want to be reminded that there's something wrong with them, and that, and they're not necessarily, they just want to live their life and be, right? And so, you know, they don't need another thing on their plate to take care of. They just want to be and feel better. So if you're going to address mental health in any aspect, and, you know, integrating it as Gabe is talking about, making it a component of a character, but it can be part of the environment as well, right? If you're making a virtual world or these 3D worlds, adding vegetation in there to make it a more soothing experience, or areas where there's calm and peace, right? So I think if you're talking about that and you want to address, it doesn't have to be, hey, you've got anxiety here, you know, start doing breathing exercises. It can be by creating ambient environments or sounds also. That can be a part of it as well. So again, holistic design, not individual specific, what do you call it, touch points.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to always be part of the narrative. And with that, I think there's a bit of nuance around like representation of, well, the mainstream game that keeps popping into my head as we're having this conversation is We Happy Few. And for those who are unaware, it's a game about playing characters through an island community who is actively avoiding addressing a trauma that they have experienced as a group. And so they take this medication and it makes them feel happy. And it changes the visual environment, it changes the music, it changes the commentary you hear people say, it changes the way that you see yourself. But they do not only that environment, but there is some of it in the narrative. So that's an imperfect example to what you're addressing. But I think that there's a balanced nuance between being seen and feeling seen and represented in a game, and then also having it slapped in your face. I think you're absolutely right.
And I think those are all great points, and I would add to that you know, we're trying to give them an active role in their health. So the more you can do to really to facilitate that. So, you know, in our example, they level up through the stages of grief, if you will, right, in the game. And so giving them that active role of then also being able to choose when they go back to a certain stage, you know, that they're not stuck there, that that's what it is. I think that can help as well. So all of the narrative and all of the components of the game can help holistically, as you say, as well. And then just for I think for the mental illness component, just if you look at mainstream games, I would try to avoid things like, you know, it's a crazy person, just all those stigmas that you anyways find in the world. A lot of the games that I've seen so far, if there is a main character that has some kind of mental illness, the story revolves around an insane asylum, or, you know, it's those types of things. And I think they're just a little bit dangerous, especially if you're trying to help people.
Right. Well, thank you all so much, panelists. Thank you all for watching, viewers, and we so appreciate your participation, engagement, and sticking around with us at the end of TIGS here. Again, if you have any questions, concerns, or feedback, you can find my contact information at www.takethis.org. Please go ahead and look up the games of our lovely panelists here, and thank you so much for sharing your expertise and being so open with us. And we appreciate you all attending this conference and panel today. Any closing words, panelists, before we segue to Eve here?
Just inspiring to be in shared company of a lot of people doing great things. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we have our new app is coming out in a couple days. So if people are interested, Sinasprite, SINASPRITE. So if anybody wants to give us feedback or wants to get in on the last part of the beta, like the last part of the user testing on this new build, let us know.
And we're in a similar situation. We're actively looking for testers. We got a grant from the Dutch government for our community part. So if anybody wants to help us test some of the new features that we're building, that would be fantastic. And just look us up on the shadowsedge.com. We really, really need some more testers to make this the best thing possible.
Excellent. Thank you all so much.
Thank you all. That was a fantastic way to finish this day two of TIGS, and to the nuance with which you approached this was just really fantastic. And I think it really highlighted the range of things that we're trying to talk about here. So as I move everyone to attendee status, Mark and I just want to take a couple of minutes here to tie things together and to give you and to thank everyone for attending. Mark, why don't you say your words, and I've got a few thank yous and stuff to finish up afterwards. Oh, we can't hear you, Mark.
I was saying I will leave it up to you to tie things together. I just wanted to say thank you to all the attendees, and especially all the participants this year, getting all my friends and industry colleagues involved this year. You know, we really took it up a notch, and it's only going forward. You know, it's just, this is going to be a small sea change for what we're doing right now. Next year is going to be even bigger. You know, who knows? Maybe we'll do 2 shows next year. You know, we'll have to see what happens. But this is not a problem going away. This is a problem that's here and affects at least 1/5 of the population of the world. So again, thank you so much for being part of this. This was absolutely awesome. This exceeded my wildest expectations. And I have a couple of people that I want to thank personally.
Mark, no one can hear you. You know, try that again. It's just, you're very quiet.
Now, better?
A little bit.
Well, that sucks. I just said like some awesome things. Hold on. Let me start up. I think I know what the problem is.
Well, here, in the meantime, while you're figuring that out, what I do want to say first is to thank Mark again. And I said this last year, and I will say this again and again, that if it wasn't for Mark and his idea and his passion for ensuring that that a conversation about mental health becomes public and loud in the game industry, we wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't have had the opportunity over the last 2 days to have the conversations that we have had. And I'm so grateful to be able to work with Mark and to have been able to partner with TIGS, to have Take This to partner with TIGS to make this a reality. It's really a huge gift to the industry and to this community. And I also want to thank everyone who participated, the moderators, the panelists, the participants. This was a lively conversation. This was a really thoughtful 2 days of conversation, and I'm deeply grateful for the vulnerability and what everyone brought to this conversation. I'm really moved by it, and very, very hopeful for where we can take these conversations over the next year. There you go. Now I can hear you.
You just said everything I said. So anyways, I just wanted to say thank you very much for everybody that participated and attended attended this year. We've taken another huge step forward in getting the community and our colleagues much more involved with this. You know, next year, you know, we're going to take it to the next step. The next step is getting the industry more involved with this, whether it means working with the ESA, whether it means working with whatever. You know, we need to take this to the next step once again. This is, you know, a problem that affects, you know, 1/5 of our population, some sort of mental health illness or issue. So I have a couple of people that I just want to thank, in addition to, my friends and colleagues that took me years to convince you guys to come on board and be participants. And I love you guys, and thank you so much for doing this. You're really going to help change the world because of your high profile stature and just being here, being brave enough to be here and put yourself out. Just two people I want to thank personally. Three, Eve, you're my partner in crime in this. You understand me and my illness. You help me work around it and with it, and we're able to do things like this. Secondly, Mike Wilson, I love you, man. I've never, you're constantly reassuring me and there for me and giving me advice all the time, and always telling me how proud you are of me. And my response back to him always is that I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. It's you guys are the people that help make me is the easiest way to put it. So and then I've got my one anonymous friend. You know who you are. Thank you again this year. And I probably have about 5 or 6 other anonymous friends to put that list. And I'd like to thank all you also. And then lastly, I want to really thank John Smedley for Dean, stop it. And then John Smedley, I just want to thank you for being part of this and doing such an absolutely awesome keynote. It was just, I love it. I'm going to watch it again, and I'm looking forward to chatting again with you soon. And Eve, closing notes, anything at all?
I think the last thing I just want to say, because I know this has been a long day and I'm also eager to get up from my desk, is that I'm so grateful above all that we could provide a space where people could talk about mental health, right? And I heard that again and again from panelists and in the chat. And I just, it's very humbling to me that the space is possible to create and that we could be the ones to facilitate that. And so I encourage you to continue these conversations. I encourage you to continue to speak about these things and to know that your bravery and courage to be vulnerable is so powerful.
I actually had one other person that I'd been chasing after for the past 2 years, and we kind of recently just started talking a little bit about this about a week ago or so, and then there wasn't too much talk going on. And then today I get a message, of course, just like, why didn't you tell me this was going on? So, next year, my friend, don't worry, you're part of it next year.
Fantastic. Well, with that, I encourage you to look out for the recordings when we post them on YouTube, and we will be in touch in the coming months with more news about TIGS 2021.
Excellent. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. We're signing off.